before the Dosiaco movement, and Sarah Schneer had a tremendous amount of difficulty getting the idea of formal education for women established in a much more traditional community. Let us recall that there's nothing specifically forbidding women from receiving education. In fact, to our college, close to 3/4 of our undergraduates are women, something that's replicated not quite with that degree of disproportion, but in the academic world in the early 20th century in general. But the fears among the traditionalist community would be that this would be the leading edge of much more global, far-reaching social change. If the young girls learn how to read, they learn how to do mathematics, they learn how to, I don't know, keep books or operate computers or become physician assistants, who knows what would happen, could lead to, I don't know, mixed dancing or this race. So the Sephardic community ultimately came around to it, and all of the female students who showed up were Sephardic women. The Ashkenazi community completely banned it. And the theorem that Montefiore was put into, according to Dr. Green, was probably more due to the upset over the idea of educating women in a formal environment as opposed to in a home environment that was occasioned by this. Nowadays, of course, in the 20th century, 21st century, we no longer have any controversies about women getting educated. You know, that's a perfectly, I'm joking. I'll probably cut that out of the engineer, but I'm getting started. Anyways, that's some of his rules. Let me just read you one other thing. After coming back from Israel, he was definitely a changed man. He was definitely someone who, although prior to this, he had taken his Jewish identity for granted and his Jewish participation kind of like, you know, sort of typical for his class and station. After visiting Israel, he was a changed man. And we have here, on his 43rd birthday, on board a ship on his way back from Israel, especially after visiting the tomb of Rachel, which moved Judith very, very deeply. He writes, I humbly pray to the God of my forefathers, my God, the only true God, to grant that I may henceforth become a more right, better man, more as a better Jew, and that I may daily be more deserving of his abundant mercies, that I may, to the end of my days, be guarded and directed by his almighty providence. And when it pleases him to take me from this world, may he graciously receive my soul, pardon and forgive my iniquities, support and comfort my dear, dear wife. This day I begin a new era. I fully intend to dedicate much more time towards the welfare of the poor and to attend as regularly as possible on Monday, Thursday, and Saturday synagogue. And in fact, this is what he did. He turned around synagogue attendance in such a profound way, on a personal way, that it was typical for members of the synagogue, particularly the wealthy classes, to not attend. If they failed to attend a certain number of days, which we tried to secure today, they were fined. There was a fine that you had to pay if you didn't show up often enough. You had to pay a fine. So Rothschild, for many years, simply paid the fine, and he showed up when he felt like it. But then after visiting Israel, not only did he avoid paying the fine, he gave alms, but he didn't pay the fine. He asked to become the rabbi himself, and he became the taskmaster. And he was the one who was constantly pestering all of his social circle. Why aren't you coming to shul? He was driving in, and he literally revolutionized the whole attitude towards shul among his social class. It was a brilliant personal transformation. He was something about Tshuva himself in this regard. But we have to go on. So much more to say about him. I jumped ahead a little bit, right? Young girls learn how to read. They learn how to do mathematics. They learn how to, I don't know, just who knows what would happen. Could lead to, I don't know, mixed dancing or race. So the Sephardic community ultimately came around to it, and all of the female students who showed up were Sephardic women. The Ashkenazi community completely banned it. And the theorem that Montefiore was put into, according to Dr. Green, was probably more due to the upset over the idea of educating women in a formal environment as opposed to in a home environment that was occasioned by this. And nowadays, of course, in the 20th century, 21st century, we no longer have any controversies about women getting educated. That's a perfectly, I'm joking. I'll probably cut that out of the internet, but I'm going to get in trouble. Anyways, that's some of his really. Let me just read you one other thing. After coming back from Israel, he was definitely a changed man. He was definitely someone who, although prior to this, he had taken his Jewish identity for granted and his Jewish participation kind of like, sort of typical for his class and station. After visiting Israel, he was a changed man. And we have here, on his 33rd birthday, on board a ship on his way back from Israel, especially after visiting the tomb of Rothschild, which moved Judith very, very deeply. He writes, I humbly pray to the God of my forefathers, my God, the only true God, to grant that I may henceforth become a more righteous and better man, as well as a better Jew, and that I may daily be more deserving of his abundant mercies, that I may, to the end of my days, be guarded and directed by his almighty providence. And when it pleases him to take me from this world, may he graciously receive my soul, pardon and forgive my iniquities, support and comfort my dear, dear wife. This day I begin a new era. I fully intend to dedicate much more time towards the welfare of the poor and to attend as regularly as possible on Monday, Thursday, and Saturday synagogue. And in fact, this is what he did. He turned around synagogue attendance in such a profound way on a personal level that it was typical for members of the synagogue, particularly the wealthy classes, to not attend. If they failed to attend a certain number of days, we should try this show today, they were fined. There was a fine that you had to pay if you didn't show up. So Rothschild, for many years, simply paid the fine. He showed up when he felt like it. But then after visiting Israel, not only did he avoid paying the fine, he gave alms, but he didn't pay the fine. He asked to become the rabbi himself. And he became the taskmaster. And he was the one who was constantly pestering all of his social circle, why aren't you coming to shul? And he was driving them, and he literally revolutionized the whole attitude towards shul among his social class. It was a brilliant personal transformation. He was something of a Baal Tshuva himself in this regard. But we have to go on. There's so much more to say about it. I jumped ahead a bit with this, right? I talked about this without even a slide. There we go. So what is, I think, most significant, though, in his religiosity? As I mentioned earlier, he was not a learned Jew. He didn't spend a lot of time focusing on the traditional texts, but he regarded his own avoda to be that of chesed. I get those terms intentionally. The word avoda in Hebrew, avodah in modern Hebrew, and Sephardic pronunciation, it's hard to translate properly. Literally means work, service, but even that, service is not a great translation. The word avodah has two kind of complementary elements. One idea is, take the Hebrew word melacha, which means labor. It's effort, to do things, to physically carry things and get sweaty. That's part of avodah. If you say an eved, a slave, right, or a servant, depends on the context, but that's someone who physically has to do work. So avoda is something that you have to reach down to your kishkas to do. Kishkas is really difficult to translate, but it's something you really have to work to do properly. Avoda, however, is also the term used biblically for worship and the service of the temple and thank, right? Contemplate and express gratitude. He liked collecting these sort of things. So this is kind of like a tribute image to him on the centenary of his birth in 1884, caused, as I mentioned before, a great celebration. Now, I should mention that much of the story that I'm going to tell you today is based on some of the official biographies that have appeared. It happens that he died childless, and he named his nephew Joseph his heir and literary executor. And he had a massive amount of personal papers because I mentioned he was an assiduous journal keeper. He kept diaries for him and his correspondents all over the globe. And Joseph, some years after the passing of Montefiore, burned almost the entire archive for reasons which are unknown. Some have argued that he wished to avoid exposing his illustrious uncle to humiliation of scandals that may have been buried in the archives. Others have argued more charitably that he was worried that his uncle would be reified in an idol-like fashion. He didn't want people digging deeper into the document. And this, is an open question. Dr. Green goes into in some detail, and you can certainly peruse her book for various theories as to why this particular act of destruction was motivated. But nevertheless, we have only a few books of official biographies that were recorded by several figures important in his life, and we have the official papers that Joseph held back that he deemed appropriate to be saved, and also Montefiore had a personal secretary named Rabbi, who was actually a rather brilliant man who came from Eastern Europe with a traditional Talmudic education, but a very broad secular education as well, Dr. Lura. And Dr. Lura was so, he wrote one of the official biographies, he personally could not bear to see so much of his material lost, so he actually rescued a few key sections from the archive. And that, taken together, is basically the source material for the life of Montefiore from his own family archives. Of course, he made such a tremendous impact with so many world governments that there's a phenomenal amount of source material, as journalistic accounts, government papers, and so on, the other side of the correspondence. So Dr. Green was really able to get quite a complex picture of a man whose activity over a century had such incredible impact. He was, of course, Sephardi. This is the theme of this semester's activity. We're looking at the Sephardi diaspora, who actually came from an Italian Sephardi family in Livorno. Livorno, also known as Leghorn, was a major trading port in Italy, northern Italy, and it happened that Jews found that to be a very welcome center for their activities. The Medicis had actually passed a law to guarantee religious tolerance, which was rather unusual for Europe at that time, and so many Jews flocked to that region, primarily to get there they could be free to practice their own faiths. Both the so-called the Spanish Jews, Sephardim per se, those were Jews who had fled in 1492 when they were exiled from Spain, and also those so-called Portuguese Jews, who were the same Sephardi Jews who had fled first to Portugal, where they were forcibly converted, and then over the next few decades they managed to escape, trickling out of the Iberian Peninsula, and then returning back to their ancestral faith once again. But just to give you a sense of the pervasiveness of this community, the split between the Sephardi and the Portuguese, Portuguese was the official language of Montefiore's synagogue in London. But that's actually how they would conduct all of their synagogue business, was in Portuguese, minutes taken in Portuguese, and so on. The service was, of course, in Hebrew, and he was quite adamant that the service should not change one iota. In fact, he was one of the most stalwart defenders of the traditional Orthodox service. When the Reform movement made considerable inroads into England, they tried to bring with it some of the German innovations, such as the introduction of organs to the service and family seating together in the sanctuary. He opposed it bitterly, and while he was alive, he was able to, in fact, withstand much of those social pressures. This did lead to a breakaway minion, and we will not go too deeply into the politics of that, but nevertheless, his particular orientation was definitely very Sephardic, and was based on his heritage from Livorno. His parents, of course, were actually English, hence his English citizenship, and they were living in Livorno, where where their parents had come from, and that's his connection there. His wife, shown here, Judith, was actually Ashkenazi, so it was a little bit of an unusual marriage of the time to have one of the Sephardi elite marrying one of the Ashkenazi elite. They had a long relationship. She passed away in the 1860s, if I'm not mistaken. But when he was irritated with her, wished to needle her, he would call her in German, meine liebe Frau, which is, of course, a Yiddish or German term underlining the second-class Ashkenazi status as opposed to the Sephardi elite of Rabbi. However, she made another connection. Her sister was married to an important Ashkenazi named Rothschild. So the connection between the Montefiore family and the Rothschild family was cemented through marriage in the two sisters. One of them, Judith, married Moses, and her sister, of course, marrying the Rothschild family, together with the Goldsmith and other third families in the Ashkenazim. They really controlled a tremendous amount of Jewish wealth and even general English wealth at the time. He was the eldest child of several. Tragically, he lost one of his sisters when her dress accidentally caught fire and she was burned to death, could not be rescued, and then his father died shortly thereafter, and he remained the sole support of his mother from a teenager on. Here's a picture of the two of them together. You can see the rather quite devoted. You can also get sort of 18th century feel to this image, even though they were married in the 19th century. It definitely feels kind of like a private subject sort of image with a closer look at Judith herself. They remained, unfortunately, childless. This was a cause of great pain to Judith, but she devoted much of her energy to helping women's causes, which often got her husband into trouble, as we shall see shortly. He made his money primarily in the mercantile area as a tea merchant, and then he transferred over to the burgeoning stock market, which really just developing in the 19th century in London. He partnered originally with his brother Abraham, but they had a major falling out when Abraham married a woman that the rest of the family disagreed with. And in fact, this was kind of like a very sharp red line, a defining line in the sand for Montefiore. Intermarriage was something that looked on with tremendous disfavor, and in fact, he had difficulty reconciling himself with family members who did marry outside the faith. He made a tremendous amount of money in tea, and then later in the stock market, even more money, and he invested quite a bit of that into several new industries. He was very interested in gas lighting, which was just coming to England at this time. That is, like we have electrification, they have gas lines running all over the place. It sounds, terribly dangerous, but that's the fact that they have for street lighting and things like that. He was a heavy early investor in that technology. Also in insurance. He saw a tremendous value in the field of insuring enterprises and one thing or another, and he became a phenomenally wealthy person at a very young age, built on a family fortune that made it so many times greater that he was one of the most prominently wealthy Jews of London at the beginning of the 19th century. In 1824, he formally stepped back from his business affairs at the age of 30, although in reality he was regularly back at the office, using his office for various personal activities, personal correspondence, but almost all of his activity was ultimately political or social or philanthropic in nature. So he was still very much working well into his 80s and 90s, but when he was he had actually retired from business per se already at the age of 30. What did he do with his time? He started out primarily as a travel enthusiast. To give you a sense of what it must have been like. He and Judith bought a carriage that looked something like this, and they would travel throughout Europe, throughout the United Kingdom. That would take days upon days for the journeys that would, for us, take just a few hours. They would spend weeks traveling from place to place, often in these kind of crowded and heated circumstances inside one of his carriages. But he loved it. He loved to go to the seaside. He loved visiting, remote places. and he was very fond of compiling, very detailed travel journals. When they were visiting Livorno, the ancestral family home at one point, he saw boats docked there preparing to go to Jaffa, Israel, and he was deeply moved by the thought that he could actually travel to Israel per se. This really moved him tremendously. It united the religious elements in his personality, which were profound, and ultimately that's when his personal journey of becoming an internationally active individual began. I should mention this point, his religiosity is fascinating. His library contained no significant works of Jewish scholarship. It does not appear that he was particularly learned in Judaism, other than the very basic minimum that would be required of a Jewish male to participate in traditional Orthodox services. He was, in some cases, quite ignorant of the halakha of Jewish law, and he relied very heavily on Dr. Lura, who I mentioned earlier, for guidance in many areas that other Jews simply took for granted. On the other hand, what he did know, he was an immovable force with regards to halakha, with regards to those aspects of Jewish law, and he would not compromise if he felt that tradition was at stake. He was very much firmly in that mind. And we should recall that this is not a typical attitude for wealthy Jews of his class in the 19th century, and I would dare say in the 20th or the 21st century. Sometimes, maybe I'm wrong, maybe I just haven't known enough of the right people. Sometimes when people get very, very wealthy, they kind of feel like, well, I'm gonna, it's not that ready. Like it's just beyond what's necessary. I don't mean to malign anyone for having money. And all of those of you who have money, please share it with our students and the scholarship fund. But he was definitely not like that. He was someone who identified with the poor. He refers many times to the great feeling of anguish he felt when he encountered the poor. And we should say that he was not at all parochial. One of the great platforms of his philanthropic activities was it had to be for both Jews and non-Jews. And he was certain, and that's one of the reasons why his particular philanthropies, the Holy Land Relief Fund, for example, were so wildly successful, is because he said outright that whatever monies we collect, which are intended for the poor of Jerusalem, will be given to anyone in Jerusalem who is poor. Jewish, Christian, Muslim, it matters not. And that drew in a tremendous amount of support from non-Jews as well to support these particular activities. So he was not at all parochial, and many charitable organizations chose him specifically to be the vehicle for their donations. Let us remember what we talked about last week when we looked at the Fudah. This is a period in which philanthropy is really changing dramatically. The whole history, the mechanism of Jewish philanthropy is changing because the individual communities in Israel would send quite often their messengers, like the Fudah that we saw last week, and the Fudah and other messengers who should often would go from town to town and would collect money, and they would typically keep 1/3 of everything they collected for themselves, which meant that there was a certain number of charlatans who would come, and they would also represent Hebron, and 2, 3, 4 people representing the same poor population coming through town. And if you just gave, 100 lira to the first collector representing Hebron, and the second guy comes, he's also representing Hebron, and you begin to wonder, how much of my donations are actually overhead, and how much are actually getting to the poor people of Hebron. So there were several competing organizations that, claimed to collect and organize and administer these collections such that the overhead was minimized. Montefiore did not intend to compete with these organizations, but quite often people just said, I don't know what to do with all of these solicitations I'm receiving. Let's just give it to Montefiore and he'll take care of it. And in fact, he did. So this is something even in the chart of the world today. But let's go Israel. So he made 7 trips to Israel in total. And let's recall that trips to Israel in the 19th century were nothing like the trips we have today, where you simply, it's harder to get to JFK than it is to get to Jerusalem. It's a tremendous, these are trips that were quite dangerous, that required, travel through war zones, that required travel in places where there was no real secure rule of law. Banditry was common. In fact, on their very first trips, no one would travel with them from their dock in Cairo by boat to Israel because they were afraid that they would be besieged by pirates. Finally, they did find one Irishman who agreed to travel with them, and he said, "I'm sure we'll be fine. We won't be attacked by pirates, but just to be safe, everybody has to dress like an Ottoman Turk." And in fact, they had to dress up like Turks with turbans and the whole thing. His wife as well. And, they couldn't get that many guards to come with them, so he had to secrete all of the money he had with him in 11 small packets, distributing it through his luggage, and just hope that they would not be attacked on the way. Very dangerous kind of travel. I would like to read you one passage here, or a couple of passages, in which he describes the kind of feeling he had when he was in these places. Okay, so when he first saw Jerusalem, he writes in his diary, "With humble thanks to my God, the God of my fathers, the only true God, we arrived safe, without any accident, in the city of our forefathers, the great and long-desired object of our wishes and journey. May God Almighty bless my dear wife and honored mother, make me more deserving of his manifold blessings and mercies, that I may become every day a better man, a more righteous Jew, and more useful to my poor brethren in general, so that my latter days may be virtuous and peaceful. May my God guard and protect me and my dear wife to the end of our lives, and then receive our souls to his almighty care." You get a sense for the genuine piety that he experienced upon seeing Jesus. It was a life-changing experience for him. Over the course of these several trips, came with many charitable ventures. He was very big into the idea that the Jews in Israel should be given the means to make themselves productive. Let us recall, who's living in Jerusalem at the time? Something like 3,000 Jews are there. The community is roughly split, Ashkenaz and Sephardim. Very different attitudes to work, to Europe. Montefiore was an unusual character because of his Sephardi roots, but also his tremendous wealth, coming in decorated carriages, especially in later trips. And he often enjoyed wearing, by the way, his official uniform as the Sheriff of London, even after he was no longer sheriff, which is an interesting fact. When I think of sheriff, I think of Wyatt Earp, and the sixth guy. But it's not like that. It's like more like the sheriff of Nottingham, right? Except good guy, right? With a big, office, medallion of office with red robes and things like that. And it would appear, and people would be astounded that a Jew could be wearing these kinds of clothes, representing, one of the most powerful maritime countries in the world, the time empires. He believed very much in setting up various types of vocational endeavors for Jews. Sometimes that got into trouble. The most famous, iconic example of this is, of course, the windmill that's seen in Jerusalem today. The windmill was one of these many attempts to try and get the Jews some means of production. Because of his experience in England and in Northern Europe, he felt that harnessing wind power to ground grain into flour would be something that would enable them to be quite productive. They didn't really think too much about exactly where they put this particular windmill. The wind was not as effective as they would have liked. The thing was constantly breaking down. They didn't have parts for it. So it's more of a kind of a visual icon than a very productive means of production for the Jews. But nevertheless, it was quite a significant statement, and it was a visual reminder of what was expressed there. The almshouse here, by the way, set up here before, will pay for, as well as much of the windmill, by request of $50,000, which is an incredible sum at the beginning of the night, from none other than Judah Turo, for whom this college is named. We'll speak a lot about him in a couple of weeks when we come back to it. But Montefiore was the recipient of Turo's benefactions even back then, because Judah Turo wanted to give this money to the poor of Israel, and there was moved to Montefiore to do this work. The Min Moshe neighborhood of Jerusalem is named after Montefiore himself, as even in Moses, of course, in Hebrew is Moshe. Let's just have a quick look at the next thing. So, just give you one example of the kind of stories that are associated with them. On that first journey to Israel, they had a tremendous amount of difficulty with the sea at one point when they're crossing the Mediterranean. And there was a tremendous tremendous storm that threatened to capsize the ship. Everybody was terrified, and the sea was raging. And it happened that I don't know why, but they were carrying with them a piece of the afikoman from the last Pesach. Maybe this was some kind of an amulet, a talisman. I mean, there are, just to back up, especially for these people in the internet audience who may not be familiar, on the holiday of Passover, you eat these unleavened bread, sort of like wafers or crackers, absolutely tasteless, and no human blood in them whatsoever. That would become an overkill. But I shouldn't even say that, it's scary. But anyway, it's just bread, it's just flour and water. And one of the pieces from the meal is called the afikoman, and it's a particularly prized piece that's saved for the very end. Some people save a little bit of it for various kind of folk remedies. I've seen it placed over the threshold of a door as a kind of a fertility invocation. People do different things with it. But anyway, he had some of this afikoman with him on the trip, and the sea was raging. The sailors were terrified. He went out to the side of the dock, of the boat, and he called upon God, and he threw the afikoman into the water, and amazingly, the sea calmed. Everyone was safe. And after that, everyone was blown away and said, wow, this guy's a real motion for sure. This is real. So they gave him a certain amount of credit, and he recorded this in his diary. And this is, by the way, the story that they read at the Montefiore Seder ever since, because his descendants or his extended family will recall that moment. As I mentioned, he was very involved with Turo College and healthcare. Sorry, not Turo College, Judah Turo and healthcare, which was still something very much associated with the Turo name. He was big into a personal philanthropy as well. One of the major controversies going on in the charitable industry in Israel at the time was how many people are there who are eligible to receive alms. The chalukah, the division of the funds coming in from Europe. Obviously, the census is crucial because when the funds are divvied up on a communal basis, if you walk up and you say, I represent 3,000 people or I represent 4,000 people, that will have a bearing on how much money you can collect for your community. And there were tremendous controversies between various sub-communities in Israel. There were no accurate censuses to try and determine how much money should be distributed. So Montefiore decided that he would personally give a charity to every single individual in Jerusalem who came and asked him for it. And there are some engravings that are presented in Dr. Green's book. I couldn't find them on the internet to put here on the slide, where he's sitting down with Dr. Lula next to him, who's helping with the translation of the various languages. And there's huge lineups of people, kind of like the Rabbi giving out dollars. Huge lineups of people, and each one would come, and Montefiore was seated there, and we would have a little conversation, give charity with them. And of course, this is the way he maintained the census, because he was able to keep track of how many people came to him. And so doing, he was able to not only get a sense of how much money was needed for how many people, but also to have a personal connection with the people he was helping. And that has lots of him to actually know the stories of the people who he helped. And they will have a huge He was not above getting into trouble, however. For example, one of his visits, he was very much interested in visiting the Temple Mount. Again, I'm sure most of you in this audience are perfectly aware, but just for the internet as well, the Temple Mount, which currently houses the Muslim Dome of the Rock and the Al-Aqsa Mosque, the site where the Temple of Jerusalem is originally built, both of them. And according to Jewish thought, eventually the third temple will be built and have to find someplace else for the mosques. But that's kind of like the embassy discussion. At any rate, since the Holy of Holies, the Sancta Sanctorum, the Kadosh Kadoshim, is located somewhere on that Temple Mount, Jewish practice since the destruction of the temple has been that Jews are forbidden to walk on the ground. There are some interesting rabbinic differences of opinion about where exactly is the forbidden part of the territory. And in fact, there are some opinions which are rather outliers who say, no, Jews are allowed to go up there, but the vast majority of rabbinic thought says Jews cannot go onto the Temple Mount. They may not tread anywhere on its steps because they may actually be walking in a place which is permitted only to the Kohen Gadol, the high priest, during the ritual of Yom Kippur. Montefiore nevertheless visited the Temple Mount, and that caused a huge uproar because all these Jewish communities, most Jewish communities, were saying, how could you possibly transgress and walk in this space? So there are a couple of interesting stories. And actually, he was put in Haran. He was formally excommunicated by the rabbinic establishment in Jerusalem. Despite all the charity, despite all of his good works, it didn't matter if he flagrantly violated Jewish law by walking in the Temple Mount, he was excommunicated. So we should have to pause it and come back. There are a couple of stories associated with it. One of those stories is that, in fact, he did not walk anywhere in the Temple Mount. He was carried in one of those sedan chairs. And so the non-Jews, for whom there is ironically no prohibition to walk up there, they carried around. He never actually set his foot anywhere on the steps. That could be. Another story, which is perhaps more powerful and more telling of who Montefiore was as a person, though, is that when he was put into Haran, when he was excommunicated, he asked his secretary to provide a list of all of the signatories of the Haran, all the rabbis who had formerly excommunicated him. And of course, he received this list. And then when he was called for an aliyah that following Shabbos, he asked the Gabbai to read a Mishabur, to read a blessing on all of the men who excommunicated him. So he repaid their auspices with exclusion, he repaid it with a blessing. I think that says a lot more about what kind of person Moses Montefiore was. It's also possible, by the way, Dr. Green discusses the problematic dates of this particular pharaoh, that it may not even have been his fault. It may have been his wife's fault. Why? Because one of the many projects that Judith was very interested in was women's education. Again, the whole idea is Jewish being productive, teaching them a trade, teaching them ways to earn a living. She opened up a Jewish school for girls in Jerusalem. Let us recall, by the way, that this is a good 60, 70 years before Sarah Schneer, before the Beis Yaakov movement. And Sarah Schneer had a tremendous amount of difficulty getting the idea of formal education for women established in a much more traditional community. Let us recall that there's nothing specifically forbidding women from receiving education. In fact, to college, close to 3/4 of our undergraduates already a disproportion, but in the academic world and early 20th century in general. But the fears among the traditionalist community would be that this would be the leading edge of much more global, far-reaching social change. If the young girls learn how to read, if they learn how to do mathematics, if they learn how to, keep books or operate computers or become physician assistants. Who knows what would happen? Could lead to, I don't know, mixed dancing or race. So uh, the Sephardic community ultimately came around to it, and all of the female students who showed up were Sephardic women. The Ashkenazi community completely banned it. And the theorem that Montefiore was putting to, according to Dr. Green, was probably more due to the upset over the idea of educating women in a formal environment as opposed to in a home environment that was occasioned by this. And nowadays, of course, the 20th century, 21st century, we no longer have any controversies about women getting educated. You know, that's a perfectly, I'm joking. I'll probably cut that out of the internet, but anyways, that's some of his really. Let me just read you one other thing. After coming back from Israel, he was definitely a changed man. He was definitely someone who, although prior to this, he had taken his Jewish identity for granted and his Jewish participation kind of like, you know, sort of typical for his class and station. After visiting Israel, he was a changed man. And we have here, on his 43rd birthday, on board a ship on his way back from Israel, especially after visiting the tomb of Rachel, which moves Judith very, very deeply. He writes, I humbly pray to the God of my forefathers, my God, the only true God, to grant that I may henceforth become a more righteous and better man, as well as a better Jew, and that I may daily be more deserving of his abundant mercies, that I may, to the end of my days, be guarded and directed by his almighty providence. And when it pleases him to take me from this world, may he graciously receive my soul, pardon and forgive my iniquities, support and comfort my dear, dear wife. This day I begin a new era. I fully intend to dedicate much more time towards the welfare of the poor and to attend as regularly as possible on Monday, Thursday, and Saturday at synagogue. And in fact, this is what he did. That it was typical for members of the synagogue, particularly the wealthy classes, to not attend. If they failed to attend a certain number of days, which we tried to show today, they were fined. There was a fine that you had to pay if you didn't show up often enough. You had to pay a fine. So Rothschild, for many years, simply paid the fine. He showed up when he felt like it. But then after visiting Israel, not only did he avoid paying the fine, he gave alms, but he didn't pay the fine. He asked to become the rabbi himself, and he became the taskmaster. And he was the one who was constantly pestering all of his social circle. Why aren't you coming to shul? And he was driving them in, and he literally revolutionized the whole attitude towards shul among his social class. It was a brilliant personal transformation. He was something of a Baal Tshuva himself in this regard. But we have to go on. There's so much more to say about him. I'll jump ahead a bit about this, right? I talked about this without even a slide. So, what is, I think, most significant in his religiosity? Because, as I mentioned earlier, he was not a learned Jew. He didn't spend a lot of time focusing on the traditional texts, but he regarded his own avoda to be that of chesed. I'm putting those terms intentionally. The word avoda in Hebrew, avodah, modern Hebrew, Sephardic pronunciation, it's hard to translate properly. And that literally means work, service, but even that, service is not a great translation. The word avodah has two kind of complementary elements. One idea is, take the word melachah, which means labor. It's effort. You know, to do things, to physically carry things and get sweaty. That's part of avodah. If you say a peasant, a slave, right, or a servant, depends on the context, but that's someone who physically has to do it. So a avoda is something that you have to reach down to your kishkas to do. Kishkas is not a difficult term to translate, but it's something you really have to work to do properly. Avoda, however, is also the term used biblically for worship and the service of the temple. Service in the sense that we'll use a Hebrew word as well, sharet. to actually provide for another. So the avoda in the temple would be to provide, so to speak, for God, but there's also an avoda for one's fellow, that is to provide for another person. So looking at his attitude, his personal avoda, which is again these two elements of both physical labor, effort, and service to the other, that it was defined by chesed. The second term I want to define. Chesed again hard to translate. It's not only rendered as kindness, but in the context in which it appears, it's a few places in the Bible, it means going beyond what is the norm, doing more than is necessary. We use the word chassid, right? Like the chassidim in Williamsburg and Town Heights and so on. So his chesed, his kindness was beyond the norm. His personal avoda was, what can I do for other Jews? And for other poor people in general, how can I possibly help? I mean, devoted a tremendous amount of energy to this specific task. So let's look at a couple of examples. So the Damascus affair was perhaps the defining moment of his chesed outside of the narrow confines of monetary assistance. In 1840, there's a terrible story that a Capuchin monk named Thomas and his servant, who was Muslim named Amara, disappeared in the streets of Damascus. We don't know exactly what happened to him. He was probably murdered and the body lost by because he was involved in some nefarious activities. Bones were later produced in the context of the scandal, but the people who found the bones would not release them to be examined by a forensic expert to see if they were even human bones. They may have been dog bones or something like that. Anyway, we don't know what happened to them, but they disappeared. A story went around Damascus, however, that what happened to this monk and his Muslim servant was that they were captured and murdered, and their blood was drained in order to make the Passover massacre. Right? The ridiculous blood libel that has haunted the church for centuries. Complete fabrication and with no basis in reality whatsoever, but nevertheless has always been doomed whenever the libel circulated. Now, it happened that Damascus at this time was under some French control, and a French government employee actively prosecuted the case, believing that this in fact had happened, that the Jews had killed this monk for his blood. They arrested 7 Jews and tortured them horribly. Some of the tortures are described in the Montefiore biography as well. I'm not going to repeat them here, but they're just awful. And what ended up happening is 2 of the tortured Jews actually died while in custody. One tried to save himself by converting to Islam, and the remainder confessed. And that's put under quotation marks, of course, because they're confessing while being tortured, and they listed all kinds of names of Jews in the community, particularly prominent Jews, and said they were all involved in this crime to murder this man. Those people were also arrested, and the whole cycle began again, and it became quite an awful affair. At one point, in trying to seek more information, officials stormed a Jewish school and arrested 63 children and kept them incarcerated, separated from their parents, forcing their parents to give up the names of people who were involved in this crime. Absolutely horrible crime. It happened that one of the Jews that was arrested was an Austrian citizen. And so the Austrian government got involved and said, listen, we don't do these kinds of things. This is already 1840. This is the modern era. We don't do such things. And it was reported in the Austrian press. The Jewish world got wind of it, and eventually it came to Fiore's attention. And these Jews were still held incarcerated with dire consequences that they would be murdered on this ridiculous charge. So, together with Adolphe Conier, shown here, a very important French lawyer, we think Montefiore did not get along. The 2 of them ended up being complete rivals over so many things. But nevertheless, they cooperated on this and a few other ventures as best they could. This was resolved to send a delegation to the Ottoman Empire to say this cannot happen, and also complain formally to the French government to indicate that their government agents should not be involved in perpetrating such a crime. So they ended up traveling to Egypt. At the time, Damascus was under the control of an individual in Egypt, and there, Montefiore took advantage of his 6'3" frame and his official sheriff's robes and so on, and he demanded, together with Premier, that this end. There were some other geopolitical events going on that would be too complicated for our purposes today, but ultimately it became clear to the Egyptian authorities that it would be a good idea to capitulate, at least in some form. So what they did was the Egyptians agreed for the immediate release of the prisoners, but they're not a pardon. They were just agreed to let them go free. They eventually they created by the way, there was a burial site created for the monk, and the inscription says, "Here lies Thomas, who was cruelly murdered by the Jews for his blood." And that Montefiore was never able to have that inscription removed from the grave as well. But nevertheless, they also agreed to issue a firman, a document that indicates that in fact Jews do not drink Christian blood, and so on. So this was regarded, even though it was not a total victory, they didn't get the pardon, they had other things associated. Nevertheless, Montefiore was hailed as a tremendous hero for his personal involvement in bringing about the release of these Jews from the bloodline. And he was viewed by the Jews of the eastern part of the Mediterranean as a tremendous savior figure. He was able to sail in from London and be able to actually turn things around for these beleaguered Jews. When he returned to international fame, it went another thing. There's a picture of it in Dr. Green's book. It's in silver. It looks like it stands about 3 feet tall, and it has figures around here of Moses and Ezra, and here's one of the Jews of Damascus. The sphinxes represent Egypt, and on the panels shown down here, there are post-story of Damascus there, and at the very top is the picture of David killing the lion to save the lamb. A famous passage from the book of Samuel. And obviously, the imagery is that Moses, Montefiore, was like David, who goes out and faces down tremendous threat. The lion, in this case, to save the lamb, the Jews of Damascus. So it's a very dramatic moment, probably the high point of his career as a philanthropist and as someone involved in Jewish affairs. But in the interest of time, I'm going to have to skip through things very quickly. Another major effort was in Russia, where Montefiore was called upon because Tsar Nicholas I, shown here, had issued a decree that all Jews had to be displaced if they lived within 40 or 50 versts of the border. There was a tremendous amount of smuggling that was going on across the Austrian and German borders with Russia. Jews were suspected, probably correctly, of being involved in that trade. But Nicholas I, in his typically, autocratic and heavy-handed style, simply banished all Jews from this region. Tremendous dislocation and suffering, demographic upheaval. We should also recall that Nicholas I, here by the way, is a picture of the Tale of Settlement. This is the region where Jews were allowed to live in the Russian Empire between 1772 with the first partition of Poland up until the end of the Tsarist Empire in 1917. This region, it's a strange name in English, Pale of Settlement, but Pale really means region. In Russian and Hebrew and other languages, it's just the region of settlement. The term Pale probably comes from English history, and the region that separates the southern part of the UK from Scotland was also called the Pale. This phrase in English, beyond the pale, beyond the normal boundaries. Anyway, it's a region of settlement. These are regions where Jews were allowed. So any Jews living within 40 or 50 versts of the borders with the West had to move to the interior of the Polish settlement, whatever the economic consequences were. Montefiore went over there. He met with a lot of the officials. He actually met with some of the reformers, the Jewish reformers who were trying to create a vocational school system there. He was initially quite impressed. One of the things that he thought was extremely valuable for Jews was that Jews should learn the vernacular. That was a key tenet of the reformers who were establishing these schools in Russia, was to get them to learn the Russian language. In reality, the proselytizing efforts of the church were using these schools in a very profound manner, and Montefiore was eventually soured on that idea because of the interference of the Russian Orthodox Church. But nevertheless, he did like the idea of the vocational schools. He met with Nicholas I officials and attempted to dissuade them from this particular plan. He was not especially successful, but he did spend a tremendous amount of time arguing with them and getting to know the Jews of Eastern Europe as well. He was very moved by his reception in Vilna in particular. He and his wife visited the graves of the Vilna Gaon and shed many tears there, as he describes. But one of the fascinating passages is he had a debate with some of the local Hasidic leaders. One Mayor, and the, I think it's Premisher, if I'm not incorrect. But anyway, they had a long discussion over the question of vocational training for Jews in Russia, and specifically the idea of learning the vernacular. And of course, the Hasidim were opposed to it because they felt that this would represent the end of traditional society. So towards the end of a long debate, this week's is from Dr. Lee's book here. It's very focused since we just had first here. Laura, this is Montefiore's doctoral assistant and translator, tried to persuade the Hasidim that there was good cause to be made in favor of enlightenment, and arguing that if Mordechai had not understood the dialect of big town in Teresh, right? Remember the story of Purim, that Mordechai overhears them plotting to kill a king. So he says, if Mordechai had not understood the language, he would not have been unable to uncover the plot against King Ahasuerus. And so his linguistic ability had saved the Jewish people. Rabbi Itcher responded, this is the individual responding, that the book of Esther proved quite the contrary. Had it been generally known that the Jews understood the native language, then Big Ten and Sheresh would never have been so indiscreet. Right? They would not have spoken in the vernacular because they would have thought he understand. So Mordechai, however, was a member of the Sanhedrin, this is the Talmudic understanding, and therefore a linguist, but the same did not apply to the masses. Unwilling to enter into such high-flown Talmudic disputation, Montefiore intervened pragmatically. Quote, if you oppose the study of secular subjects, who will be qualified to protect your rights before the government? Rabbi Itcher smiled politely. We are praying for the advent of the Messiah. But until then, we are well satisfied with you, sir. So it gives you a sense of how Montefiore was interacting with this complicated society, but also how he was regarded by traditional. A last period in which, unfortunately, was not successful, and this shows that the waning of his powers, but it also illustrates the fact that Jews turned to him worldwide was the horrible mortality there. We spoke about this briefly last week. Mortality is this story in which a young Jewish child was baptized as a baby by his non-Jewish maid. And when word got out to the church that in fact young Edgardo was or had been baptized many years earlier, the Pope actually arrested the child, brought him to a monastery, and raised him as a Catholic because he had been baptized. He therefore was a Christian in good faith, so to speak, regardless of the fact his baptism happened when he was a child. This is a famous portrait that tries to illustrate the moment of his seizure by the church. His mother is fainting here. What ended up happening is Montefiore was called upon, much as he was for Damascus, to come and sort this out. Please get this young, I think he was 8 years old, child back from the church and reunited with his family. Montefiore went to Rome, met with many officials, was unable to persuade the church to release the child, despite international pressure. In fact, he had to go home empty-handed. Mortara, who is shown here as a baby on the left and as an adult on the right, ultimately grew up to become a priest himself, to engage in proselytizing activities in the Jewish community. When asked about his feelings, he reported that he has absolutely no desire to go back to his Jewish family, and he accorded that sensation to none other than divine grace that God must have implanted within him, desire to remain. If he's making a film, I'm sure it'll be an absolutely fascinating movie which documents the political story of the kidnapping of Rothschild and Mortara, which is the title of the film. I think it's slated for release 2018 or 2019. So to sum up his legacy, most Montefiore absolutely phenomenal support who early on realized that his role in the world was far beyond that of Jew, that he could expand his horizons far beyond his brother's synagogue and reach out to the Jews of the world. He leveraged his phenomenal wealth and his personal charisma and his political clout to literally save thousands of lives around the world, and the world has been transformed by his philanthropic mind and by his ceaseless dedication to the welfare of the Jewish people. Thank you very much for your attention, and I look forward to speaking to you next week. I guess, what I found absolutely fascinating about that particular presentation, but I really loved it, how this is an individual who stepped up to the plate, who saw what he was capable of doing in the world, and then acting on it. It's absolutely mind-boggling. I wonder how many more Montefiores are out there. I wonder how many Montefiores are actually watching this video. If you are even a little Montefiore, please think about what you can do for the world and act on it. That would be great. I'll give you a couple of easy things. First of all, share this video. Maybe that's the extent of your Montefioreness. Maybe that's what you can do to encourage someone else who might be able to help others in a significant way. And that is significant itself. Be the one to inspire another person to do something great. If you want to push your Montefioreness just to the next notch, think about supporting our students with sponsorship of one of the lectures. We've got 2 left for the semester, or for another donation to our scholarship company in general. Website on the bottom there. And if you want to do even more, I don't know. It's nice. Anyways, I hope you enjoyed this video, and I look forward to speaking to you next week. Okay, very good. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for coming. It looks like a bit of a sparse turnout tonight. I'm not sure why. Maybe it's a subject because it's a very unusual topic that we're going to address tonight. We're going to look at the life of Daniel Mendoza. A little bit of a departure from our usual fare of, like intellectual and spiritual grace. We're going to go into the physical world. We're going to look at the life of a prize fighter. Fascinating story of his life. Not necessarily kosher in all respects, but this is not a sermon or a drasha. This is a brief history class, so we're going to look at warts and all, so to speak. Let us begin with a thank you to Lieutenant Richard F. Moreno, who has sponsored many lectures, more than one in this particular semester. And this lecture is in memory of his father, Frank Moreno, who was born Pablo Igual Pero in Spain, whose family history, of course, goes through much of the material that we're discussing here. We're very grateful to Lieutenant Moreno for his support of our students and of this particular series. Tonight's sources. There's no book-length biography of Daniel Mendoza, at least in traditional text format, as we shall see. So I relied on a few articles, which were quite fascinating. A beautiful article we'll read from beginning at the beginning of this lecture. That Lewis Edwards prepared a paper for the Jewish Historical Society of England, writing in 1938. Fascinating to imagine what it must have been like to speak about a Jew who fought back in 1938 in an environment when the Jews of Europe, just across the channel, were enduring such tremendous persecution in the immediate pre-war era. We'll also look at John Wales' Daniel Mendoza's Contest of Identity, Masculinity, Ethnicity, and Nation in Georgian prize fighting. There's a lot to say about Mendoza and his specific role in embodying Jewish aspirations in a very physical form as a prize fighter, as opposed to a kind of like a hasty complexion, Talmudic, underweight man sitting and learning Talmud all day. Mendoza was a tough little scrapper, as we shall see. And finally, most interestingly, a recent master's dissertation defended at McGill University by Daniel Brody, the Jewish strongman Daniel Mendoza, and the assault on stereotype in late Georgian England. A little bit longer study than the other two, and actually quite useful. Unfortunately, one book that I really wanted to look at, I did not get in time to put in section, but there is a graphic novel on Daniel Mendoza, published by Oxford University Press, which is in itself an amazing thing that Oxford University Press is publishing graphic novels. It says something about the medium and how it's maturing. I don't quite get it yet, but I'm hoping to understand exactly why graphic novels are so appealing. Perhaps they're intended for undergraduates and so on. But anyway, fascinating material. I would have liked to have seen this before this lecture, but I'm ready to put in the plugins for people who want to read more. So let us begin with just the biographical facts. What are we talking about here? I know it would be appropriate now to speak about Daniel Mendoza in terms of statistics, because after all, he is a boxer, and that's what people do, right? His year is 1764. We're not precisely sure about that date, but he passed away in 1836. He was 5'7" and 160 pounds. So just to get a size of what that looks like, he had a on him. So in other words, my size, only more svelte. That's the kind of size we're talking about. And he was the heavyweight champion of the world, fighting at the middleweight. And you've seen those boxers, right? You've seen Muhammad Ali, and he was defeating them all. In his record, which is incredible, he fought 37 formal fights. He won 34 of those fights, 30 of which he won by knockout or technical knockout. In this context, technical knockout, TKO, refers to fighting until your opponent is no longer able to continue. May still be conscious, but simply cannot continue anymore. So this little tiny guy, chutzpah, was fighting against these big, tough Irish, Scottish, and English men and beating them to a pulp. And he's a Jew. It's an amazing kind of thing. We don't have very many figures like this in Jewish history. Maybe you've heard the joke. It's not really a funny joke, but it's actually a little bit kind of like nasty. But yeah, I'm not even going to tell it. But it has to do with how many Jews are in sports, and it's just not true at all. At any rate, he was very much aware of his Jewish identity and the way that he was perceived as an outsider in Georgian England, and he used that to his advantage. He was always Mendoza the Jew. That's how he was billed in his fights, and it was he intentionally used his outsider status to portray his fights as kind of like a defense of this besieged nation and protect Jewish pride and really elevate the sensibilities of Jews. Even though he had some character flaws, as we shall see, nevertheless he was regarded as a phenomenal hero in 18th century, early 19th century England. Okay, we should start with a little bit of apology. As we are talking now about not necessarily the most educated or the most noble of figures. We're not talking, we're putting in the same series as people like the Frida, Moses Montefiore, and then Benita Abrabano. Put all those away for tonight. we're going to look at a totally different part of Jewish history. And let us recall that, Jewish history is filled with Jewish people. And as Adelphed, history of the Jews, likes to say, you should never confuse Judaism with the Jews. That's very much the case here. We're not talking about someone who was, specifically motivated by his Jewish identity or tried to do something noble for the Jewish people. In fact, the opposite, he may have used his Jewish identity for personal gain in some context. But, that's the nature of the subject that we engage in. We're looking at Jewish life and all of its complexity and sometimes its darkness. Louis Edwards was certainly conscious of this when he provided that paper in 1938, the first real scholarly biography of any type of Daniel Mendoza. And he wrote at the introduction that he suggested that. And you have to imagine he's reading this before an august panel of intellectuals and scholars and historians at the Jewish Historical Society of England. They're trying to really reach the highest levels of Oxbridge learning and so on. And he writes, it is suggested that though an apology is not necessary for the choice of the subject of this paper, an explanation would not be out of place. I mean, why are we talking about Daniel Mendoza, a boxer, in this august setting? It says, to the muse of history, nothing nowadays is common or unclean. And where the subject of boxing, in fact, even more disreputable than its opponents have claimed, a society purporting to deal with all phases of Anglo-Jewish history could still not deny it an audience. Meaning, Mendoza is a thing, like it or not. Mendoza is an important person who had a huge impact. His Jewish identity was well known, and he was perhaps the most famous Jew in England in the 19th century. And as I think you will find interesting, he was probably the first Jew to meet King George before Moses Montefiore and many other people. First of all, we might as well get it out of the way. He does have a significant criminal record. Now, the archivists looking at his life have not been able to connect every single Daniel Mendoza reference in police records to our Daniel Mendoza. So in some cases, it's possible we're talking about multiple Daniel Mendozas. Certainly, there are crimes committed later after he achieved tremendous fame that are definitely the Daniel Mendoza that we know and love. These earlier ones are not entirely sure. But at age 18, for example, one Daniel Mendoza was convicted for a mugging that went wrong, and he was part of some kind of gang that was made up of other Jewish criminals. The reality of the history of Jewish criminality is something that goes way back into ancient times. Not going to make any clear about the proportion of Jewish criminals vis-a-vis the rest of society. My grandmother, always used to say that Jewish husbands are always the best because they don't drink and they don't have wives, and that's what makes them the best husbands ever. It's kind of like a low standard, but I have reached that. I made it. Okay, but it's not hard to imagine. We know it in our own real life that we live in an urban environment. There are all kinds of Jews engaged in all kinds of activities. We might be able to make some generalizations about when Jews go into crime. There are certain crimes that are more Jewish in character, like white-collar crime and things like that. Fraud, perhaps, God forbid. But Mendoza was like right at the bottom. He was with a whole bunch of other criminals running on the streets, and among the things that if he is the same Mendoza, at age 18, he mugged a man. The man tried to fight back. Mendoza took out some kind of blade, perhaps a penknife or something, and stabbed him several times in the hand. He was caught and arrested, and he was in fact deported to a penal colony for 2 years. He disappears for some time. The same would happen to his son, who also picked up a life of crime as well. We know that when he came back, or actually this is a little bit earlier, he had a series of menial jobs. He was a glass cutter, and he was fired because he beat up the boss's son. He was a grocer, where it says grocer. This is an old 18th century spelling of the word grocer. And he was fired because he had a female boss, and there was some other woman who was constantly costing her, and so he would zealously defend his female boss. Excuse me, no, sorry, this was a male customer who sometimes bothered his female boss, so he came to a rescue. We only know some of these things, not from criminal records, but from Mendoza's own account, which can be somewhat self-serving, so we have to read these graphs with a grain of salt. And as I mentioned, he was deported in criminal proceedings as a youth. It's interesting to note that the Mendoza nevertheless is a tremendous hero for Jews, both in his own time and then much later as well. So we can see another comic version of Mendoza the Great, because it's hard to find heroic Jewish fighters before the Zionist movement in particular. Like, where do you go to look for these people? You go back to the biblical period, and David, Samson, wow, plenty of them. But then the scope of the Middle Ages, then it's really hard to find fighters. And Jews living under often anti-Semitic persecutorial conditions, feeling marginalized, feeling weak, feeling stereotyped. Mendoza was kind of like a, look at Mendoza. He's not. He's really what the Jew could be on a physical plane. Fascinating kind of contrast. Let us understand that when Mendoza was coming of age, this was in some ways a very bad time for Jews in England. The Jews had been expelled in the year because of war, and Jews were essentially, persona non grata in England for about 400 years. They then were readmitted under Oliver Cromwell. And I remember that, I spent a summer studying at Oxford, and they have these beautiful botanical gardens there that were built on the old Jewish cemetery. And after they expelled the Jews, they had this wide tract of land. They just removed all of the gravestones, and they built a gorgeous botanical garden. So one day, my wife and I were walking by, and she went up to the ticket window. My wife is like this. She has no fear. She's like channeling Mendoza in some ways. And she goes up to the person who takes care, and she says to them, that all of this entire garden is planted on top of a medieval Jewish graveyard. And the woman who says, "Oh, so that's why it grows so nicely," right? So there's, and so at any rate, they're kicked out in 1290. They're admitted back in the 17th century, right? 17th century, but they don't necessarily have full emancipation yet. They are slowly, and especially with Sephardim, who culturally are much more inclined to adapt to the social norms of a society, adapting its dress and its language and so on and so forth. They are making real strides towards acceptance. And in fact, this is happening on the continent. France would grant equal rights to all Sephardic Jews in 1790. They would wait another year before they gave it to the Ashkenazic Jews. And in England, there was enough of this sort of momentum that in 1753, they said, let's pass an act, informally known as the Jew Bill, that gives Jews equal rights. Passed through the House of Lords, and when it got to the House of Commons, there was such an uproar. It was a bicameral house, kind of like Senate and Congress. So the Senate, as it were, the House of Lords said, okay, it's okay. It's close enough. I think we're Americans, right? So the upper house said, sounds like a good idea. But when it got to the popular house, there was such an uproar that it was considered an insult to Christianity, that you vacated Christianity from the British Isles by admitting Jews as equal citizens. It was overturned, and this bill was dead. So England, as a government, had officially said no to Jewish emancipation, and they were kind of lost in a window of slowly increasing social rights, but legally they were still second-class citizens. There's a lot of fascinating things to contemplate with that. Perhaps we'll get to it on the next slide. This was not because of the Sephardim so much as it was because of the Ashkenazim. The Sephardim, as I mentioned, tended to adapt quite rapidly in terms of mores, behaviors, and attitudes and so on. and they tend to be wealthier as well in business. We talked about the Montefiores last week, but the Yiddish-speaking Jews from German territories, Austria, Hungary, Germany itself, they were really quite foreign, maintained their traditional modalities of dress and commerce and so on, and England just was not ready to consider them equivalent. It is important to note that England is a country that has a long tradition of philo-Semitism, that England has itself, the British people themselves, have often identified with Jews, seeing there's even a tradition that the British Isles were populated by the lost tribe of the Manasseh, that the English were actually descendants of that lost tribe. And there were some sort of, affinities drawn to the diaspora of the Jews to the condition of the British people. So there was a natural trend of philo-Semitism that we see through much of the early modern period. We see it culminating perhaps in the Balfour Declaration of 1917. At the same time, there's also a competing trend of anti-Semitism, which is it's not the same character as you will find in the continent. It's certainly not the same character of anti-Semitism you'll see in the German-speaking lands, for example. The blood libel and things like that, even though it has a history in England. The first blood libel was, of course, 1144 in Norwich, but it was not taken seriously. Instead, there was kind of like a genteel anti-Semitism that may have ascribed to Jews negative characteristics, but not necessarily ones that were fatal in nature, not ones that would necessarily imply genocidal impulse. Fagin, for example, who still about 100 years after Mendoza, 50, 60 years after Mendoza, is a classic case in point, where Dickens created this character of Fagin in Oliver Twist, who was absolutely horrific, and he was a Jew. But he was not, when you read it, he was not absolutely horrific because he was a Jew. Jewishness was just something that went along with his awfulness, like, let's say, the fact that he had red hair. His red hairness was part of his character, and Dickens, played it up, but he did not necessarily make Fagin Jewish in order to advance anti-Semitic agenda. In fact, when he was called to the carpet about it, he was horrified that people would think this of him, and he later attempted to undo it by writing about positive Jewish characters in his later works, but it's hard to undo this kind of characterization. It's hard to apologize for something when you've already offended so many. But that gives you just a sense of the kind of two worlds in which Jews could inhabit space in the British society. So let's go back to Mendoza. Here's a great picture from the period. Have a closer look at it. You notice that there's kind of like this backdrop. First of all, his pose. He probably didn't look quite this muscular. Again, remember, he's about my height and a certain number of pounds smaller than I am. And here he looks like he's really quite buff, and he's got quite a bit of pounds on me. But nevertheless, you've got all these admiring British citizens in the background, and they're all, looking in awe at his awesome physique. He's got this determined look in his eyes. Note the haircut. That will be very significant, as I will explain in a minute. And he's got his fists separated to go in the background. You have like themselves, as if he is somehow the representative of all that is good and noble in the UK, and he is going to stand for it. So his innovations, why was he a special boxer, besides the fact that, of course, he was the heavyweight champion of the world for some time? So first of all, he had a unique fighting style, which boxing websites, when I was doing research for this, will go on and on about Mendoza's style. Like it was something really unique and special for the time. I don't know how to imagine it. I wish I had some videos of it, but apparently he adopted, but most boxers of his day tended to compete in a very rigid manner. They would take their stances and essentially rely on their reach and their power and try to pummel their opponent into submission. Mendoza, on the other hand, would move a lot. That was like, it's amazing to me. They thought it was a big fetish. an innovation. They move out of the way, and someone else punches you. It takes a Yiddish stuff, I guess, to figure that out. But he apparently moved a lot. He put a lot of emphasis on footwork, on sidestepping, rather than simply standing there and trying to bend one or the other. And he would also simultaneously defend and counterattack. So every move contained both a deflection of a blow coming his way and also a simultaneous attack on his opponent. It was apparently quite deadly. From what little I know of Krav Maga, which is a form of martial art that was developed in Warsaw during the 20th century, that they have a similar kind of approach, but beyond those things. So his fighting style was apparently unique, and I can't say too much about it. He was the first fighter to charge admissions for his fights. In other words, these were not like just, okay, I'm going to meet you tomorrow at noon, and we're going to create an open space, and whoever wins. But there was a lot of money changing hands at these fights because there was gambling. And since there was a lot of gambling going on, and Mendoza also capitalized on the gambling, he and his opponents, particularly Richard Humphreys, who we'll talk about in greater detail shortly, they decided to mount their prize fights far away from the urban centers, often outdoors, but you had to commute to get there. It wasn't something that was like taught in the alleyways. And so therefore, people who went tended to have more means that they could get away from work and could afford to travel to attend these things, and then they would actually charge admission to watch these spectacles. So he applied an economic incentive to prize fighting, which of course is still true today. Haircuts. In one of his last battles, he was brutalized by an opponent who, realizing that Mendoza was very proud of his Samson-like locks, grabbed him with his left hand by his hair and with his right hand pummeled Mendoza into submission. And you have to realize that the rules of boxing at this point in the 18th century were pretty limited. And so that he could do this was legal, but was somewhat dastardly. There is a widespread notion that you will find on all these boxing websites that as a result of that particular fight, I think it was in 1795, boxers always cut their hair short. A Mendoza haircut in order to avoid this kind of situation in the future. He also had a unique sense of theater. He realized that boxing was the kind of sport that had a lot of economic potential and that there was a lot of build-up to it, the gladiatorial aspect of it, the personalities of fighters, that they could speak in advance, that they could have like trash talk. And it would be reported widely in the papers, much like it is today. And so people would be built up towards these kind of events. He pioneered that entire industry. So in many ways, Mendoza was the father of modern boxing as a whole. As opposed to just street fighting, Mendoza really took it to the level of an industry. Okay. His first fight is, I think, perhaps most indicative of where he came from. He was a young man. He was 16 years old, 1789. And the fight was so remarkable, it was actually reported in the Times, a major British newspaper. It was also mentioned in his memoirs, which we'll talk about later, and there's some interesting small discrepancies between the stories. But at any rate, at this time, he was working as a grocer, and he had apparently a big box of tarts, a big box of baked goods. And he was walking past a regiment of soldiers who were training, and he may have looked Jewish or something, but one of the soldiers stepped out and said some derogatory remarks and actually boxed him on the head. That was not a pun. He hit him on the head. And apparently he was carrying a box of tarts on his head. The box fell down. They were all crushed and ruined. And Mendoza got quite upset. And he challenged the soldier to a fight. Mendoza at this point was 16 years old, still a kid, not well developed. And the soldier was, after all, a man of war. He was near 30, and he was a bully. Mendoza did not like bullies. It's true, I think, of many small people who don't like bullies. At any rate, so the Mendoza challenged him to a fight right there, and all the soldiers thought this was hilarious. This little Jewish kid who is, he's not going to submit, and so they formed a ring right there, and in front of all the other soldiers, Mendoza completely demolished the fight. Here's the quote from the paper that the Jew, note that he's a Jew. He's not just some 16-year-old. He's a Jew. That's all you have to say about him. To the surprise of all present, gained a complete victory over the Christians. Although the man of war was near 30 and the confectioner only 16, he is now, because it was written a little bit later than the actual fight, accounted the neatest, quickest, and most active pugilist in Europe. It's kind of like a story that's validated from outside sources. He relates it in his own autobiography as a moment of, he was abused. He was undoubtedly abused in an anti-Semitic manner, and he stood up for his rights, and he won. And in fact, right after he demolished his opponent, he demanded that the regiment pay for all of the broken tarts. And right there in the spot, they gave him 5 guineas to make up his losses, and he went on his way. Anyway, interesting adolescent start to this really class fighter. He was his most famous series of fights, however, associated with this man here, Richard Humphreys. Originally, Humphreys, also a boxer, some years older than Mendoza, saw the tremendous talent in this young man, and he began to teach him and to guide him along the way. And under Humphreys' influence, Mendoza won fight after fight. He was virtually invincible. In fact, most of the fights they lost, 4 out of 37, were at the very end of his career when he was already quite a bit older. At some point, they had a falling out. The falling out was probably over a debt that Mendoza may have owed to Humphreys. He denied that he owed that debt. Humphreys was upset about it. He may have had to do something with Mendoza setting up a boxing school, not necessarily having enough funding for it. And in fact, Mendoza was plagued with debt most of his life. He married, he had a large family. He could never quite pull things together, even though he often won large prizes for his fights and often won large gambling winnings on his fights. He never could quite escape poverty, and so he was always short over money, and he was short-tempered as well. So anyone who specifically needled him on money was sure to get a very powerful rebuke. They ended up agreeing to fight to settle their debts, and at that point, it begins to acquire the aspect of theater. They had 3 well-publicized fights where the results went back and forth. Mendoza ultimately would emerge victorious from the 3rd and final fight, but it was kind of like this sustained grudge match between these 2 rivals. They had some arguments as well over training facilities. Since Humphreys had challenged Mendoza, it was up to Humphreys to provide the training facilities, and apparently, and we have to think about this in the 18th century, it's not like there are gyms and there are like professional places where you go to work out, but the very concept of working out didn't exist before the 20th century, so going someplace in order to exercise for health or strength, maybe you see that in ancient Greece, but it really wasn't part of European culture. So he put him actually in a house of ill repute. And he said, "Hey, why don't you just work out here? This is a place, it's close by, it was cheap, And Mendoza was offended with this suggestion. We know that he's not such a little wilting flower. Like, there are a lot of things we put up with, people he hung out with. He was not, for example, even though he billed himself as the Jew, he had no problem fighting on Shabbos and things like that. But he was not, we're not talking about chief rabbi material here. And he was so offended that he refused to train for his fight as long as he was placed in a bordello for his training purposes. And he has a famous quote where he says, "I rely on my excellent constitution. I have no need of training," and he'll just walk straight into the fight. So they fought three classic fights. Perhaps the most famous of them, let's see if I can zoom in on this later. The most famous of them, just to give you a sense of the kind of drama of the ring under Mendoza. I didn't actually read the caption to this, but this actually says it all. Let's see if we can. It's kind of hard to read. It's written in script. Which, by the way, most kids my 14-year-old age don't read. They don't know how to read. Here's Humphreys here, and this is Mendoza. And this is one of the seconds of Humphreys. This is the other one, a man named Johnson. These are two others who are seconds of Mendoza. They're named Jacobs and Isaacs. And they really did play up the Jewish aspect of it, as we shall see a couple of examples shortly. So he's got these Jewish seconds who are helping out. By the way, later on in life, when he was no longer capable of fighting, he also acted as a second for a boxer who was an African American who had bought his own freedom with his boxing winnings. So he had kind of like an interesting sort of career later on, supporting another outcast of society. At any rate, what happened in this particular fight, Mendoza was doing really well, and he was fighting tremendously well. Humphreys was beginning to tire. At one point, the match was going very poorly for him, so his second poured water on his stomach. Somehow that helped, and they got back into the fight. And when Mendoza was about to deliver a mighty knockout blow, Johnson stepped in and blocked the blow from his boxer, which is clearly cheating. Where you look at it, right? The second is not allowed to get in there and block the blow. That's the dramatic moment here that's shown in the picture. You can see even the Jewish secretary saying, they're like, oh, he's here. How could you do that? But somehow he did it, and there was a lot of, public excoriation. That's cheating, and Mendoza certainly would have won without that and so on. They had to have that third final match. And in fact, Mendoza did win the match. But one Mondays, and I've not seen this in print from any of the analysis, but from just reading about Mendoza in a few different articles, I get the feeling that the whole thing is probably staged. Like, this just adds to the drama and the tension. You know what? Humphreys manages to eke out, not losing badly, but he does it with cheating and so on. Come on. It just makes you want to see the next fight. It makes you want to have Mendoza win. So that's this kind of material was, in fact, in the papers every day. People would read it. The sports page saw it. This is a page, I believe, from that Oxford University press book. And this is sort of like expressing the way in which he portrayed himself. It's not exactly like I don't think this text is real. I can't read it up. But here's on a fight. Even the Prince of Wales, the future King George IV, was there at one of the fights. You definitely will see his special work in it. George IV says, "You're an honorable boxer, Mr. Mendoza, and a credit to your people." And he says, "I'm a Briton, sir." Meaning, what do you mean, your people? I'm us people. I'm you people, too. He says, "Yes, that's what I meant." So you get a little sense of the genteel anti-Semitism there. But we do know that, in fact, as I mentioned earlier, he did meet George III, the current king, before even Montefiore, before Rothschild, before Goldsmith. Any of the wealthy Jews ever got to meet him. This boxer got Mendoza him. It's a fascinating story. Apparently, he was invited to go on a fox hunt. Which is something that British people do, I guess. They get together, they get a whole bunch of horses, and they get some hounds, and they go chase after foxes, and then they kill them, or whatever they do with them. But at any rate, Daniel Mendoza, coming from the lower echelons of British society, had no idea how he was supposed to behave at a fox hunt, and apparently he broke the rules. He rode, like, you see this picture, I'm trying to figure it out, I should have done any more research. But I think all the people in the back are like the participants, and then you've got the people in the red are sort of like officiants or helpers. They're not actually stewards. They're called stewards, or stewards. Because Americans say stewards. Right? So the stewards are they're helping, right? They're somehow guiding the dogs, things like that. They send the dogs out with traps. Are the dogs supposed to trap the fox? Oh, the fox. Okay, fascinating. Fascinating. So anyway, they're running out there, and I guess the participants are not allowed to run with the hounds. The hounds run in front, and you have to run behind them or as well. So anyways, he broke the rule. I guess he raced ahead with the hound. So what happened was, happened to follow the sport in a way. This is from his memoirs, uh, which gave great displeasure to a gentleman who rode up to me and accused me of riding among the hounds and of other improper conduct. So in other words, here he is. He's at this fox hunt. He doesn't know what to do. He breaks some of the, there's some faux pas. And so some nobleman comes up to him and says, hey, you're breaking all the rules. He threatened to horsewhip me unless I altered my behavior. Not the right thing to say to the prize-winning heavyweight champion Lewis. I felt greatly irritated by his language and therefore warned him in a resolute manner not to attempt anything of the sort, and declared that if he raised his whip for such purpose, I would certainly strike him off his horse. Be the consequence what it would. My surprise was greatly excited and Clinton almost immediately afterwards that the person I had offended was none other than his grace himself. The King of England, right? That's not, the King of England comes up to that Mendoza and says, you're breaking all the rules. And he says, oh yeah, well, come down here and say that, essentially. So kind of humorous stories, but there you go. He constantly played up this Jewish David versus the Christian Goliath. Like, even though Jews did not have equal rights, he nevertheless seized on this, and he always portrayed him as kind of like a Zionist mentality of like the David versus the Goliath, all the Arab armies surrounding him. Who knows how much of an impact he had on the formation of the Jewish mindset of the youth of the 19th century? It's hard to imagine. They actually had, like, Jews would sing these little rhymes at some of their events. This one is reported also in the papers. It says, and this is a pro Mendoza Jewish taunt song, right? To taunt Richard Humphreys. My Dickie, which is Richard Humphreys, was all the delight of half the Gentiles in town. Gentile content. What a damnable shame to be spoiled by a cursed little Jew. He contemptuously viewed his opponent as David was viewed by Goliath. Right? The giant Goliath looks at David and says, why did you, am I a dog? Did you send out a boy with a stick to fight with me? So he really played up this kind of attitude, and he rode that media wave for the aggrandizement of the prophets, no doubt, at the various matches. Here's another picture from the one of these fights conducted out in the open. Mendoza is on the left, and Humphreys is on the right. He eventually wrote his memoirs at age 52. The motivation for writing memoirs most likely is deep penury. He was impoverished. He was not able to keep funds together despite accumulating great amounts. Somehow the money just disappeared. He engaged in a variety of business ventures, all of which failed, including a boxing school. He was actually sent to debtor's prison twice. His son also got in trouble and was sentenced to death for robbery. It amazes me that you could be sentenced to death for robbery. And ultimately, that was commuted, and he was deported. I believe to a penal colony in either Australia or Africa, if I'm not mistaken. But he had it. I'm sorry, Canada. Canada, we didn't take criminals over there. Anyway, he wrote these memoirs. So they're difficult memoirs because they're as most memoirs are, quite self-serving, and he glosses over a lot of the kind of darker parts of his youth in particular, but he played up the whole idea of here he's a Jew, and he's downtrodden by society as a whole, but he doesn't care, and he'll speak his mind to anyone, and he had the courage to stand up for his perception of who he was as part of the nation. In the end, he just fought too long. Like so many boxers, they keep fighting and fighting, and they don't retire as heavyweight champions. They still take another challenge and another challenge. For him, he had to grow income. He took a challenge from Gentleman John Jackson. The name is so ironic because it was Jackson who grabbed him by the hair and pummeled him mercilessly. He had a period of time. This is John Jackson's son here. Later, he got in trouble at the law again. A woman insulted his wife Esther over a debt of 18 pence, and he brutally attacked the woman, and he chased after her when she sought to flee. Definitely not cool behavior for anyone, let alone heavyweight champion of the world. When he was brought to the courthouse for this particular incident, the Jews of London flocked the streets and crowded the streets, perhaps to get a sight of Mendoza, perhaps to support him, but ultimately they were unsuccessful, and he was convicted and found guilty for that attack. So he definitely is not a poster child for all of the good character traits that we try to emulate in ourselves and our children, but nevertheless, he's a dramatic illustration of a different path for Jews that can really reach great heights. Here is a picture where he looks a little bit more like me here. This is at age 43, he came out of retirement, the first of two times he came out of retirement, and he actually won a fight after a really horrific 56-round match. And these matches, by the way, the rounds had very little break time in between them, like 30 seconds, and they just go at it and at it forever. He tried again at age 57, so I'm not quite 57 yet, but just imagine somebody like me deciding to come back out of retirement, and he was not able to win at that advanced an age, but nevertheless it shows his triumphant, his indomitable spirit, that he could not be cowed in submission. Even age would not hold him back from his attempt to defend his title, and in many ways, the fascinating sort of counterexample of the lives of Sephardic Jews in the modern era. That's it for my comments today on Daniel Mendoza. I hope you found this entertaining, maybe not enlightening, but nevertheless entertaining. God willing, we'll be back next week to talk about Judah Turo, an American Jew with Sephardic extraction. Of course, it's going to be very important because this is, after all, can you zoom in on this here, David? Can you see this? This is we are at Turo College. We are named after Judah Turo and his family, so it will be a very relevant discussion of Sephardic Jews in early North America. Thank you very much for your attention. I hope you have an excellent week. Good evening, everyone. I'm really happy to see you all. Tonight's lecture is something that's really close to me because, of course, I've been working for Turo College for about a decade now. Actually, a little longer than a decade. I'm on my 12th year now with this college. And I thought, as I was preparing the series of lectures for the Jews of Sfarad, now in the second semester with the Sephardic diaspora, I thought since Judah Turo was someone who was of Sephardic extraction, and he had a connection to my place of employment, I thought that would be a nice kind of fit. And I thought that maybe afterwards I would send a link of this lecture to all my bosses in Manhattan and get out the best of it. But I have to say that reading the biographical materials available on Judah Turo, I was surprisingly moved. I was actually, my eyes even wells up at one point when I was reading it on the Long Island Railroad. It's an incredible individual with a tragic life story and a phenomenal impact on so many thousands of Jews in his lifetime and beyond, right up until a particular story fascinating, with some surprisingly tragic elements to it that really flesh out something that's only a name to us, but we'll understand a lot more about his background by the end of this hour. Let's just do some of the good and welfare material to start with. First of all, tonight's lecture is sponsored by an anonymous donor. When I asked her if she wanted to do it in honor of any particular individual or something like that, she simply said just in honor of Jewish scholarship. So that is in fact our donor for today. Just an important reminder that this is the last class we're going to have before the Passover break. We will return on April 16th. I've mentioned in previous classes that I'm going to be leading a trip into Spain and Portugal this summer on kosher riverboat cruises, and I'm really excited about it. It's going to be great to be able to speak about the things we've discussed all year in the actual locations in Spain and Portugal. There's only 12 cabins left, which is really nice. It's almost sold out, so it's a last push for anyone who wants to participate in this wonderful opportunity. Okay. Tonight's sources, we're going to be based primarily on one somewhat hagiographic biography by Leon Werner, who was a historian who lived about 100 years ago. 1871 to 1957 are his dates. He was judged in 16 monographs, an incredible amount of, a very prolific writer, including 2 volumes of poetry, which I particularly admire for today. That is the only biography of his that has appeared, although there are some fictionalized accounts in German and in English of Judah Turel. For reasons which are, maybe we'll return to it at the end of tonight's lecture. The figure of Judah Turel was very important in 19th century German historiography. His particular life story was part of the whole Wissenschaft des Judentums model of the ideal Jew, and so his life was portrayed in some German fictionalized, serialized novels and things like that. We'll also look at some contemporary scholarship of the period. Morris A. Goodstein, who wrote The Story of the Jews of Newport, another monograph called Aaron Lopez and Judah Turel. These were major source texts for him in his monograph, and some more recent material. Not a lot has been written on Judah Turel. Bertram Cohn and Jonathan Ness. I also saw just today an article by Jonathan Sarna, a major American historian today, who wrote something interesting on the monument, the proposed monument to Judah Turel after his passing. So we'll get to that as well. Those are our main sources for today's lecture. So who exactly was Judah Turel? As I heard someone in the audience say a few minutes ago, it doesn't look happy. This is the only photograph that we have of Judah Turel that I am aware of. It's a daguerreotype. His years here are 1775 to 1854. And as one of his contemporaries remarked here, Colonel John Winthrop, it was a strong likeness of him in every way, perhaps too strong to retain the same amiability which so softened and pervaded his countenance, and which the artist has not been able to transfer. In other words, he's much better looking in real life, much less angry looking in real life. I can say from his biography that's certainly true, but he did live a life of great solitude. A failed love affair early on in his life was the end of his romantic life, and lived alone, a very simple lifestyle, very incredibly successful businessman with very few social contacts, only reserved a small circle of friends that he's closely associated with, and yet at the end of his life, in particular, a tremendous during his life as well that remained hidden until his past. So this is the man whose life we're going to study from 1775 to 1854. Let's look at his poetic background. The story, as you recall, that we've been following since the turn of the semester, lots of Jews we talked about, for example, the Sudan making it out to Eastern Europe. We spoke about the Abazanel in Italy. We talked about Ustre also in Italy. Last year we spoke about Da Costa making it to Amsterdam. And there are many Jews who made it all out to the Americas. In particular, at this time, there are many Jews who actually went to Portuguese-held territory in Brazil. You'll recall that the experience of Spanish and Portuguese Jewry were somewhat distinct. Many Spanish Jews tried to evade the oppression of the Inquisition by fleeing in 1492 or earlier across the border into Portugal proper. And once they lived there, they found that their refuge was very short-lived, and ultimately the Inquisition came to Portugal as well, and it represented tremendous hardship for the Jews living there. Over the course of the next 100 and 200 years, Portuguese Jewry sought to escape, all the while maintaining their identity outwardly as Christians and retaining their Jewish identity at home. So that's the origins of the Toro family in particular. Many of these Portuguese Jews made it to Brazil because that was under Portuguese control at the time, and they were hoping that by moving from the center to the periphery, they would be able to escape the clutches of the Inquisition. This was unfortunately not the case. The Inquisition followed Portuguese and Spanish Jewry into the New World, with several major auto da fe public burnings of suspected Judaizing Christians. You have many of these Portuguese Jews living in Brazil at this time. And Brazil, of course, is a highly religious territory. Once the Inquisition came there, it was unusually strong. So it happened that many of the Jews, these Portuguese Jews, were living in the northern section that was conquered by Holland briefly between 1630 and 1654. Holland, unlike Portugal, had tremendous religious freedom. Amsterdam, of course, was this bastion of liberal values in general and tolerance for all faiths. And so a lot of these Portuguese Jews who had been posturing as Christians for generations said, okay, it's Mardi Gras. So once Dutch rule came to northern Amsterdam, all of these Jews began to show their true colors and were outwardly practicing as Jewish. This, of course, was a death sentence when the Dutch lost Brazil. And with the overcoming of the Portuguese, that meant that the Jews who were once again under Portuguese control simply had to flee. So you had a few dozen Jews leaving Recife who eventually ended up in this part of the world. You may recognize that as Lower Manhattan, because at that point, Lower Manhattan was, of course, New Amsterdam, was still under Dutch control. And so these erstwhile Portuguese Jews moving to Brazil to try and get from the center to the periphery, and then when it becomes Dutch, they say, all right, let's try it out. Let's see if we can represent ourselves as Jews. And when the Portuguese come back, they flee. They end up here in New Amsterdam, which of course is New York City. And then from New Amsterdam, many of them moved out to Newport, which was at the time a bustling industry. And that's where we're going to pick up the specifics of the Judah Turo story, because a small number of these Portuguese Jews had made it to Newport, and in 1658, 15 Jewish families from Poland came directly to Newport, Rhode Island, to join those few Portuguese families that started there, and included among them Judah Turo's father, Isaac. Okay. Are you able to get this over here, David? Does it show up? Can you see the Turo, or is it too low? Okay. Okay. There we go. So that's basically the story. That's how the Turos come to America. Let's look at that in particular. Isaac Turo is the important person in this particular story. Here's a drawing of the Portuguese synagogue in Amsterdam. And remember, Portuguese, these are the Jews who have lived for who knows how many generations as Christians, and then when they finally get to a liberal place like Amsterdam, then they begin to express their Jewish identity. The name Torah occurs many times in the community records. One Abraham Turek is named as the Rabbi de Terra Santa, which means the treasurer of the Holy Land Society. We talked about the FIDA. There are many organizations that were collecting money for the benefit of the Jews living in Israel. And so Abraham Turrell was one of those officials in Amsterdam who was responsible for that. He was also Parnas in 1682, meaning he was the president of the Jewish community in Amsterdam, a very prestigious position. One of his descendants is Isaac Turrell, shown here, who was born in 1738 as a cantor, possibly more like a rabbinic position without necessarily having smicha, without necessarily, at least for officiating in synagogues and performing a lot of life cycle functions. He moved to the New World and he actually bounced around quite a bit. He served in Curacao, Suriname, New York, and Jamaica before he eventually joined these Jews living in Newport, where he met his wife. He served as the spiritual leader of the famous Turrell Synagogue. Well, this is the building that's located in Newport. It has some interesting architectural and configurations, but it included, among other things, that people could escape because they were always concerned they might have to escape at the last minute. It's a very fascinating synagogue. Electric devices. No, I just made that up. Okay. Right, you knew that. Anyways, he ended up in Newport, which was not, of course, called the Turrell Synagogue back then, but nevertheless, it has been associated with his floor now. So what's happening is that Isaac Turrell, the Chazan who moved from Holland to Newport, he marries Raina Hayes of Boston, an important person in Jewish life shortly. They had 3 children, and the American Revolution ended up becoming very much an American patriot. And this never happens in the modern age where a father and a son have different political viewpoints. But anyway, the father, was concerned with the Revolutionary War, and so he ended up leaving Newport with the Torah schools and took them to New York City, where he had some protection from the British government. And then when the American Revolution expanded still further, he ended up moving to Jamaica, where he served as a rabbi in Kingston. After living through this New York winter, I don't know why anyone would want to go to Jamaica for the position, but that's where he set up a shtetl. Unfortunately, he died the year after, and so Judah, his son, was only 8 years old at the time. So following the trail here, Isaac, the father, comes from Holland, moves to a few places in the New World, settles in Newport and marries there. And then with the revolution, he makes his way down to Jamaica and unfortunately passes away, leaving his widow with their young children. She decides to go back to Newport, and the children are raised in the home of her brother-in-law, Moses Michael Hayes. It's very important. American patriots. Judah is raised from the age of 8 in the home of his uncle, Michael Hayes, Moses Michael Hayes. Hayes, unlike his father, who was a Tory, Hayes is an American patriot who supports the revolutionary efforts, and he also has some rather unique, broad-minded values. And this is a small section from an abolitionist named Samuel May, who was a Ben Bias, was a regular householder in the Hayes home, a Christian, and he writes in his memoirs about what it was like visiting the Hayes so often. He writes here, both Uncle and Aunt Hayes, for so I called them, were fond of children, particularly of me, and I was permitted to stay with them several days and even weeks together, and I can never forget not merely their kind, but their conscientious care of me. I was the child of Christian parents, and they took special pains that I should lose nothing of my religious training so long as I was permitted to abide with them. Every night I was required on going to bed to repeat my Christian hymn and prayer to them, or else to an excellent Christian servant woman who lived with them many years. I witnessed their religious exercises, their fastings, and their prayers, and was made to feel that they worship the unseen, almighty, and merciful one. Of course, I grew up without any prejudice against the Jews or any other religionists, because they did not believe as my father and mother believed. A beautiful short passage of a longer section here that describes how the Hayes home was clearly religious in nature, that we have their fasting and their prayers, and the young Christian child who was a ben bias there. I don't even know what the right English term for ben bias is. Someone who's a child who's constantly underfoot in your home and a regular guest without any invitation necessary. Usually your kids' best friends, like my girls' best friends are constantly eating at our house. I send a bill every 6 months to their parents, that kind of thing. He was in their house, and when he would sleep over, for whatever reason, the parents are out of town, who knows, he would always be, the Hayes would make sure that he did his regular Christian things, and they confirmed that while they had their own religious identity clearly well entrenched in their identity. So it gives you a sense of what kind of home Judah must have grown up in from his very impressionable age. And it also says something about the kind of values that he imbibed, that one which maintained a strong identity rooted in the Jewish tradition, but at the same time quite tolerant and even promoting the religiosity of others simultaneously. It's an interesting kind of combination that you do not see so often anymore. Unfortunately, here is the beginning of the tragic part. He fell in love with his first cousin, the daughter of the Hayes family. So here he is, a young orphan who's living in his uncle's home and growing up in close proximity with young Catherine, who was born right about the same time he was. And he falls deeply in love with her, and she with him. And he begs her father's permission to marry, and he denies. It's not the issue of, I'm trying to pronounce this word, consanguinity. Is that right? I hear from okay, thank you. It's not the issue so much of that it would be illegal in either Jewish law or in secular law for them to marry. Probably not recommended, but for whatever reason, we do not know. The sources are sparse in this area. The father objected and would not allow Judah to marry his daughter. He tries a couple of interesting stratagems to keep them apart. At the age of 23, when the love affair is still not going away, and Catherine isn't going to date anybody else, so he says, okay, and Judah, by the way, at this point is working in his international import-export business. He says, Judah, I want you to lead a ship that's going to go all the way to the Mediterranean. It'll take you 2 years to manage this particular mission. And his hope was, at least in the assessment of the Rabbi for Werner, that, after 2 years of separation, she'll meet someone else, maybe he'll meet someone else, and, their puppy love will die out. It's also a pretty dangerous mission. He ends up being attacked by pirates. He survives the venture. He actually saves the cargo. He ends up becoming a huge success. He comes back 2 years later, mission accomplished with a phenomenal amount of positive results to the venture. But the father says, no way, no way can I let you not marry my daughter. So Judah importunes him, and so Hayes fires him and says, you're out of a job, find someplace else to live. So Judah Turo, not sure what to do with himself at this point. Right now, all of his efforts to marry Catherine are blocked. In Newport, it's a small town dominated by his would-be father-in-law. There's no way for him to go out and make a fortune, so he heads off to the most likely place where he goes to New Orleans, which at this point is an extremely important port, as we shall see, and he thinks he'll make his fortune there. Perhaps he'll be able to return after he's an established individual with his own home and so on. Perhaps then he'll be able to marry Catherine. Turns out that never happens. He never marries, she never marries, And at the end of our lecture, you'll see they actually die within a few days of each other. And kind of a star-crossed lover sort of story. At any rate, let's bear in mind how that must have had an impact on his growth as an individual. He shows up in New Orleans as a young man, now in his 20s. The population of his port city was about 8,000, and this was prior to the U.S. possession of New Orleans. It was still before the Louisiana Purchase. But he realized that this would be a really important port for the entire continent because it's at the bottom of the Mississippi Basin on the Gulf. You know, tremendous opportunities there for South America, North America. It's good climate for lots of international trade and so on. This is well before Katrina, obviously, but I thought that it would be excellent. And by 1840, just 4 decades later, it became the 4th busiest port in the world. You understand the context of it here. Only London, Liverpool, and New York were bigger than New Orleans as a port, with more cargo going in there. And it was actually the 3rd largest city in the U.S. and the wealthiest per capita city. So by 1840, the wealthiest city in the Union, based on per capita basis, was in fact New Orleans. So his gamble was well planned, and really it worked out for him because he became a phenomenally wealthy individual there, working in mercantile endeavors. He owned several ships, some of them captained by Daniel Marcy, shown here, who later became a representative to New Hampshire. And these ships I tried to get some pictures of them. Some of the ones I've seen in books really wouldn't reproduce well, but these massive 2-ton ships with 4 or 5 large masts, constantly carrying goods all over the world, all in focus in the hands of this one individual, Judah Turo, who is sending them left and right and managing every single detail of his far-flung business enterprises with a tremendous degree of concentration and attention to detail. And then one story that I read about was he sent out his clerks to buy him a new cloak, and before the clerk could come back, another vendor came into the store saying that they're on sale for $2 cheaper at a different store. So he sent that clerk to go buy it for $2 cheaper. And then when the clerk came back, he told him to return the cloak. So in other words, he saved himself $2, which is, okay, maybe it would be the equivalent of $50 or $60 today, but still, for an incredibly wealthy man, not a lot of money. But at the same time, he wrote a $5,000 check to tzedakah to charity on that same day. So he may be very parsimonious with his own parsimonious. Did I pronounce that right? Thank you. Are you an English teacher? Because he nodded at the other one too. English major, thank you. There's one word I used to get wrong all the time, reverberate. I used to say reverberate, it's reverberate. Anyways, so Judah Turo may be very, very particular about $1 or $2 here or there for his own personal needs, but extremely philanthropic and generous with his money, as we shall see shortly. Here's the center of his business in New Orleans, massive buildings. Imagine these pictures for like the 1840s, really quite significant. Compare that to Macy's on 34th Street and buildings like that. Really quite incredible facilities. He himself occupied a tiny office, and he never moved from it for the entire duration of his business career. He had no need for the big corner office with lots of windows, things like that. He was just very content to work in his own small home. He had an apartment rather than a house, which was very simply ended all his life while becoming tremendously wealthy. He had, as I mentioned, very few friendships. He lived a very private life, especially after his woundings in the War of 1812. One of his best friends was this man here, who was later his literary his executor. And by the way, I should mention, I mentioned earlier, part of the reason why we're so dependent on a few biographies is because, like Montefiore, his contemporary, Judah Turo insisted that all of his personal papers be burned after his death. We don't know, for example, what kind of correspondence he carried on with Christina in New York, with Catherine, thank you. Christina would probably not be appropriate. Catherine in Newport, but he left over like a slew of business papers, of bills of lading and things like that, but his personal papers were lost. It probably took several days to complete all the burning. But we do know about him from other people who wrote in their own memoirs about him. One of those is stories that we have about his friendship with Reverend David Shepherd that was cemented in particular on one dramatic moment on the battlefield. This is from the biography of Andrew Jackson by James Parton. And I'm going to read you a section about Judah Turlow here. So Judah Turlow, the far-famed and far-beloved philanthropist of New Orleans, on this day, January 1st, 1815, served his country in a capacity much more dangerous than that of a combatant. When the state was invaded, Mr. Turlow was attached to the regiment of the Louisiana militia. After performing severe labors as a common soldier in the ranks, Mr. Turlow, on the 1st of January, volunteered his services to aid in carrying shot and shell from the magazine to Humphrey's battery. In this humble but perilous duty, he was seen actively engaged during the terrible cannonade with which the British opened that day, regardless of the cloud of iron missiles which flew around him and which made many of the stoutest hearted cling closely to the embankment or seek some shelter. But in the charge of duty, this good man knew no fear and perceived no danger. It was while thus engaged that he was struck in the thigh by a 12-pound shot, which produced a ghastly and dangerous wound. What ended up happening is that he is lying on the battlefield, bleeding out, being hit somewhere in the thigh, and this man, Reverend Shepherd, ran out there, grabbed his own body and dragged him back to safety, got him to medical attention. Apparently took close to a year for him to recuperate, but it ultimately saved his life, and they maintained a very close friendship for years thereafter. He was one of the few associates, a non-Jew, who was very close with the Torah. But I think it's interesting to contemplate how here, by 1815, he's really quite a wealthy man. He's been living in New Orleans for a dozen years, and yet he volunteers for the militia, and he's out there doing the grunt work of carrying shot to the battery to be able to reload, to allow the soldiers out there to reload. Incredibly dangerous work for a businessman who at this point is in his late 30s, early 40s. It's really quite impressive that he would personally undertake that kind of heroic activity. And it shows his patriotism as well. Now let's turn a little bit to his Jewish life. He was not especially gregarious, as I mentioned earlier. He didn't like going to synagogue very much, in particular because the first synagogue in New Orleans was not Sephardic. There was a German synagogue there, and he was not very fond of it, and so he rarely participated. He doesn't show up as one of the more generous members. Later, when the Sephardic synagogue would be established, then, like Montefiore, he has kind of like a change in his attitudes and ends up becoming a very regular attendee of services and so on. So he obviously had some deep attachment to his Sephardic roots. And he was also secretly, at this point, giving thousands of dollars to charities all over America and across the world. We've already mentioned last week when we spoke about Montefiore that he donated $50,000, incredible sum at the time, to the Alms House, which is right by Montefiore's windmill, in an attempt to provide a livelihood for the dispossessed of Israel. But he began to sort of seed money of $5,000 here, $5,000 there, to all kinds of congregations all over the eastern seaboard, both Ashkenazi and Sephardic. He even was quite interested in the practice of Jews in exotic countries. At that point, the Jews of Kaifeng in China were discovered. So you can see some of those Jews from that region. And he gave thousands of dollars to able to support this struggling community, which amazingly was not able to make a go out of it, even though they had such tremendous proximity to authentic Chinese food. They simply could not attract enough Ashkenazim to keep it going, even on December 24th. Here, but his philanthropy went far beyond Jewish life as well. And he was an incredible supporter of non-Jewish causes as well. And this is, I think, something signal about Judah Touro and also about the Jewish experience in America. We know from Talmudic sources that the rabbis enjoin the Jewish community to support communal causes, even if they are primarily benefiting non-Jews. The Talmud says explicitly that the Jews have to support non-Jewish graveyards, non-Jewish hospitals, and non-Jewish orphanages, that we are required to support the general community as well as our own. And this is something that Judah Touro took very seriously, and for which he is probably much more well-known than he is for his Jewish activities. And here's one interesting story written from a Christian minister in 1855. So there was a church, the first Congregational church in New Orleans, that had gone bankrupt, and they were going to be evicted from their premises. So he writes, Mr. Touro became the purchaser without any conditions expressed or implied as to what disposition he should make of it, meaning of the building. Then we were few, feeble, impoverished, and bankrupt, and noble Israelites snatched us from the jaws of destruction. From that day up to its conflagration in 1849, he held it for our use, receiving not enough in the way of compensation for keeping it in repair. He might have torn the church down and reared in the site a block of stores whose income by this time would have amounted to $500,000. He was urged to do so, and at once replied to a gentleman who made a very liberal offer for the property that there was not money enough in the world to buy it. Immediately after its destruction, he bought a new building for us, meaning after the church burned down in 1849, he paid for a new building for the congregation, where we have worshipped till now, free of charge. Is there a Christian society in New Orleans that has ever offered to help us? It's an amazing time to use the term from the Jewish sources, a kiddush Hashem, a tremendously public action of kindness that would be hard to imagine happening today so easily, particularly in the kind of strained relations we often have intercommunally. But this is not Judah Touro. Judah Touro, like his would-be father-in-law, was very tolerant of all faiths while clinging very strongly to his own, and he put his money where his mouth is. Let's have a look at some of the philanthropic causes that he was involved with. He established New Orleans' first lending library. I believe it is the first lending library in the United States of America, meaning a free public library. This is something that I know appealed to Dr. Rothschild when he established the name Touro, because here Judah was clearly very interested in public education, and free education, and providing for the community as a whole. This is a picture of the building that Touro built in New Orleans. He was also very involved in healthcare initiatives. He created this Touro Infirmary that you'll see some of the buildings of it. He contributed, by the way, he created the hospital, which is known today in New York as Mount Sinai. That came from Touro's seed funding. And he also was associated with many universities. Tulane University, for example, has the Touro medals, which are awarded to their top students in several fields. And really quite impressive. His name, particularly in the South, is all over the place because of the tremendously generous donations that he gave. There are so many stories about how he secretly gave money. In one occasion, I recall reading in some of the letters that were preserved that he heard that a particular building was falling down, and he said, "Listen, I'll give you money. Please do not reveal where this first came from." And by the way, when I walked by it the other day, I saw that the entire road leading up to it was rather empty. So listen, I'd like to pay you to make sure that the road leading up to your facility is also put in good repair. And once again, has to be done completely confidentially. So a tremendously generous individual who was looking to do something productive with his funds. Really quite amazing. Now, let us turn to his legacy, which is fascinating and complicated in many ways. He was ultimately passed away in New Orleans, but he asked to be reinterred next to his mother. He wanted to be buried next to his mother. Of course, that would have been close to Catherine, who also died just a few days after him. And was also buried there. This is actually his gravestone. In his funeral cortege, all of the orphans in New Orleans followed his hearse because he had supported 6 orphanages. He had maintained the facilities and the costs of 6 orphanages in the city. So we brought all the children out to walk behind his cortege as he was taken off for burial. And at that point, Jewish society thought we should really erect an appropriate monument to Judah Turo. I forgot to mention, by the way, that in his will, he gave away $500,000 to Jewish causes all over America. And I should have done the calculations, I apologize. But $500,000 in 1854 would probably be somewhere in the neighborhood of, who knows, $20 billion today. It's hard to imagine that kind of money. Imagine Bill Gates plus Steve Jobs plus whoever giving away all their wealth. There's no children. They give all their wealth. Well, maybe not Steve Jobs, but someone wealthy giving away lots of money and credit. He gave away money to his family. He gave away $5,000 to Catherine. He did not realize that she was going to pass away shortly. But this incredible, windfall for struggling congregations essentially established them and allowed them to continue well into the 20th century. So anyways, they thought, let's build a monument. And they sketched out a couple of large, statues where you could see his figure and you could get a sense of who this individual was. But there was a German Jewish traveler who would make a name for himself later by writing a book called Drei Jahre in America, 3 years traveling through America. He went by the name Binyamin Hashemi, which was in echo of Benjamin of Tudela, a famous medieval traveler. This was another traveler who made his way through America and went back to Europe to tell the story of his experience there. And he devoted 20 pages in his memoirs to how he vigorously fought against the monument for Turo, not because he had anything against Judah Turo as an individual. In fact, he praised his country, but he really maintained that a plastic image, a stone image, would be contravening the basic tenets of Judaism. To make a statue that would be quasi-worship would be so antithetical to Jewish values that really could not happen. And Binyamin Hashemi, the second Benjamin, held the day, and so as a result, no specific memorial other than the gravestone was erected to Judah Turo, although his legacy is celebrated in many other ways. And of course, the most important way that we should talk about today is how he was associated with this institution, Turo College. So without, we could easily spend the entire hour speaking about the founding of Turo College, which maybe we'll get around to sometime in the series. But let's just take a minute to see what is the connection with Turo, why Turo. So this is the founder of Turo College, Dr. Bernard Lander, Rabbi Dr. Bernard Lander, who at the age of 54 decided he would just give up his prestigious position at another important university in this city and just start his own college. And everyone thought he was crazy except for his wife, who said, go ahead and do it. She was his main support. And he set about with tremendous success to create this massive institution, which now has campuses in Jerusalem, Los Angeles, Moscow, Berlin. We have 18,000 students worldwide. I mean, it's an incredible institution. We are the single largest provider of healthcare graduates in the state of New York. And it's an incredible kind of achievement. 5 medical schools. We go on with these things. How did he come to choose the name Turo College? So this is the official biography here by Peter Weiss called The Lander Legacy. It's actually a pretty good read. I did enjoy it thoroughly. And it appears that when he was tossing about for names for this college, he had to find some kind of, motivational figure to start this project. It was rather rushed, and in 1969, an important member of the organizational committee had to register a name for a state charter. So Leon Rice chose the name the Hebrew College of Brooklyn. Now, it happened that Dr. Lander was not pleased with that impromptu name that was filled out essentially for to have a name. We can't just start a college for a name because he felt it was too limited. First of all, our mission at Torah College is really a dual mission. Dr. Lander articulated this vision where Torah College would serve the traditional Jewish community in a culturally sensitive manner, but at the same time, Torah would also be dedicated to serving traditionally underserved communities. That's why we have, for example, a medical school in Harlem. We don't normally put medical schools in Harlem, but that's kind of Dr. Lander's vision. So he felt that the Hebrew College, and just in Brooklyn, that's way too limited. So we had to cast about for other names. So the other names that came up was thought, okay, how about, because it is such a visionary and unusual kind of place, let's call it New College. The only problem is, New College that was taken. Lots of new colleges around. There was a new college where I was educated in Toronto, a new college in Oxford, so you can't just call it New College. So then they said, okay, how about naming it after Israel's first chief rabbi and called Herzl College. There is, by the way, a Herzl College in Israel right now. But they were concerned, well, maybe the family wouldn't like that. Maybe the family has other plans with it, so Herzl College didn't fly either. And here's my thought. They thought, okay, what about extremely important individual in the founding of Israel, because Dr. Land is very Zionist and very much pro-Israel. How about we name the school after Rabbi Abraham Isaac Kook? And then Dr. Land said, no, and what will happen is the students will be called cookies, that just won't work in English. But we could have it Cook College. That's not impossible. So ultimately, after a long discussion of many of the options, Dr. Lander decided on the name Torah College after Isaac because of his religious credentials and his service as a Chazan, and after Judah because of his tremendous philanthropy and his tremendous love of the Jewish people and the American people. And I think, humbly, it was a very appropriate choice, because a lot of the values of the college, the fact that we will have, these tremendous programs in the Bronx and the kind of neighborhoods where there are food deserts, but there's not an education desert. And at the same time, we have, one of the largest undergraduate programs. I think we are the largest undergraduate college for Jewish students in the world, maybe outside of Israel. But those two kind of visions are very much, exemplified by the life and work of Judah Torah. I have one more photograph, just for my own satisfaction. Here's a picture of me with Dr. Lander. This is me here with some here with still a little bit darker. Rabbi Senior, Rabbi Senior and I were involved in setting up a campus in Miami Beach. I have many personal memories of the brief number of years that I knew him.
It's not like that, but I don't like
I was through him, but I think I really channel the ideas of Judah Torah, and hopefully we can represent those well to the next generation with our student body. And that's the presentation of Judah Torah. I hope you found this fascinating and as inspirational as I did. And I hope you all have a tremendously wonderful Passover. Look forward to seeing you on April 16th. Thank you.
an issue.
As you are well aware, the pattern that we've set for the past couple of years actually is to do biographies. We look at the historical period through the lens of one specific perspective to try to understand how that person lived their lives and what kind of information we can glean about the surrounding society from their particular experience. Tonight we're going to do something a little bit different. We can do several things differently, but the most important change for tonight's theme is we're going to look at the macro theme. We're going to look at the Holocaust. We look at large, specifically how it affected Sephardim. I'm tempted in future years perhaps to return to this topic in a biographical format, but for now we have to take a broader approach, primarily because much of this has been largely ignored by the scholarly community, as we shall see shortly. So let's do the good and well very quickly. Tonight's lecture is sponsored by Richard Moreno, Lieutenant Richard Moreno, who sponsored actually quite a few of our lectures. If you are interested in sponsoring a lecture, we have 2 left for the season, which are yet unsponsored. Next week is Lazarus. The week after, we have the Crypto Jews, also another thematic. And then we will go on to Rabbi Safe to close the class. So 2 of those are still unsponsored. The website is bit.ly at Friends of Jewish History, or just contact the office. We would love to have your sponsorship. Let's go to the subject at hand, though. The Holocaust in Sephardic lands, or the Sephardic experience of the Holocaust, is subject to what one scholar called a double occlusion, meaning a double hiding. And there's 2 elements to this. The first is that the Holocaust is overwhelmingly understood as an Ashkenazic experience. When you look at popular culture, the victims of the Nazi genocide inevitably have their language inflected with Yiddish or Polish, perhaps French, German, Dutch, but you rarely hear Arabic as one of the languages spoken by the victims of the Holocaust. This is a grave distortion of the historical record. To be sure, the vast majority of the victims of Hitler's tyranny over Europe were Ashkenazic Jews, but there's significant numbers, tens of thousands, perhaps hundreds of thousands, that hail from Greece in particular, from Turkey, North Africa, and their experience has largely gone unstudied. Even the Greek Jews, who are perhaps the most European, and their experience was most closely related to their Polish brethren to the north. And this is a highly unfortunate situation. There are only a handful of scholars who are doing any significant work on the Holocaust in Sephardic lands for a variety of reasons, but it has meant that the story of these tens of thousands of victims have gone untold. I'd like to rectify that very briefly tonight in a tiny way so that, especially after Yom HaShoah that was just commemorated a few days ago, we can understand a little bit more of the scope of the devastation of the Third Reich. That's the first occlusion, is within popular culture, the Holocaust affected Sephardic lands is not well known. The second occlusion is that within the academic world, I speak for myself as someone who associates with other academics and historians, there's just not much talk about the Holocaust and how it affected Sephardim. And if it's not being generated in the academic world, where we are capable of studying these arcane and sometimes ridiculous things, then how are we going to push this out to the popular world? So in tonight's short lecture, I hope to try and address that a little bit from an academic perspective. We're just going to do a sweeping overview of the Holocaust in the Sephardic lands in order to understand a little bit more of what we are missing in terms of the larger picture. Perhaps one of the problems that has plagued the field of historians and also, by extension, popular culture is the fact that the Sephardic experience was far from uniform. And we can say certain generalities about the experience of Ashkenazi Jews, particularly if we try to, focus on Eastern Europe as opposed to Western Europe. Maybe we can break it down a little bit by country, because each country had its own unique experience. Hungarian Jews, for example, had a very different experience than, let's say, Polish Jews, certainly than French Jews or Dutch Jews. But the Sephardic Jews, especially those from places like Tunisia and Libya, totally different from what was experienced north of the Mediterranean basin. So that's made it much more difficult for scholars as a whole. This is a fascinating photograph showing some Greek Jews in a displaced persons camp holding a mass wedding, a celebration of life writ large in 1946, a rather joyous occasion that gives a sense of the life that reverberated from the ashes of the Holocaust. That's our next metaphor. I believe it. Okay. So let us just quickly, in the context of Yom HaShoah, and as a lead up to understanding the distinctions with the Sephardic experience, let me just very briefly catalog what we know about the Ashkenazic experience. I know that many of you are deeply familiar, perhaps personally familiar with these things, either through your own experiences, perhaps, certainly through parents and extended relatives, but I'd like to give you a little bit more of an academic perspective. And in so doing, I would like to introduce you to one of the most significant debates that historians have had since the 1950s over the interpretation of the Holocaust. Basically, there are two main scholarly groups in approaching the big questions about the Holocaust. And when I say big questions, I mean things like, how could it possibly happen? How is it that an entire continent could participate in the murder of millions of its citizens? How is it possible that such a complex system of murder and bureaucracy of murder that requires detailed coordination of everything from arranging the train schedules to dropping off supplies to processing the recycled gold teeth and eyeglasses and prosthetic limbs of the murdered Jews? How is it possible that the entire continent would bend itself to this single nefarious task? Why was there no collective resistance? Why was there no one standing up and saying, hey, wait a second, we can't do this? Literally, no one, except for partisans hiding in the woods and maybe a few people in underground bunkers. There was really no major resistance against it. We'll talk about France, well, perhaps not today, but these are some of the big questions of the Holocaust. So two schools developed. The first school is called the intentionalist school. The most important intentionalist, perhaps you've heard the name, is a great historian named Lucy Davidowitz. And he's essentially following a model that was created, a philosophical model of the Holocaust that was created in the context of the Nuremberg war trials. 1946, 1947, right after World War II ends, immediately the Cold War begins. And America and Russia are locked in this global conflict to try and establish domination over Europe. And the assets of Europe, particularly the human assets, like the German rocket scientists and so on, are hotly sought after. And the allegiance of the populations, many of whom were either pro-Nazi or were willing to go along with the thing, have to be secured in order to ensure that either America and democracy or conversely the Soviet Union and communism can dominate what would eventually become a divided Europe. And so what was necessary for the Allies in the war trials is they wanted to wrap things up really quickly. They wanted to find who was guilty, hopefully not a very large circle of people, punish them, and let's move on. That was really the strategy of the justices at Nuremberg, is they wanted to find the guilty, punish them, and move on. So it's important that, for example, Western Germany should realize that, yes, we have to throw in our lot with the Allies, and we have to face arrest, and we have to democratize, and you just can't do that if you're going to hold guilt over a society for decades and generations. So they came up with a legal strategy, which we can question as historians today, which posited that the reason the Holocaust happened was that Hitler formed a conspiracy with a tightly knit group of individuals, particularly those associated with the SS. And with this small group of people, perhaps a few hundred, they were able to essentially dupe the rest of the continent into going along with the process of murder. The Poles really didn't know what was happening in the fields around Silesia, and the Germans near Dachau, they thought they were some kind of factory there. They had no idea. This is the model of the intentionalists, and it worked fairly well for a long time. A very small number, 10 people were hanged at Nuremberg, and they established clear criteria for who was a war criminal and who was not. And basically, Shalom al-Nazi. At that point, we kind of like wrapped things up. We were able to try and rebuild Europe, Marshall Plan, and so on. So that's the intentionalist school, which says fundamentally that Hitler intended it from the very beginning and created a model that invited co-conspirators and kept everyone else out in the cold. This model held up until the 1950s, when many historians, Martin Rothschild in Europe, began to poke holes and say, wait a second, it doesn't really make sense, because we see a few things that argue against this trend. For example, why was it that the ghettos really didn't get established until 1940? Why didn't, if Hitler really intended it from the beginning, why didn't he start right away? And furthermore, why is it that Jews were still allowed to leave? And why is it that Hitler actually set up two different repatriation plans, one in the island of Madagascar, another one in the region of Poland, where it seemed like he was trying to transport Jews as opposed to murder them all? Why is it that the mass murder only begins in 1941 and the death camps only begin in 1942? These dates just don't make sense with the intentionalist model. It really should have been earlier if that was the conspiracy. So a more sophisticated, my humble opinion, a more sophisticated model called the functionalists began to rise. The functionalists argued that certainly Hitler was an anti-Semite of perennial proportions, a Malay. There's nothing to say about that. This is not diminishing in any way his dastardly intentions for the Jewish people. However, he and his co-conspirators, so to speak, only stumbled across elements of the Holocaust when they saw that people were willing to go along with it. When they radicalized one aspect or another of the legislation, and we saw that no one's bothering us. Like, for example, Kristallnacht, we have a massive pogrom all across the country. We burn, hundreds of synagogues, break lots of glass, 260 people are killed. And what happens? Nothing. People slap us on the wrist by writing op-eds in the New York Times, and nothing really changes. So you know what? We can get away with it. And bit by bit, the Nazi regime was radicalized until Operation Barbarossa, which is where we're going to pick up the story at this point. So the functionalists would argue that the Holocaust was a function of the war. As the war became more brutalized and more seemed to be possible, then the idea of actually murdering all of the Jews of Europe dawned in Hitler's mind, and he was able to actually implement it through a terrible degree. So that's a big, and so for example, to give you a sense of who's a modern functionalist, most modern historians adhere to this model of understanding. And you have people like David Goldhagen, who wrote a book called Hitler's Willing Executioners, which is instructive, meaning that German citizens as a whole were willing to go along with the plan. By focusing on Hitler narrowly, we miss the larger story, which is a deeply embedded anti-Semitism, or at least an apathy in society that is willing to see this minority population murdered. And we have many examples of corroborating evidence, for example, from the world of psychology, the Milgram experiment, the Zimbardo experiment. Perhaps we have more leisure, we would look at it. But let's look at the essential timeline of how the Holocaust played out within the context of the intentionalist versus functionalist debate. So perhaps the first thing that Hitler embarked on at the beginning of the war, September 1939, is the concentration of Jews. And this happened in a haphazard manner throughout all of the occupied territories. There did not seem to be a coherent plan as to what exactly this concentration was for, but ultimately, and we should note also that these concentrations, which are called ghettos, of course, many of them did not have any kind of barriers other than administrative ones. Meaning they would simply put out a map. This is the Jewish region. You must live in the Jewish section of town. And if a Jew is caught outside of the section, especially when a year after the war begins, they institute formal badges and armbands for Jews, the person could be shot for being outside of the region. But there's no external constraints on the wall keeping them from living within the ghetto. Two types of ghettos develop. Some, like in the Polish city of Łódź, seem to operate on the model that the purpose of the ghetto was slave labor. And so the way to survive, the whole culture of the strange culture of the ghetto was built around earning a work permit. So you could work, let's say, in the textile factories that populated Łódź, and then you would be able to get rations to feed your family. Other ghettos, like Warsaw, shown here, were understood to be simply holding pens for Jews to starve. That they were there to just attritionist places where Jews were given, for example, the daily rations for Jews in the Warsaw ghetto was 150 calories, which is basically like a few potato skins. Average, I just did one of those breathing tests today, and they told me that I need to eat 1850 calories per day. I said that's per day, right? Not like half a day and then another 1850 at night, so no, per day. So an adult male has to eat about 1800 calories. Jews would eat about 150 calories. So they were like intended for starvation. The starvation was in fact the occurrence in most of these ghettos, which remained intact basically from the beginning of the war of 1939 until the spring of 1942, when the next stage was deportation. But before we get to the deportation, understand that one of the great turning points around which functionalists and intentionalists have a tremendous amount of debate is the significance of Operation Barbarossa. Looking at the war militarily, one of the things that Hitler was well aware of was that Germany has this geographic problem whenever it fights a war. We've seen it many times in German history. Germany, since it's in the center of Europe, cannot win a war fighting on two fronts. Germany cannot fight both to the west and to the east simultaneously, primarily because of logistics. If you have a weakness on the eastern front and you need to get a supply line out there, or you need to get reinforcements, you've got to schlep them all the way from the western front, which is frequently impossible. Furthermore, when you go into the east further, you hit the greatest general of the region. Maybe you've heard of him, General Winter. The Russian winter is so brutal that it's impossible to maintain occupation of beyond the Urals in any way. At any rate, Hitler followed this plan by conquering the west first. He took over France, Poland, Norway, Denmark, and so on, leaving England for later, but attacking with punishing and brutal air campaigns. And once the West was pacified, then he broke his deal with Stalin that he had signed in late 1939 and invaded in a surprise attack. Now, what's significant beyond the military in terms of the Holocaust, and remember that the war and the Holocaust are two separate but related phenomena. The Wehrmacht was trying to advance the war effort, and at the same time, it was trying to advance the second war effort, that against the Jews. So he sent out 4 groups of what were called Einsatzgruppe, or special commandos. And these special commandos, A, B, C, and D, followed the Wehrmacht into Poland and the former Soviet Union, and essentially followed the troops in and went to the tiny Städtlach where Jews lived. They would round them up in these tiny little Städtlachs, these roving commandos, and they would drive them out to ravines. Sometimes they would have them dig their own graves, strip them naked, and they would shoot them en masse. They did this for about a year, and they killed somewhere between 1.5 and 2.5 million Jews in this manner, including most of my own family that remained behind in Europe. This is, however, a far cry from the death camps that would be created later. And historians wonder, did Hitler switch to the death camps because he saw that he was going to lose the war, because the winter was going to impinge on his troops movement, or did he move to the death camps because he saw he was able to shoot so many Jews in a fairly inefficient manner with machine guns? Perhaps he can get away with something more radical. So the war at this point, this is when you have the first actual incidents of organized mass murder. It's significant to recall the date, June 22nd, 1941. The war has been going on for almost 2 full years at this point, and you'll not have any organized mass murder. Kristallnacht is a massive, upheaval in pogrom, really of a 19th century variety, and there are lots of incredibly awful, brutal attacks on Jews, but they are called Einzelaktionen, single action events. You don't have a clear mandated military plan, a technological and bureaucratic plan until 1941, which lends more strength as well to the functioning argument. So after the Einsatzgruppen have had significant success for about half a year, then they move on to the next stage, which is the development of death camps. We should recall that Hitler actually had thousands of concentration camps that were operating already from the 1930s. And he put into the concentration camps basically anyone he didn't like. Political prisoners, communists, Jehovah's Witnesses, homosexuals, gypsies, anyone he didn't like. These were only a tiny minority of the camp population before 1942. And you can see here these black dots are many of these camps. One of my own teachers was here in Sachsenhausen. Then in 1941, largely, by the way, as a result of the experience they had testing new methods on Sephardic Jews. Sephardic Jews were the first Jews to be gassed in the war. The Jews of Slovakia were experimented on to find a more efficient killing method. Hitler set up 6 of these camps here, which were known by the German term Vernichtungslager. Vernichtung in Yiddish means literally to make into nothing. Yes, right? Vernichtungslager as opposed to Konzentrationslager. They're there in order to make people into nothing. The most notorious of them, of course, was Auschwitz, but the other 5 names are etched in the memory of Jews as horrific sites of mass murder. And of course, we know the story of what happened with the death camps. The Jews who had been languishing in the ghettos were rounded up, like this photograph again from Warsaw at the Umschaltplatz, separated male and female, and then put into cattle cars, where they were often for days trucked across the landscape, and they would be emptied out at one of the many concentration camps, such as Auschwitz, shown here. There would be a selection process where the vast majority of them would be sent immediately to be killed. But those who either showed promise as slave laborers would be dedicated to one of the many satellite work enterprises that surrounded these death camps. For example, Auschwitz had outside of it a plant for making acetone, which is a significant chemical used in the war effort. And so a small number of physically healthy Jews were separated off to be worked to death as slaves. Those were ultimately the very tiny minority of Jews who survived admission to these camps, were typically among the ones who were associated with slave labor. Also taken away at this point were Jews who were useful for medical experimentation by pseudo doctors such as Joseph Mengele, the white angel, they called him. He specifically liked taking children who were twins because he could experiment on one and use the other one as a control to see what experiment resulted. The Nazis also used Jews for a whole series of war-related experimentations, such as, for example, field amputations. If a person stepped on a landmine and lost a leg, it would be possible to sew on another leg. They would quickly simply remove limbs, sometimes reattach them, sometimes ship them off to the front, and in their typical Prussian way, they kept detailed records of which continue to pose a ethical dilemma for scholars who wish to perhaps use that medical research today, despite its considerable origins. The vast majority of Jews, of course, would be taken to a gas chamber like this one in Haidana. They would be exposed to a rat poison called Cyclone B, that gets mixed with the air and will asphyxiate the Jews within 20 minutes, and other Jews would be brought in to move their bodies and taken to crematoria for burning. I'm sure everyone in this room is broadly familiar with this history. It pains me, though, that the next my students, my undergraduate students, they're what they call the 3Gs, the third generation after. They may have grandparents who experience this. They may know grandparents who experience this firsthand, but they're the last generation. It's hard to imagine that be a 4G that has any meaningful contact with survivors. So it bears repeating primarily for the internet audience because the vast majority of young people today don't have a sophisticated idea, even a 15-minute presentation such as this. The survivors, as I mentioned, were typically those who were selected for slave labor and who happened to be fortunate enough to be alive at the time of liberation in 1944-45, and even by the Russian army. And many of the slaves had actually tipped over the point of what we would call conscious sentient life and become what the camp slang called missionary or Muslims, which was a slang for people who simply gave up on living, and they felt nothing, they literally felt no pain, they had no effort to even eat, and they were typically dying within a few days. They were exposed to horrific conditions. These are the retreats, for example, fed at rules that encouraged diarrhea, and of course, in very brief periods of time, to use these as trains. One of the most fascinating accounts and studies of the camp system, very in-depth study by a man named Terence Desprez, who wrote really one of the first early studies of how the camps actually work. These are a brilliant study called The Survivor. After finishing the book, like many great scholars, they're all about things. He wrote about the trains, but he argues that the Nazis actually consciously used what he called an excremental assault, meaning that he wanted the Jews to actually go back and lose all of their humanity, lose all distinguishing features such as their distinct clothing, their hair. It's forbidden to refer to another Jew by their name. You have to refer to them by their serial number, and ultimately even to lose the most basic of civilizing elements of our lives, to lose their ability to tolerate. But that's again for another time. Now, we have to bring it back to Farah. So the scope of the genocide, this is a map that shows you the deportation range, which essentially extends from France was one of the major transit camps, all to the 6 death camps in southeastern Poland in particular. But the Sephardic lands are hardly represented here. Spain, what is technically neutral, as was Switzerland, although as we know, when you're being neutral when there is a tyrant in the room, essentially means you're siding with the tyrant. But what about all the Sephardim who are living down here in North Africa? What happens to them? They largely survived the Holocaust, but usually, as this map shows, the vast majority of them experienced their own demographic upheaval, not at the same level as those of the Jews to the north, but they were decimated by the uprisings of their local populations upon the establishment of the State of Israel. And just looking at some of these numbers, countries like Algeria had 140,000 Jews in 1948 when the state was established, and in the year 2000 they had 100. Libya went from 38,000 to 0. A tremendous Jews forced out of their homes and essentially exiled to Israel. And if you have to be exiled, Israel is a good place to be exiled too. But this is the contrasting experience of the Sephardim, which is, of course, slightly later than our time period. Okay, so if we look at the Sephardic context, we can say 3 basic things about their experience of why it was different. And I am painting in broad strokes, but we're just trying to place it within the overall context. The first and most important thing is the date of occupation by the Nazis. And this is true of Europe as well. The longer the Nazis held the territory, the more likely it was the Jews were to be murdered. You see that most impressively, perhaps, in the case of Hungary, where the Jews actually managed to hang on right until the very end, in 1944, until the Nazis drove out the local Hungarian government, which was allied to the Nazis, but was hesitant to actually put in place the draconian measures that Hitler demanded. And once the Nazis took over Hungary, then of course one of their first priorities, even at the expense of their own war effort, was to immediately murder as many Jews as possible. So the same rule holds true as well for Sephardic lands. Greece, where we'll have a large population of Jews, was taken over fairly early by the Nazis, and they had some of the most devastating losses. North Africa, however, which was associated with Operation Torch, when Rommel made his way across the coast here, hoping to close the circle around the outside of the Mediterranean basin, these countries had it progressively easier because Nazism was in their countries for less time. It's a simple function. The longer the Nazis are there, the more likely it is the Jews will be murdered. The later the Nazis come in the war, the more likely it is the Jews will survive. Persecuted, but still survive. Second very important factor, this is number 2, let's go 2 here, is colonialism. That especially in North Africa, the indigenous populations did not view the Nazis as liberators. Algeria, Tunisia, Libya, Egypt, they viewed the Europeans on the other side of the Mediterranean Lake as essentially interlopers who were coming in and were forcing their ways onto the local populations. So what difference does it make if you're dealing with the French in Algeria or you're dealing with the Germans in Algeria? There was a tremendous amount of skepticism from the local population who were not as enthusiastic about cooperating with the Nazis. This is not the same situation you have in Europe, where, for example, in countries like Lithuania, Latvia, Poland, Ukraine, there is tremendous enthusiasm, honest enthusiasm from the local population who feel threatened by the Soviets. They're welcoming the Nazis with flowers, thinking, okay, with German help, like we had in World War I, we'll drive the communists back. This is not something that happens in North Africa because they view the Germans with mistrust. And thirdly, I got these out of order, but I'll come back this way. The thirdly is the fact that Sephardic Jews still tend to be far more acculturated than Ashkenazi Jews. Ashkenazi Jews tended to maintain their own separate language, Yiddish, tended to have their own separate modalities of dress. They tended to be very focused and very narrow commercial enterprises like money lending, petty trade, card artisanry, things like that. In North Africa, in the Arabic-speaking lands, Jews were highly adapted to local populations, virtually indistinguishable from them in dress, in language, culture. They did not have nearly as narrow a range of occupations, and so they were generally much more well-connected to society as a whole. This is something that we see all the way back from the Golden Age of Spain, where Sephardic Jews had significant linkages with local populations and were able to blend in with a much greater degree of success than they were in Ashkenazi lands. The great exception to that rule, of course, would be Germany and France, where the Jews attempted with phenomenal effort to slavishly imitate local non-Jewish norms, and it did not help them in this. So let's have a quick look at the 3 main regions of Sephardic lands and understand their experience from the Holocaust. Greece is the region with both the largest concentration of Jews and also the most European of experience of the Holocaust. And in fact, the Greek experience is largely indistinguishable from that which we see to the north in places like Poland. The key distinction is which part of Greece are we talking about? Because when you look at the Peloponnese, the peninsula that extends into the Mediterranean, there's 3 zones. There's one zone occupied by Bulgaria, that is a German ally that invades a territory in the north of Greece that they coveted. Then you have a region in the center which is occupied by Germany directly, And then you have a very large section here, which is occupied by Italy, of course, also a German ally under Il Duce Mussolini. And as we would expect, the Jews who were in the German zone experienced the Holocaust to its full force immediately upon the Germans invading the region. Ghettoization proceeds particularly in Salonika or Thessaloniki, one of the most important centers going back a millennium for Jews. Many Sephardic Jews had settled there after the expulsion of 1492, and the Jews are rounded up in short order. Thankfully, one of the leaders of the Jewish community there understood what was happening and took all of the local communal records and burned them. The Nazis did have some difficulty actually rounding up the Jews. This is not the case in Germany, Poland, and elsewhere, where the local Jewish leaders were forced to cooperate with the Nazis on pain of death, and so the Nazis were able to identify Jews much easier. But nevertheless, they took them, eventually sent them to Bergen-Belsen, where the vast majority were murdered. In Bulgaria, there was this phenomenon that we see in many places in the Holocaust, where the Bulgarians were not especially fond of the Jews from the central part of Greece that became refugees, and they were very happy to turn those over to the Nazis. But there's a big distinction made with what they considered our Jews, our Bulgarian Jews who have lived here for many centuries. They were not in a hurry to go along with their ally and hand them over. And in fact, only after great pressure did they, in fact, do so and send their Jews to death camps. This is in contrast, by the way, with France. When France was conquered, even though we have this image of, these heroic French guys wearing berets and like bombing things and like the reality is that the Vichy French offered the Jews to Hitler before he asked for them. They already deployed their Jews in advance of the request from the Nazis. The same thing happened in the Italian zone. The Italians were perhaps the least or the most reluctant of Hitler's allies. Mussolini himself had very fond relations with Jews. He had a Jewish mistress for some time, and he was just not, he loved the idea of territorial expansion. He just could not really get his head wrapped around the idea of anti-Semitism, especially genocidal anti-Semitism. But ultimately, he was forced to turn them over. So Greece had the most traditional. One last footnote about Greece, perhaps the saddest emblem of the disappearance of the Jews of Thessaloniki is the centuries-old Jewish cemetery, which was a famous pilgrimage site for many because it really was centuries upon centuries and quite a large region in Athens. And it was taken over, the stones were removed and used as building materials, and now the Aristotle University that sits on its grounds today. Serbia and Croatia has a similar experience to many of the European regions. The Sephardic Jews in Serbia were exposed to incredible cruelties. The Ustaše, which was the Croat Nazi party, were very enthusiastic about ridding themselves of all minorities. Here is a photograph from the war of the Croatians actually sawing the head off a Serb. And if you're around the 1990s, we remember the tremendous the war that went on there that America participated in as well. It's just incredible fighting between the Serbs and the Croats. So the Jews were easily within that mix, and the Ustaše were very enthusiastic about deporting them. As I mentioned, the Serbian and Croatian Jews were the first to be exposed to gas technology for murder. This van is one of the many gas vans that were constructed. They were vans that were taken off their wheels and put on blocks, and essentially they used in these early attempts carbon monoxide poisoning. It turned out to be not very efficient, and so they had to move to the rat poison that I mentioned earlier. But the idea of murdering Jews at a faster pace is something very important to Hitler, and they experimented with these Sephardic Jews. North Africa, to conclude our discussion, as I mentioned, they primarily experienced a military occupation and not a strong civil occupation. In other words, as I mentioned earlier when we talked about Barbarossa, the Holocaust is a function of the war. The Wehrmacht although allied with the Einsatzgruppen and aware of what they were doing, nevertheless considered the Einsatzgruppen to be beneath them. The Wehrmacht were warriors and soldiers, expanding the Reich. The Einsatzgruppen were like literally exterminators, getting rid of the Germans. So you only had the Wehrmacht in the North African countries. Hitler did not impose in these later territories the same kind of search and destroy missions that you had in Europe. So primarily what the Jews experienced there were the first stages of the Holocaust. The attempt to collectivize them in ghettos, not very successful because the Jews in Algeria and Libya and so on were much more diffuse, not concentrated in neighborhoods the same way they were in Europe. And they were the revocation of certain privileges, such as the Chemnu Decree of 1870, that allowed Jews some preferential rights vis-a-vis local Muslims. It was removed, and a statute juif was imposed in its stead that removed their civil rights. But by and large, just when the Holocaust was getting underway, the Nazis were forced to retreat, and so the Jews of North Africa did not experience the same level of persecution. So to bring our lecture to a close, sorry that we could not spend more time on this topic. I'm thinking that perhaps next year for my students, my undergraduate students, we might do a year-long course on the Holocaust, because I'm feeling there's a tremendous academic necessity. But I hope that in the spirit of Yom HaShoah and for the Kedoshim, many of whom we know personally, we've at least participated in commemorating their experience through discussing it collectively tonight. Hope you all have an excellent week. Again, I'll see you next week. We'll speak about Emma Lazarus, a more cheerful topic, the great poet of the New Colossus, Statue of Liberty. Thank you very much for your attention. It's honored and happy to have such a great turnout. So, I ask you to say a few words and to introduce our esteemed speaker. They also prepared for Rabbi Eli Mansour. As I was saying, we have with us our esteemed it's been a wonderful prayer to have you with us. Not only has it provided us with fantastic course material and deserving presentations thus far through this great we also promoted us and our mission for numerous constitutions in different both social media outlets, over which folks we have a tremendous amount of gratitude and appreciation for the soul, the talents, and the special values. For those of you that do not know, Dr. Henry Evans serves as the dean of every day at Historic College. He is from Florida, Ontario, Canada. Has earned his PhD from the University of dissertation on Jewish trade, and held postdoctoral and digital physics at Harvard, Oxford, Cornell, and Hebrew University of Jerusalem. He also has 7 books of Jewish history. In 2016, historical context of the Ish project. The only person who has been published at Harvard University and held by publishers. His research has been recognized with research grants from the National Endowment of Humanities United States Congress of the Museum is a recipient of Excellence Academy Award from the National Education Association. Personal website has 20,000 followers, global followers, online lectures, documentary, popular Monday night lecture, and a 12 so, without further ado, I'd like to give you a welcome. Dr. Henry. I'm very grateful for those warm words. I'm so honored to be here tonight, and I'm really disappointed that Rabbi Mansour is not here to take us. One of the main reasons it's probably very impressive. So I'm also deeply grateful to you. If you don't mind, just do the selfie, just take a selfie. Yeah, everybody, okay, this is such a big crowd. Good. Here we go. Okay, everybody, smile. Okay. Okay. There we go. Oh, good. Wow, that's great. Okay. Wow, as I said to my wife, I actually was here. Okay. So tonight's lecture is absolutely fascinating. I'm really grateful to be able to speak to you about it. I hope all of you at the back can hear me all right. Okay, great. So I'm going to speak for about 60 minutes or so. We'll pause at a few moments for questions. Please don't ask any hard questions. Really my area of expertise, but I really enjoy studying this material, so we'll lecture. Okay, so first of all, great thanks to the well. I'm a big fan of this institution. Ms. Weinberg came to my office a while ago. She's herself a distinguished Jewish historian, and she talked to me about this project. I fell in love with it. It's absolutely fantastic. And I have to say, as a relative newcomer to New York, I think this is one of the great institutions of Sephardic research and study. It has such a phenomenal vibe. I just feel happy walking into this building. And it's so grateful to be a small part of it. And this is one of those fun things about New York that I really, really like. I come from Surfside, Florida, most recently, so it takes a lot for me to really, really like something. But the real is that of places. I want to give thanks to the institution for inviting me and allowing me to participate in the academic life, especially because Weinberg, the inspiration and creating these programs, and to Ms. Sassoon for guidance and leadership. Really, so many names I should thank, but I should not say very grateful to you. I wish I had my service here, but it's still not stuff. For those of you who heard a really nice introduction, I really appreciate it. This is an older picture of me from before I grew my beard. But my area of expertise is weird Jews history or nationality. And I've written quite a few books on Jews in Ukraine and Jews in Poland and places like that. But I have so many Sephardic students who have been asking me for years to spend more time looking at Sephardic culture. And so this particular year, I decided to invest in it. I've been giving a year-long series of lectures of the Jews of Spain from ancient times, the Visigoths, the Jewish, and up into the diaspora. It's absolutely fantastic, amazing picture of the history, and it's so inspirational to see that it's still alive, thriving here in South Korea. I'm hoping that today's presentation will perhaps inspire further in your own research and exploration of the Sephardic heritage, which is something that is not only shared by the narrow ethnic community itself, but by all Jews, by world civilization as a culture that is plenty of population in so many ways. But here's my home campus. If you're interested, come by Monday nights at 7. I do my live lecture. You can also go online. I want to give a shout out to the Rothschild group all the way from Connecticut. Yeah, so if they reach for flooded rooms, everything. All right, let's go straight to the material. So first of all, thank you to my main source for tonight. I'm not going to say too much. Especially original, as I mentioned, it's not really my area of expertise to do the original research. If you've read this book already, the room, because I'm basically going to do a 1 hour book review of the text. This might be focus on right. But this, what about this? How's that? Oh, that's so this is the. I think everyone see the images already. At this time of night, if we turn the lights off, I will lose half the audience. So this is a great, very popular, very beautiful website for Josh. We talk about here. It's authored by Adina Hoffman and Peter Cole. They're both scholars of Sephardic poetry. Peter Cole has also has a real difficulty finding a great place to get a haircut, but he has nevertheless made some amazingly beautiful translations of Sephardic poetry. I highly recommend his work. So, what exactly is the Geniza? Has anybody here don't be ashamed, not heard of the Cairo Geniza before this event? Okay, great. So I'm speaking to you and all the other people here who are embarrassed to raise their hands. Those who have heard of Cairo, maybe heard of a Geniza, but not necessarily two of them together. So let's understand what exactly is a Geniza. The word Geniza comes from a Persian root, which essentially means to store away, to treasure, to hide, or to simply dump something. Niknos means to hide away in modern Hebrew. And the Geniza is essentially a place where you put away things that you will probably never use again. It is not exactly the same as, let's say, for example, an ashpa, which would be like a garbage heap, but it's someplace special. For example, this picture here, which shows a modern Geniza in Israel, and it looks pretty much exactly like a dumpster, right? It's got graffiti art, things like that, but there's a special purpose for a Geniza. You don't know what that purpose is. Exactly. Well, so the halacha is that anything which is written with a holy name on it, Shem, and Shemot, or Shemot, so if you say, what is that? Shemot. Shemot. They don't say Shemot, Shemot. So anything that has God's name in it cannot be thrown away when it's worthwhile, it's useful, it's important. So you have to put it away someplace and eventually treat it a decent burial in a Jewish cemetery. So most synagogues have a Geniza somewhere, a room or closet, something like that, where they put away their various goods. This particular Geniza, which is a public street, it even has a sign here that says, "Soon is what called Zebel." I would translate Zebel only as fertilizer. I think what they mean here is like garbage. You can't throw garbage in here. This is not for garbage. It's for holy things like prayer, books, and so on. Now, the Jews of Cairo, North Cairo, had an unusual epidemic, which turned out to be amazing. Hundreds of years ago, they had a Geniza synagogue, not special, that they developed this unusual custom of not only would they preserve holy books, throwing out holy books, as we would in the contemporary synagogue, they would also preserve anything written, even partially, with Hebrew characters. Lashon HaKodesh, Lashon HaKodesh. Anything written in the holy tongue, even partially, even if it was translated from Arabic, they saved it and they threw it in their Geniza, and so it remained for thousands of stuff. And what was discovered there is absolutely mind-blowing. So, just to give some of the geography, we're talking about a region where Jews have lived literally for millennia, as we go back to Egypt in the biblical period. And old Cairo, which is not is here on the River Nile. The city itself was a little further north. The synagogue itself was built in 1012. It was actually raised into the 19th century, again by Adrian in the 20th century, where you get a sense of what might have led out to the original inhabitants. Here's a view of the interior. These are highly traditional electric lights that they had 1,000 years ago, but you get a sense of what this synagogue must have been. Now, what's important to us is not the reconstructed interior of the synagogue, but this mysterious attic here with this ladder going up to the top. A legend had developed in Old Fustat that there was a serpent in the Guinness, kind of like upstairs, kind of cross sides. And anyone who went to it was bitten to death by a serpent. Another legend, which sounds very Egyptian in nature, of like Harrison Ford, Raiders of the Lost Ark kind of thing. By the way, I really have a fondness for Harrison Ford. A lot of my students say that I have a striking resemblance. Either him or Will Smith, the two of them are off the street a lot. Okay, so there was another Egyptian legend that anyone who saw the outside of the sun was not give up the year. So for 1,000 years, it remained undisturbed till the 1800s, when a few pieces of manuscripts that were in the music began to circulate in the black market. These whole complicated, interesting people came across pieces of the Guinness. They began to leak out into European collectors who began to say, hey, there's something interesting coming out of this old synagogue in Fustat, but no one knew the extent of it. Until it was discovered by these individuals in particular. These two women, Agnes Lewis and Margaret Gibson, twin sisters with a very unusual upbringing. They were raised by a Protestant minister in England who promised these young daughters that he would take them to any country in the world as long as they learned its language first. So they took him up on his offer, and they learned French, Italian, German, and they moved on to Arabic and Turkish, and they got to be quite well traveled and also very well educated. Here they were showing by the way in the common that they were denied admittance to Cambridge University, even though they ended up doing some absolutely stellar world-class research, really discovering manuscripts, Syriac manuscripts of the New Testament in monasteries in Sinai, translations from Syriac, so world-class scholars who unfortunately never recognized their lifetime, primarily because they were women. The twin sisters were both widowed at a young age, and they took their considerable fortune and translated it into a life of world travel, where they went around to exotic locales, visited the locals, and did all kinds of research. They were known, because they were virtually inseparable, as the Giblus, or Gibson Lewis. These two twin sisters, not Jewish, highly intellectual, very well educated, and fascinated. They went to this synagogue in Old Fustat, and when they were told about the legends about the stage, I won't go about it here, they said, that's ridiculous. And they insisted on climbing up into this they grabbed a goose from over, but they returned them to their friend, Solomon Schechter, who's at this time the leader of rabbinics at Cambridge University, an Eastern European rabbi with a strong intellectual bent. And he saw him on the street of Cambridge and said, oh, you won't believe it, just got back from Cairo and brought this interesting document for you. And gave him this old piece of parchment, looked at it, was momentarily stunned, shook his head, and take this very distance entirely as a Jew, and looked at the comparison there and sent them a telegram, and then went to see them because they had discovered a long lost manuscript that had never been known in keeping for 1,000 years. This is the Betsira manuscript. Ultimately, after several decades of effort, they won hundreds of thousands of fragments of documents out of the Guinness and spread them out. We ended up with one university now. The American Princeton has a collection, and the Cambridge collection is by far the most impressive. Here is a photograph of Solomon Schechter working with many of the documents. This is a staged photograph in the you see here, and what it really looked like is that he was forced to wear covering on his nose and mouth because the stench of these rotting documents was absolutely terrible. And anyone who worked with it would be suffering from all kinds of respiratory illnesses unless they took precautions. Yes, please. Okay, I can't believe I actually opened the word. You there with that? Which is you right back. Still something to do. But here, five up here. Okay, I don't know. They're actually having a lot more fun over there. Alcohol. Okay. Hey, let's turn this light off. I can't see the. What's that? Okay. All right, room 4. We got the screen on. So this is what the Guinness essentially looked like for about 50 years. One of the things that I thought in the video was the fact that the amazing that it's an entire cross section of bloody pipe. It's not just we love we love one of these medications, but it's everything. Bills of sale, marriage contracts, business contracts, love letters, documents in Chinese. The world's oldest scraps of Yiddish. Everything. And even what I do is the charity collector's document, like the laminated things, gives you a sense of everything that's happening in the entire Mediterranean basin for about 500 years. It's absolutely incredible discovery. I'm not here to show you in the next few minutes. Nice that word. What is in the treasure? Sorry, here, question. I get it. What was the reaction of the population? They loved it because they paid for it. There was a lot of money. They thought this is one of the great the takeaways of the Guinness that I'm going to talk about the other ones, but everybody thought it was trash. Turned out to be wrong. And this goes over several generations of scholars. Every scholar says, okay, that's it. We take everything in the Isa. Another scholar comes along and says, it's not really stuff. They discover greater treasure. And it's an ongoing problem of misunderstanding. Underestimating the value of this treasure. So local population, they were creative as long as they paid the requisite bribes. Sheffield was fed up with it because it describes how you have to pay someone, you have to pay the bribe to the guy who stands at the front door, you have to pay a bribe for a tip. The guy who comes and says, hey, I cash with you, I live in town. Says how many you do it, you know, bribe for 90 bucks and everybody is happy with it. So they were happy with it at the time. Later, of course, when it was discovered the trash stuff being organized. But here is the first document that really became famous, a fascinating book called The Wisdom of Ben Sirah. This is a book which was revealed revered by Jews in each period, the Second Temple period, and it came very close to making it into the Bible. At the time, the rabbis were discussing what are we going to include in the Bible, which books are we not going to include in the Bible. There's a large number of books that are considered valuable, but for one reason or another didn't quite make it in. The Gemara reports many times when the rabbis had a debate. Many rabbis felt, for example, we should not include the book of Kohelet.
Yes, Nancy, can you hear me? Okay.
Ecclesiastes, we should include it because it's got too much negative cynicism. Another rabbi said, no, it ends well, so keep it. Song of Songs, if you ever read the non-Jewish translation of Song of Songs, just read what the words say. It's pretty rated. Rabbi said, wait, the Rabbi said, no, it's punishable. So a lot of us would make it. Among the books that would make it so called Sora Kitzoni, the outside books, was the list of against Iran, which is a lot like Mishnah, a lot like developed in many ways. But it was lost in the Jewish tradition because it was considered one of the outside books. The Christian tradition, however, kept it in Greek. They loved it, and it became essentially a holy Greek book. They became a holy Greek book. The Christians thought it was fantastic. And its Jewish origins were lost. Many scholars felt that this is actually a Jewish book, and by finding the Hebrew original, all of a sudden they reclaimed this very important document of Jewish religion.
Yo, how do you dance?
The Gemara is actually a little Jewish child, but he's the offspring of Yirmiyahu and Rabbi. So it's a bizarre story. Exactly how it was. It's a bizarre story about that story. But it's a fascinating. But anyway, this is only the tip of the iceberg. The kind of things they found on the Guinness of 9 first generation of scholars, they found, for example, monograph copies of my work. This is the page from the Mishnah Torah by the Rabbi, Esher HaGadol, the Great Eagle. And for those of you who have studied the Rabbi in depth, you know that his word choice is absolutely technical. And the more you study his remarkable deceptive style, you see how he's so careful about the choice of words. Finally, we're able to see, as you see in this example here, what he decided not to include, what he decided to change. The Rambam's his first version of Mishnah Torah. Mind-blowing, tremendous scholarly value. And we have, of course, the signature here, Osha, and my here. We have the actual signature Rambam, the glorious thing. The kinds of things that were found in his life. Also found that were documents, personal letters. Yehuda Halevi, the great poet, philosopher, spent his last days traveling to Israel. For many, many generations, there was a legend that what happened was after a long, difficult travel, he finally made it to Israel, went down, and then was trampled to death by a crusader who lost a horse on the treasure. And then, in the late 19th century, those scholars said, wait a second, we don't have any source of what you're saying. It's a legendary story. He just disappeared, that's all. But what we found in the Giza were letters which he wrote to see when he was actually on Israel. Found letters shortly after he left Cairo and said that he went to Israel. It's 2 letters after Cairo, cyanide, saying left out after 5 years. The letters do not confirm exactly how he was killed, but they do make to Israel and there. But these amazing amazing thing that we find are all kinds of new voices, people that we've never heard from before. So, like we just talked about. And this is an example of what we call an ellipsis, which means a document that has several layers of text. So here, the whole document is group of text, Greek letters. The reason for this is very good Mishnah. Very good Mishnah says that first of all, this is a child. What is it compared to? And the rest of the Mishnah. It's eight on one parchment. Now you imagine the parchment is like fresh, it's white, it's black, it's so soft. It's some sugar, Rabbi and all the rage. What is it compared to? Like someone who writes on a rubbed parchment. What does a rubbed parchment? Well, what they used to do back in those days with the printing technology is they would they would take the parchment. It's expensive. You know, you have to shoot an animal to make this parchment, and they would take like some kind of scapula, like a stick ruler type device, and then they would rub it really hard. That would not remove the ink from the writing, but would kind of like grind it down further into the fibers of the parchment. And that would make the parchment much darker because of the smushy media, less able to hold the contrast of
I'll get it.
but you could nevertheless write
Are you ready?
by sort of erasing the words, but not truly erasing because the various particles within the ink.
Yo, Riser, everybody has a question for you. Literally, this is why we have this little meeting here. Are you ready to get your ass kicked? Riser, can you hear me? You ready? Is that a yes? Yes. Excellent. How are you? Good. Oh, excellent. That's Pablito. How you living, kid? What's the name that was? Oh, amazing. Hey, Pablito, if you want to play a game with us, we're about to play. It's called mini golf. You know what mini golf is? No, I don't. You did your golf? Okay. Excellent. Okay, so what you want to do, there's an app. It's called Plato. Plato. You want to download it on either the App Store or Google Play and register an account. It's free. And when you do, let me know, and we'll send you an invitation. We're going to play some mini golf. Once Riser, the person who's in this call, responds to it. Riser, can you hear me? That's right. It gives you a little bit of time. So if you'd like to play Pablito, what you want to do is download Plato. It's on the App Store if you have an iOS device or Google Play if you have an Android device. Okay, great. Oh, no, man. Dog, how are you, Riser? Riser, can you hear me? Awesome. Excellent. Oh, Riser's calling Zoom. Excellent. You want to create an account? And we are super competitive with this game. Hey, Riser, can you hear me? Riser's fucking up. I've been talking to Riser for like 25 fucking minutes, and he's over here. Hey, everybody, I think I'm better than everyone. You're good. How are you, Riser? How you living, Zoom? Did you see? I don't think you did. I sent you a screenshot. I truthfully, without you guys, I don't play that much mini golf. But the other day, I was like, okay, I'll play one game just to see. Like, I just want to beat the hell out of someone because we're so fucking good at this game. And then, and I played someone who had 22,000 games. That's absolutely correct. That's games one. So I don't even know how many fucking games they had, but it was incredible. So we have a friend here, Pablito. Pablito knows what's up, and he's downloading the app right now. So we're gonna give him a couple seconds to make it happen. That's okay. Take your time. Did you post something on me? Yeah. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm just being extremely kind. What did you post? That is very good. Different. Extremely difficult. So what'd you do, Sue? Okay, that'll do it. Why would you get dog food? Why would you get dog food? Okay, yeah, that's good. Is this fruit right? Hey, Sue, I thought they were going to change the levels of Play-Doh. Remember we had this dream of like a Thanksgiving theme? With turkeys all over the turkey. I would think that they would have kicked it off already. Maybe not. I don't know. Um, so how are things with your points, Sue? Okay, your point has 20. Is a market cap of $23,000. Okay. What did it start at? Good job, Sue. Very good. No, it is. It very easily. I mean, that happens with the Bitcoin. What I'm saying is it very easily could be at zero. So the fact that you produce a Bitcoin already, that's not bad. I mean, it's really good, actually. So that's good. Um, how many holders do you have? Okay, are they pretty solid individuals? Okay, but I think they're loyal and good people generally. It went up another 2,000. That's been really good. It's more than I can get. I'll tell you what, it's more than I can get. Even if I have Harry Potter along the Sonic 10 email, also retweet my stuff. So, yeah, I mean, right. I mean, exactly. I mean, for all the things that I do on the internet, I don't eat dog food. So, but I like the way that you did it. You kind of tricked everybody. You eat dog food. You just made it look like you're eating dog food. Very cool. Yeah, how'd you do it? Oh, what are biscuits? Where you are? Is it like, because I think we sometimes have different terms. Like a biscuit in the United States is like kind of like a bread like roll. Is that what you're talking about? Oh yeah, that's right. So you would call it, yeah, that's right. You guys call it cookies biscuit. Oh, so not only was it not dog food, but it was actually enjoyable. You got to eat a cookie and get 13,000 views. All right, that works. All right. Well, if you wonder what we've been doing recently, believe it or not, I've been doing a lot of sleeping. I've been doing live karaoke on YouTube. Last night I rapped for 3 hours straight, and um, that was cool. Old school hip hop. And the night before that, well, there was the election. You guys haven't been back since the election, so Caspian City was here the whole time for the election, and we watched it. It was really cool. Election night was really cool and very surprising, I think, to a lot of people in the United States. So we were able to capture all that as like a historical event. That's something that I wanted to do, is really get a good election thing, because that's really the one event that I had not, like the 2020 election hadn't started to stream yet. So getting 2024 and the whole lead up to it and what happened. And I got to tell you, I'm still in shock. I can't believe the result. And I know a lot of Americans can't believe it. They just, I never thought that a guy who had 6 bankruptcies and it's 2 assassination attempts, one which is very close, just straight up killing him. He's got 34 like felony counts. He's got 2 impeachments, and he's been reelected the president of the United States. It's just like only an American, right? I mean, and so I bet. Well, I don't know personally, but like I haven't checked that mention thing within the last day, but at least like when Trump won, Bitcoin hit an all-time high. OG or old school Bitcoin, and I think that helped the markets a lot. So there you go. So you launching your coin when you did is like the time you couldn't have done. Is it because it was at the high?
I'll tell you what.
Please tell me.
But we purely based on attention to economy, my fault. Trump. So I couldn't market the name because everything was based around Trump. It was very hard to put in when everything is Trump on the algorithm. It's very hard to market against that.
Well, you guys in here the night before the election, somebody came in here. I think maybe Riser was. I could be wrong. I don't know if Riser was in here. Somebody came in here and they were like, actually, they came to Harry Potter Mama's house. They're like, "Hey, why don't I talk to you about? Can you give me some advice for a coin?" And I was like, "Sure." And their coin, the name of their coin was Trump One. Do you remember this coin? Riser, do you remember this coin? Riser. That's okay. Anyway, frankly, I didn't think this guy had a shot in hell, and now his coin's got to be doing pretty well for that. All right, let's check in on Pablo. Pablo, were you able to create an account for Plato? Yep.
I would be surprised after this decade, any day, Bitcoin couldn't go elevate.
I just really can't believe it. I'm in the same shock that I was in 2016, where and I know you guys get it from the outside world, but like when you're in the United States, there's so much attention of the deep state on a single candidate. It's it's like there's no way this candidate can lose. Like there's no good news coming from one candidate, and it's all good news from the other candidate. And then when that ends up flipping, like, then you see all these people who are like shocked, they're crying, all this other stuff, and then the other side, they just can't even believe they won. Yeah.
Well, I mean,
Well, you know what? I would have thought that would have won it right off the bat. I mean, in any other normal election cycle, if you survive an assassination attempt, you get like plus 20 points in favorability. And in this one, he only got like 1 or 2 points. Usually it's overwhelming. Like the person, because there's just something to that. Like it's an extremely alpha, courageous thing to do to be able to survive an assassination attempt. So a lot of you gain a lot of political favor. I'm absolutely in shock. I'm really excited to see what happens because um, it's just so unexpected. Like literally, like the next 4 years that Kamala won, I could see like a really big push for LGBTQ, all that, and like reparations perhaps, and all kinds of different things. Now that Trump is presidency, he might introduce tariffs. He might, you know, try to get us out of some wars. So that from someone who, you know, like at the end of the day, I want world peace. And when I hear anybody, any candidate say, hey, I want to try to end this war in 24 hours, I'm all for that. I don't care who it is. If there's an R next to your name or a D next to your name, if you want to stop war, I'm for it. And whether he's going to be serious about that or not, I'm not sure. But I think it's going to be perhaps good for certain aspects of the economy. I'll tell you, for the crypto markets, I don't think it could have been better. Not only was it a win, but it's very arguably an ass kicking. And the fact that it's an ass kicking where you won, like probably it'll end up being like more than 300 electoral college votes, and he wins the popular vote, it means that there's a lot of support behind what he does. And then this time around, he has some different weapons. You know, he's got like, he didn't really lean into that whole Joe Rogan sphere in 2016, but he definitely did this time. And also, and I think I've heard you talk about this a little bit too, he's got Baron Trump now, who's 18, who has like this huge young friend group that is very loyal to him and could perhaps be the next version of his father. So, with all those things being said, I think it's going to be exciting. I think to be into crypto right now, it's the right time. I mean, when isn't it the right time to be into crypto? But it's and probably a foot taller. Yeah, he's almost freakish tall. I mean, not that you're a freak if you're really tall, but pretty big dude. All right, let's check on Pablito. Pablito, where are we at on the download part?
how many years before we do that?
17. Yeah, 17. Well, 17. You have to be 35. You have to be 17. It's another 17. You have to be 35 as the Constitution currently states. That's okay. Once you make the account, I'd imagine. I think it came to a shock to the world, and I don't know. I think probably 2016 was a little bit more of a shock, just because we had never seen that kind of upset before, where the deep state lost, and it was just an absolute shock. Then 2020, where I really think it's going to be interesting what happens with all those supporters who were locked up on January 6th. Is he going to pardon them? Exactly. But has an 88 million market cap? Right, so what are your thoughts on the election? Okay. No, it's good. How about you, Riser? Well, hold on. We've had like Golden American, Israel, and market capture in the United Kingdom. Those are, I mean, there have been other female presidents as well. So you're saying that the United States still isn't ready for that?
I mean, it's actually that's one factor that was the thing that from folks,
Well, he certainly had some plans, like no tax and tips and overtime and all these other things. When Kamala launched her campaign, if you watch her campaign website, she didn't have one piece of legislation that she proposed on it, nor did she have an American flag, which, I mean, it's still the president of the United States, so people have a certain expectation that you're going to be the president. And that was, I think, not taken very well. Let's check it on Pablito. Pablito, have you created an account? Hey. Oh, okay, so what's your username? spell it for me? Here, I'll tell you what. I'll send you friend link, and you just click it, and then we'll be friends. Just so one else. Big time?
Yeah.
All right, Pablito. I just sent you a link in Discord. Check Discord and add me as a friend, and then I'll send you a. I'll send you an invite. Pablito, did you see the message I sent?
We're going.
Pablito, did you have a chance to accept my friend request? Pablito, I sent you a request in Discord. Did you see it?
I did. I sure did.
And did you accept it?
I sure did.
Excellent. What is your username? Are you Lemmy Patch?
Yes.
Excellent. You're not Lemmy Patch. That account is 440 days old. What is your username, Pablito?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, Pablito, we do things very simple here. What is your username? Pablito, when I ask a question, I expect an answer or you to say, just hold on a second, I'll tell you. But if you just stay silent, not only does it not work in the communication, it also frustrates you. What is your username? Okay, so it's literally just what it is in here. Okay, so your Plato username is exactly what it is in here, Pablito, right? Okay, so I sent you, beautiful. Okay, I sent you a friend request. You're not that one either, dude. That one is 1,800 days old. Pablito, I don't know what's going on here. Did you create? Did you download an app called Plato, Plato? Sure. I sent you a link. What happens when you click that link? All right, we're gonna let you figure this out. Riser and Jim, like you said, you guys communicate. Crypto. Crypto implants and retweets. Beaten dog. All right, Zoom Riser. Apologies for the delay. I sent you. Oh, great, you guys are. That was the absolute worst first shot I think anybody could do it. Easy shot. I put myself in a terrible position.
Yeah, right. Right, so yeah.
Yes, sir. I think you should go to drink. It's just dangerous. Too far.
So I think what I initially thought is not effective. I was probably going to get, I'm like, if you clear that,
Oh, my finger slipped.
right,
My finger slipped. I gave you guys the game.
well, I have
Nobody does.
that's it.
Oh, what a beautiful shot. Oh, how about if I just help him even more? Wow, I just straight up gave him 4 points. I took 2 for myself and gave him another 2.
The first one.
Now this is just a beautiful, beautifully crafted shot. Yeah, I don't know if that's gonna happen. Usually what they do is they make all these promises, no income taxes and tariffs, and then they keep income taxes and then they implement tariffs as well. So everything's super expensive. Oh, dude, that was unfortunate. It's like gross sales tax. You know what I wanted to ask you, um, Riser? You guys just passed in Australia. Oh, stop. Uh, no. Here's how I feel about it. You should have to be the age of consent in your country to be able to use social media. So whatever the age of consent is in your country to be able to make a contract with someone, you have to be that. So basically, well, because you are entering into a contract with an organization when you create very nice shot. When you create an account, when you create a social media account, you are entering into a contract. There's all kinds of arbitration details and other things that most children cannot comprehend. So the fact that you're entering, I don't care. When it comes to the law, it needs to be fair. So badly. So badly. I think he bribed her. I don't know how he could. We have to both make this shot. Oh, wait. No, I don't have to. You need two amazing shots. Oh, wow. I think it's pretty good. Oh, like mine doesn't? What is this suit? Dude's getting fancy. He's just going to take out all the... Yeah, exactly. I do love it. Oh. Alright, dude, now's your time to strike. He does make it a legitimate argument that it's okay. Alright, gotta take a shot. Hit it, dude. Go, you gotta hit something. Go, or time's expiring. Well, you and I aren't doing any credit, so I wouldn't blame you too much.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. That was your wish.
I would say that I like to
Improve their lives. Incorrect, dog. You and I did what? Maybe I shouldn't say. I didn't have social media, and I'm the most social of all of you. You're right. Not everybody just says so. I get that. No, that's true. I get that. I think that whatever it is, look, I'm not saying teenagers shouldn't be able to use social media. I'm saying if they can use social media, then you need to drop the age of consent. Whatever it is in your country to be able to contract with someone, it needs. There you go. I got two to read. Oh, I got two not to read. Hit my balls in just a little, not a lot. You should be able to talk to them. You shouldn't be able to enter into a contract with them, which you're not allowed to do anyway. If you have to create an account where you have to sign terms and conditions, you have to be whatever the age is of consent in your country. It's not that hard. Sure, but if you should be able to watch a YouTube video of any age. But if you have to create an account, that's when you're entering into a contract with the organization, and that's where I feel you should be of whatever age the age of consent is in your country. That was an amazing shot. I didn't say that. You can watch whatever you want. You just can't create an account until you are the age of your country of consent. It's as simple as that. You're entering. Okay, that's fine. They're not in a contractual relationship yet. Once they have signed up for terms and conditions, which means that they have to follow all kinds of policies, you should be whatever you are in your country to enter into a contract because that's a contract. If not, then why do we say that you have to be generally like 18 years old to enter into a contract with anyone? Why don't we just have 4-year-olds entering into contracts with people? Dude, this is going to be so far on your face. Yeah, now I'm ready for it. That's the shot. Maybe that. Yeah, perfect. Hit his ball. Riser's just going to blast the river. Oh. Just hit it. I think he's already won. Oh. All right. You ready for this comeback? I got it. Blizzard with 147. Amazing. It was a warm-up game. All right, here we go. All right, I'm ready to play. I'm ready to put this ball right in the hole. Perfect. That's good. How do you like that? Right off the bat. Now that I know that it's fair game, bing, bang, boom. Make it right here. Dude, make it. If you make it, you'll put him at a serious disadvantage. That's too hard. Hit the pumpkin. No, it's terrible. I want to see it, maybe. Dude, that's pretty good. Makeable. Riser basically has to make this time. He did. Beautiful shot. But now 2. All right. 2-1-1. All right, here we go. I'm going to pull a suit and I'm going to say, I'll take it. It's not as bad as you think. It's not as bad as you think. I'll take it. Nice job, Roger. Is Zoot going to go the easy way? No way. The best shot I think I've ever seen on this whole show. Watch me. Thank you. I do. Yeah, he really slows the ball. My fingers slip. I just hit my fingers. What a shot. Amazing. What a comeback. Dude, blows it. Just straight up blows it. Rabbi's got that perfect game going. Wow. Oh, right. Is that a beautiful shot? Dude, just water bump it. Dude, water bump it. That's too hard, though. Too hard. It's too hard. Oh, that's beautiful. He hit one thing and just sent the ball and get the sketch. I don't think so. Well, so is mine. Oh, oh, I did make it. You're not going to bed. Not yet. Not on your favorite fucking hole. You ready for this? Guys, are you ready? I think it works every time. If you do it right. See? Hit the ball. Shit. Guaranteed. Just go right at the hole. No. Beautiful shot. For as much as I like this hole, I never finish it. No way. They're the OGs. They have to be good condition. We'll go on strike. We will refuse to play any more mini golf until. What the fuck? What did I just do to you? No, I did not. But I almost fucking bumped. Dude, we are so ready. Ah, hilarious. I like how you literally were on the topic of your mini golf strategy, and it's me for investing. That's our for investing. I are all needs for investing. I'm in agreement with you on that. I like that. Yeah, I like that strategy. Oh no way. Sure you can. It doesn't mean that they'll be popular if you won't get press people. You can. Right. This is interesting. This is interesting. Oh, I think. Stop. Dude, I made it so you guys could easily make this shot. Like, you should easily.
I would say the outside can cover home. Big corner home. Okay.
Dude, don't hit his ball. They would actually be Rabbi got his fucking win. A hard fought. A hard fought. Just make it. I like how you started it with the wrong angle. Bingo. 1-1-0. Hey, you take care, man. It was great catching up with you. Come back whenever you can. Take care, man. Absolutely. No, it's too similar. I would do a follow-up to it where it looks like okay, so if you kind of go for that gross out, the way that they do it in Hollywood is, or that they have, is you take a Snickers bar and you put it in the microwave and melt it, and it looks like a hoop, and then you eat it, and it's just melted chocolate. Wait, hold on. It's the second half of your meat. The first one you eating dog food, which is disgusting. And the second would be it coming out and you eating. It's the circle of life.
Would eventually cause them most likely to rise up and be seen again after 100 or so years. So when they discovered this document, they looked at the Greek and they said, "Oh my gosh, this is a classic Greek language literal translation of the Bible by none other than the famous Aquila, who was a very important source for Nicholas, who translated the Bible into Aramaic. And we knew that there was such a person, Aquila. We knew that it didn't translate. We had never seen it before. It is, by the way, an absolutely unreadable translation because it translates into the Greek in exactly the same order and syntax as the Hebrew, designed in such a way that you can go back and learn the Hebrew from the Greek. So people were like so excited. Wow, look at this, we found this amazing document on legal document. And they started publishing pieces of this 20 years after publishing this. Guess what someone did? They decided to look at the top level, the Hebrew, which was staring us in the face the whole time. It turns out that the top level are the long lost poems of the great Yana, one of the greatest poets who ever lived in Jewish tradition, of whom we only have 3 or 4 poems. And all of a sudden we had 400 poems by Yana that were on top of these things. Looking at the Greek the whole time, not realizing that this is Yana was such a great poet that it was rumored that his master, after teaching him, it's an ancient period, like 4th century, and that his master, after having taught him, see how beautiful the boy was, tried to assassinate him by putting a scorpion in his shoe. Now, it's a legend that's probably not true, but never the fact that they tell the story about Yana in Jewish season. So these are some of the amazing things that are found in Giza. By looking at the document horizontally, you can see the liturgical content. Now, here's another one on this. Weinberg, of course, brilliant scholar. She recognized this. What is this, Miss Weinberg? Oh, yes, this is a poem by the famous Dunash ibn Labra, an amazing individual who came from Babylon to Sfarad in the 10th century, was a protege of Hassan Shapur, the great statesman. And started essentially a revolution in poetry. As he said, people watch the way we have now, very nice, but the reality is, the Arabs are much more beautiful poetry. They're making such beautiful poetry in Arabic, there's no comparison. What's the big difference? The Hebrew poems, see, if you go to an Ashkenazi school, they do this all the time. The poems all have very standard tempo meter that repeats itself repetitively. It's actually kind of boring. But in Arabic poetry, they have short and long stops in the meter, which renders a much more beautiful effect. You know what? We can adapt this Arabic style to Hebrew by simply differentiating between the Shra and the Shra and all of a sudden you open up a whole new technique of writing poetry. You should realize that in 10th century, 11th century Spain, poetry was so important to the Spanish people that they literally had riots and violent encounters with those who supported the traditional family poetry, and those who supported the new Arabic style poetry by Ibn Abra. It turned out that Ibn Abra won. So this is an example. Hold on, let's see it. It says the top here, Gunash Ibn Abra. However, Ms. Weinberg, brilliant as she is actually correct. Because 10 years later, another scholar found and there it is. It says the top here that Asia from the wife, as a Asia, from the wife of Gunash ibn Labra. It was a love poem written in Babylon to her husband living in Spain, giving her a hard time for leaving her, and all of a sudden we have here a very first poem written by a woman who served the entire weekend. An amazing find. All of a sudden, we have this evidence of women as literate individuals expressing themselves in art form today. It's absolutely astounding. To all the critics of the scraps of paper that present themselves back in themselves. Yes, question. Well, the reality is we're talking about such a vast. The question had to do with what language Jews are speaking at what time. We're talking about such a vast scope on Jewish history that it's hard to generalize, but I'm going to do it anyways. Jews tend to be polyglots. Here in America, it's unusual for Jews tend to only speak English. But for the vast majority of our history, we have spoken one language at home, typically a Jewish language, often a hybrid between the Jewish and secular language, like Judeo-Arabic, or Guinness, or Ladino. We spoke the secular language in the street. We spoke in Hebrew in the synagogue. So these, what is the primary language of Jews varies from country and place to place, but we typically engage in many different languages in all of our places. And it easily goes that in Hebrew as well. Many of the documents are written in Arabic, but in Hebrew characters. And in fact, Yiddish is essentially German written in Hebrew characters. We got a right for the Germans for it, and so we use our own alphabet for their language. But we're comfortable in many different languages. To us. Yes. Great. We're starting to ask the hard question. We're a little nervous. to Marina Rothschild, who was studying on this particular thing. She's done a lot of work on it. Well, sure, we know about the entire community. There was a significant number of living as well. Now, I suppose in the 19th century, that provides the unity of the old war and to still provide as rabbinic beliefs tend to view that as taking a therapist, because historically, most of the stuff we don't have, that's probably all the personal or constitutional stuff like that. But once you get music on a lot of in America, we have Orthodox Jews, we still have lots of conservative reform, even non-religious Jews, and occasionally they'll marry each other and certainly be with each other. It's a much more of a life society. In other words, the version of history that we tend to absorb comes from one narrow place, essentially the rabbinic elite. We really don't like terrorists. But most Jews are like, okay, go. Let me move on a little bit further because I'm really long the time. Yes. Okay, all right, on the floor, not in front of the projector. Okay, I'll get to the question in a second, sir. So now the next generation, the first generation of scholars really focused on the rabbinic text. Let's look for the Rambam, let's look for the Tibbin, or whatever we can find right now, and the rest is just garbage. The second generation began to look at things like incest and multiple layers. The third generation, the 1950s, under the work of Rusty Boytime, began to say, wait a second, what about all that other stuff that isn't about God? Because these are filled with scraps of paper that are not God. In fact, probably about 80% of it is written just regular Detroitist everyday life. Very difficult to read, it's all put together, it's fragmented. So, what Boytime did was he said, I have to devote my life. He ended up composing 6 massive volumes under the title A Mediterranean Society, in which he traced every single name, address, piece of furniture, clothing, spice, wrestling, anything you find, and connected it as best he could to give us a sense of what life must have been like in Cairo for the few hundred years that the Ezra synagogue was in existence. And he found some amazing connectors, like Usha Broker. This is not a picture of her, but I guess she looks like I think she would be. Who's an amazingly wealthy woman living in Old Cairo. He managed to find a lot of documents about her. People used to give their children brachas saying, may you be like Usha. That was a common phrase. People would say to them, like you say, may you be like Masha Afraya, but they would say, may you be like Usha. W-H-U-S-H-A. He wrote quite about her, and she had a rather amazing life. She was a phenomenal businesswoman, but she also got into a little bit of trouble where she actually had a child out of wedlock. And as she was getting older, she was worried that maybe he would not be able to get married to her child because he didn't have a father. And it turned out, it's a whole story how that happened. It's a little bit R-rated, but so she wanted to make sure that no one would consider her son a Ramsay. No one would consider her, being unmarriageable. So she actually arranged for a legal sting where the rabbis would come by as a certain person confessed to be the father, and that way the rabbis would actually prefer, yes, we know that so-and-so is the father, and though she wasn't married to him at the time, nevertheless, he was the amazing bizarre story. But the fantastic part of it, remember, people would give brothers she gave a tremendous amount of them. When she went to the one particular synagogue on Yom Kippur, the rabbi of the Shia stood up and said, a woman like this, we don't want you here. And she was kicked out of the shul on Yom Kippur. Can you imagine going to shul in front of the whole community, and the rabbi gets up and says, you are not welcome here. She nevertheless absorbed the insult, and she gave with her will a phenomenal amount of money to every single shul in the community, including the one that picked her out, and they were able to light in the room the candles for dozens of years because of her donation. So even though she tried to check her past, nevertheless, and Lisa tells her whole the arc of her life story, and you see that it's going to be fascinating. Also, anyone recognize what this could be? Yeah, this is a children's school book where the child is learning how to write the letters and the vowels. This is probably at the end. It says right at the end of the text. Here's the bracha or the Torah. And you see they learn how to write essentially the same way we do today. Here, just like our kids today, when the teacher was a little boring, then they would doodle. So we have this guy looks sort of like a super experienced soldier here. We started there and things like that. You see these amazing, really cute documents like these and this is scenes of real living communication. This is why the Lord Sherry Aleska was the recipient of the so-called genius grades. She's working in the Princeton University because she said, you know what? People have already looked at all of the famous people have looked at all the Hebrew scraps. I'm going to look at all of the Arabic texts. Instead of working with the Hebrew text, she looked at the text. In Arabic, on the back of Hebrew documents, or mixed in with Hebrew documents, and she's also been able to paint us a very complex picture of what society was like. And it was amazing, a lot more tolerant than we would think. Jews got along with the neighbors, the neighbors got along with the Jews. Amazingly, Jews got along with each other, which is phenomenal, really hard to believe. So let me take the questions, sir. Well, basically, yeah. Absolutely. We have the documents of Sakya and Guinness as well. And we even have, otherwise we only have Sakya's responses to the Karaite books. In the Guinness, we actually have the Karaite books as well. The Guinness tells a different story, though. I know, it's amazing. If you look at the Guinness documents, you have two bullets are written for explicitly for Karaites and Rabbinites. Now, the way the society evolved, Rabbinites definitely got their Arabs, sociology, and so on. But the Karaites were considered full Jews, and we had no relations with them from the paper. I recommend you to read Guyton's work. It's mind-blowing. I know, it's really shocking to me, too. Please, let's go on. So let's just think for a second about what's next with the Guinness studies. So what we have at this point are hundreds of thousands of tiny fragments that have not been deciphered yet. Literally hundreds of thousands. This is the work of decades, perhaps centuries. We luckily have a lot more techniques to work with today. Things like the iron documents out, but not the documents all folded in their production. We have to rehumidify them to add moisture in the air to slowly be able to get them to release their grip on the documents themselves. And we can use modern ultraviolet lighting techniques to try and get a sense of what's underneath the text and so on. But perhaps the most fascinating is the use of computer technology to discover the contents of the Guinness. This is an amazing site from Cambridge University. What I like about this class is that it's from the back, but these lines over here, these are fragments of the month. Every month they post some incredible discovery that they found in the Guinness. Poetry and personal documents, things like that. It's like a newspaper. You read covering new things on our lives of Sephardic Jews. And finally, you also have new crowdsourcing lectures. Like, for example, to get over here today, I did a lecture I mentioned at J. We had to get into nice lecture, so I took an Uber. Uber is a crowd sharing, ride sharing device where we get on the internet. So the latest, these are researchers like this research society, they give you a chance to actually look at the Guinness itself. Here's my favorite. This is Scribes of the Cairo Guinness. I strongly recommend that when you go home tonight, go and check this out. Let's do it together ourselves. So here we are. This is the actual website. And we can skip this. Here is it. So this is the actual website. Help us unlock the mysteries of the Cairo Guinness. So you click on Get Started. And what they will do is they will give you some information. They will give you, here's a piece of the Cairo Guinness that nobody has translated here. It's been photographed by them, and they want to ask you some questions. So they ask you over here, what language is this in? And I would say it's Hebrew. They all say Hebrew. And then I go down a little bit, next. And then it's going to say, is this written in formal or informal? Is it like a personal letter, or is it like something an official document? My guess is formal. Yeah, let's go with formal. And then they're going to ask me, are there any like perpendicular text or diagonal text? Because I look for power stuff. I would say, no, it doesn't look like there's anything like that in this document. So I go like this. I say, none of these features appear, and then I click on done. And then they file it away, and they pick your next document. And you can do this yourself. And they're hoping that thousands of people worldwide will chip in, help do that first level of sorting. So all the documents are in one place. All the Arabic and all the multiple languages in the third place. And the next level of obviously they have someone who's a little bit more adept in language. Is this written 9th century style or 8th century? And slowly, for cultures, people to Mr. Kelly, this is absolutely amazing based on why technology to make the Guinness available for us. Let's bring this to a close here. What this means for all of us. So, when I say all of us here, I mean all Jews. So here's the take right now. First one is trash is not trash. And for the things that we consider insignificant, they have phenomenal effect. I have examples that in a box on but that's just one set of candlesticks only about 7 years ago. Imagine that these documents you hope one hundred right now and may be valuable to the secondly, as we discussed a few times now, Roy times was that Egyptian society was essentially a religious democracy. That's his term. And what he means by it was that basically it was a pretty liberal place where people were paying a lot of law. Go along with non-Jewish neighbors, go along with Canaanite neighbors. There was much, he says, amazingly like which is kind of mind-blowing when we look at a very bright century that we just went through. Holocaust and wars. Certainly look at it in Jewish relations today. It doesn't seem like that anymore. Perhaps it was possible. Third is the father of say, use shows, which means the more it changes, the more it stays the same. In other words, the kind of things that people are worried about today, it's amazing to hear those voices expressed from that beneath. Whole cycle of letters, for example, from mothers to their sons. They why don't you disagree? Never write, so religion. And you read these things and go, gosh, it's exactly like we are today. So you feel like the Bible, this society reaches out to us over the centuries and is able to describe us later. And for me, that way, that's what sort of focus on what's the let's go to what this means for study. Speaking as a master, I did hope events as a core project for Spartan. First of all, I think from the Guinness, it's really good meditating on the Sephardic genius. What do I mean by the genius? One of the things that really stands out about the society of Jews in the Iberian Peninsula is the uncanny ability, which was unparalleled, perhaps not no other period of tradition, to find what is best in secular society without compromising on what is ultimately Jewish value. That the Sephardim were able to identify those elements as crucial to their survival as a people, yet we borrow from Arabic poetry, Arabic music, Visigoth forms, and everything that we get to find to negotiate with Arabic experts. In Ashkenazic lands, the Jews tend to either veer off into open assimilation, or they tend to become extremely insular and frightened of the outside world, regarding it as highly toxic and poisonous to the Jews. So I think in the Guinness, we really get a picture of a modus vivendi, the Belgian shop that the Spartans are exemplified in. Secondly, we own this. I think this is a place to inspire young Spartans. As we can find a scattered throughout the Giza, the Shirabs, of the letters of travelers, this is fundamentally the life of the Spartan and its interconnectedness throughout the Mediterranean basin. We believe that young Sephardic Jews would see the Giza as a source of wisdom from the ages, from their bodies and ages, and then how to say that Spanish words. Okay? This is some of the basic Sephardic heritage that why are all the great scholars and Rustos on their time is not, Shepton is not, all these Ashkenazi Jews? Why? Because the Sephardic are studying. And finally, I think the submerged voices that come from the Genesis, particularly those of women, like the voices of the wife of the Nashim Abrat, the story of Moshe the Orca, who really the women's voices in a very unique way. They have been submerged for so many centuries. And that's why I think the well is such an amazing place to study and work and learn. Because these are places where you can celebrate their shared experience and world. They can rejoice in how they have shared in the millennial history of this part of the world. This might be finish here. I'll come back to this. So value actually has about Jesus. Okay. Let me wrap it up. You've been an extremely gracious, patient audience, especially over there in room 4. Thank you very much for watching. Hang around, I'll take some questions. Thank you very much for listening. Okay, thank you all for coming tonight. We're going to do a special presentation. We're going to speak about someone that's probably played a role in your mental development as American citizens, for those of you who are American citizens. Emma Lazarus, of course, is associated perhaps more than anyone else with the very notion of American liberty, the very ideal of what America stands for, comes in a very big way from her classic poem, The New Colossus, which is, of course, at the base of the Statue of Liberty. We'll spend some time looking at that in this class today. But on a deeper level, I think Emma Lazarus, in many ways, used her Sephardic Jewish heritage to articulate a unique form of American Jewish identity that was hugely influential and in many ways still affects us, in the 21st century. Let's first of all thank you. We're grateful to Mr. Nathan Moody, who is dedicating tonight's lecture in memory of Nisim Ben Simbel and Seti Bastlahia. These are very unusual names. Seti, Bahia, Simbel. So I fascinating to me. Perhaps Mr. Moody, if you're watching, send me an email. Explain to me where those names come from. They are not common names. related to Mr. Rudy's sponsorship, I want to note that we have 2 final lectures for the season. In fact, they have gone as yet unsponsored. So I'm really interested in raising more money for our students for a scholarship fund. You can visit my main website. I have links to the page where you can donate online or give straight to my assistant upstairs or whatever you like. We have next week, who are the crypto Jews? These are Jews who submerged their Jewish identity and they are living in hiding, posing as Christians. And fascinating, they live in North America as well. And also look at the great sage Rabbi Yosef, one of the most creative Jewish halachists of the 20th century. He passed away just recently, and we'll have an introduction to his thought and his impact on the intellectual, religious, and political landscape of modern Israel in particular. Tonight's lecture is going to rely very heavily, in fact, it's going to be quite derivative of the work of Esther Shore, who wrote a masterful biography. Here it is. We'll actually put a couple of passages from it. That on Lazarus, and I think it is definitely the most important biography that has appeared to date, and I strongly recommend it for those of you who want a deeper dive into Emma Lazarus' work. Okay, with that, let's go straight to the material itself. So we're all familiar, of course, if you know anything about Emma Lazarus. In fact, if you know anything about America, chances are you know about the Colossus. Probably not under that name, but it is, of course, the famous poem that Emma Lazarus composed as a fundraiser for the Statue of Liberty. The statue itself, it took quite a while to bring it to these shores. It is, of course, a gift from France as a symbol of American liberty. That was, in fact, the title, the name of the statue was Liberty Enlightens the World. But it was Emma Lazarus who found the voice of what that statue really stood for, and in fact actually defined what liberty means for Americans in such a way, such a resonant manner, that it has really colored our sense of who we are as a nation for the following 50-odd years. We're going to look at the poem in greater detail, but just to a little bit about the statue. Of course, it was constructed in France, and for lack of funds, it took a long time to bring it over to these shores. They had to have several fundraising salaries to bring it. Emma Lazarus herself never actually saw the statue erected just south of Manhattan. Here's a picture of the famous face of Lady Liberty herself. Here's in Paris the hand holding the torch on display, and here's the head on display at a World's Fair. And this is, of course, an iconic image that perhaps all of you remember from another context, the great moment in Planet of the Apes, where Charlton Heston, shown here on his knees. Remember that why this is such an iconic image is because those of you, if there is possibly anyone who's not seen the 1968 Planet of the Apes movie, it's when Charlton Heston plays an astronaut who is lost in space and crash lands on a planet. The planet is bizarre because the apes speak, the humans are mute, and societal hierarchies are upside down. But he eventually he escapes, and when he discovers the Statue of Liberty buried on the shore like this, he realizes, of course, he has not been transported in space, but in fact in time. And the symbolism of the Statue of Liberty is so important here because it represents all that is so good about this world. The fact that it remains standing, albeit in a degraded state, really sharpens Charlton Heston's loss, and he kind of, in my humble opinion, sort of overplays it, saying, damn you, and then banging on the sand. But nevertheless, it's quite dramatic and worth watching. And it says a lot about what the Statue of Liberty means to us as a nation and as is defined by Emma Lazarus. So here's a quick reading of the new Colossus. I'll show you a very quick video of it. I forgot to check the audio of it. That will work. If not, David will help me out with the audio. Just one quick word before we go into it. The title, the new Colossus. The Colossus was, of course, a famed statue. It's now destroyed. That was from the Roman period, if I remember correctly, and it was a great warrior that stood astride two great pillars that guarded the ports of some famous city, Rome, I believe, something like that. Rhodes, the city of Rhodes. Thank you so much. It's difficult to get lectures in college and being fact checked by everybody. But okay, here we go. Here's a reading of the New Colossus. Very powerful. Critics of the time, some of them actually said they liked the poem better than the statue. But what is especially significant for us is that her definition of American liberty had nothing to do with, for example, the Second Amendment. It had nothing to do with, the Wild West and the freedom to roam. It was all about sheltering refugees, which of course had a very deep, resonant meaning for her as a Jew of the 1880s, as we shall see shortly, but also as a Sephardi, as a woman of Sephardic extraction. Let me read to you a poem that she wrote not too long after the New Colossus. It's titled simply 1392. Significant date, right? Because of course that refers not only to the discovery of America, but also the expulsion of the Jews from Sfarad. Exactly. So she writes here, "Thou two-faced year, mother of change and fate, didst reap when Spain cast forth with flaming sword the children of the prophets of the Lord. Prince, priest, and people, spurned by zealot hate, hounded from sea to sea, from state to state. The West refused them, and the East abhorred. No anchorage the known world could afford. Closed locked was every port, barred every gate. Then smiling, thou unveilst, O two-faced year, a virgin world where doors of sunset part, saying, Ho, all who weary enter here. There falls each ancient barrier of the art of race or creed or rank devise to rear grim bulwark hatred between heart and heart." A very beautiful restatement in many ways of the New Colossus in the context specifically of her Jewish heritage. Jews exiled from Spain, driven from port to port, unable to find a safe anchor, and only because of the great irony of it, Columbus's discovery of the Americas, do we have at the same time as the door closes in Spain, the door opens in America. And here you get a sense of, I think, the dual identity of her as an American, as a Jewish woman, that is so crucial to development of modern American idea as a whole. Let's look a little bit more at it. Let's look at the poem itself for a second. So just to break it down, the New Colossus, of course, the old Colossus is a representation of Greek might, of power, of, in fact, exclusion, right? The Colossus the artist rendering thereof we saw in the film. The Colossus represents how powerful Rhodes is, and that only those who have permission may enter. The Statue of Liberty, of course, is exactly the opposite. The lantern is welcoming those. It's a beacon for those who seek the freedom. So it's the new Colossus on the complete inversion of values that is the best of America. Not like the brazen giant of Greek fame, the brazen both in terms of being made out of copper, if I'm not mistaken, but also brazen in the sense it's rude and authoritarian. With conquering limbs astride from land to land, again the old Colossus, here at R.C. Roth, sunset gates shall stand, a mighty woman with a torch. Interesting, of course, that it's a woman, and Erasmus was very unusual to be a poet of the time and celebrated for the fact that she was a woman at the time, quite unusual. So it's quite ironic in this context. Anyways, whose flame is the imprisoned lightning, and her name, Mother of Exiles. That term was very resonant for her, and she often referred to the statue as the Mother of Exiles. Again, really encapsulating what America means. From her beacon hand grows worldwide welcome. Her mild eyes command the air-bridged harbor of Twin Cities frame. Twin Cities, of course, are Manhattan and Brooklyn. Keep ancient lands your storied pomp, cries she. I mean, okay, like the picture of the crown jewels. England, you can have all of your, gold beauties and things like that. Cries she with silent lips, give me instead, you keep all of your Michigan, so to speak, your crazy European stuff, but give me instead your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free, the wretched refuse of your teeming shore. Right? You have so many of these people that are overflowing, and you want to get rid of them and bring them on. That's what America's going to do. Send these, the homeless, tempest-tossed to me. I lift my lamp beside the golden door. Very powerful statement of American value. So, jumping ahead from there, let's look a little bit at her life as a whole. Charlton Heston. I like Charlton Heston because a lot of people tell me I have a striking resemblance to him. That him and Will Smith, the two of them, I walk down the street and people say, is that Will Smith? Okay. So, as I mentioned, her family background is Portuguese Sephardic, meaning that her family at one point had converted to Christianity in order to protect themselves. But once they reached freedom, either in South America or in North America, they reverted to their Jewish identity. She had a lot of connections to Newport. In fact, she meditated on some of the poems that not Longfellow wrote about Jewish Newport that we studied when we looked at the life of Judah Turrell. And in many ways, she was from the greatest of the old Sephardic Jewish families of New York. The families that her ancestors married into were all of the important names of the period, and you will see them running through the 18th century as major rabbis and philanthropists and leaders of various types. She herself came from an observant background, but she did not feel constrained to observe it in the same way that her parents did. And in fact, she describes some of the fascinating encounters she has with other poets who are fascinating, first of all, the fact that she's a woman, because there are not that many female poets at this time. And secondly, that she does not seem embarrassed about her Jewishness whatsoever. And at the same time, she speaks with complete confidence in the modern American vernacular. She has that kind of exotic nature to her because she comes from such a foreign, non-Christian origin. But at the same time, she's perfectly happy and at home in the American idea. This is a dual identity that she relished, and she compared in many ways to the negative experience that Hannah had. She translated Hannah, as we shall see shortly. So she viewed her kind of pride in her Jewish origins and her quote-unquote modern observance as really a badge of honor in two ways. And I would also I would also not hesitate to say that this encapsulates much of modern American Jewish identity as well. The pride in Jewish heritage and ethnicity, but at the same time, not necessarily such an enthusiasm for traditional religious observance. Her grandmother was actually a poet herself, Grace Mendez Sexas Nathan. These surnames are all extremely important. And she bequeathed to her granddaughter, a love of poetry. We actually have in Professor Shore's biography some examples of her grandmother's poetry. She was a child prodigy, and her father doted upon her. In fact, her father was her first publisher, publishing her poems and specifically putting the subtitle that his daughter was only 16 years old when they were composed. They did create quite a brouhaha on the literary scene because she was quite precocious. So all of these strange things happen. You have this female poet of Jewish origin who's writing beautiful poems at such a young age. She was the fourth of 7 children, and very few of them, including Emma, married. They were quite a well-to-do family, and in many ways they lived under the shelter of their father well into their adulthood, and apparently did not feel the need to move on and create families of their own. Professor Shore, once again, has a lot of discussion of speculation as to why this was, but it need not occupy us today. She was very close with Ralph Waldo Emerson, who was quite a bit her senior. He was, of course, the poet of the age, the American poet of the age, and they engaged in quite a vigorous correspondence for quite some time. She eventually did get to meet him. Their relationship was always at arm's length through correspondence. But by the time that she actually went to visit him in Concord, she found that he was already quite far gone with Alzheimer's. And so most of her time was spent actually with Emerson's daughter, who was his caretaker. She had a conflicted relationship in many ways with him because, on the one hand, he treated her like a protege and celebrated her work and wrote phenomenal praise in his letters to her. But then at certain key junctures in his own literary work, he did not give her the kind of attention that she craved. For example, he drafted what was considered a very important classic in the history of American poetry, Parnassus, which was not related to Parnassa, which is a totally different Parnassus, which is a collection. In many ways, was considered the great first anthology of American poetry. And recall that at this point, poetry is entirely a European phenomenon. The idea that America, which is just emerging out of its pioneer days in many ways, to be producing poetry of this nature, it was a landmark. It's not exactly the first American anthology because there are a lot of European poets who are represented there, but what was glaring is the omission of Emma Lazarus from Parnassus. So she felt that her mentor in many ways betrayed her, and it was a bitter pill to swallow. This is especially significant since one of her first works, Atlantis, this one after her father passed, was actually dedicated to my friend Ralph Waldo Emerson, which is a little bit of a literary device to get attention, to say, hey, one of my friends is Ralph Waldo Emerson, but he declined to review it or promote it or have it published in key places, which she felt once again was a betrayal. Professor Shore goes into a lot of details as to how these literary conflicts were born out. More interesting, I think, from an insight into her personality was another work she wrote called A Lead, which was originally called, subtitled, A Romance of Goethe's Life, when it was eventually published in 1874, and at this point, she's in her very early 20s, it was translated to an episode in Goethe's life. And this is also characteristic. I'm not a scholar of poetry, but it's fascinating that so much of her work was rereadings of very important poetic works that had been published in the 19th century in Europe. So, in particular, this was looking at one moment in Goethe's life for which Goethe was roundly criticized. Goethe, of course, the famous author of Faust, great poets of Germany in the early 19th century, early 18th and 19th century, who was roundly criticized for taking advantage of a young country girl when he was a young man. Basically, here's a picture of him at age 38. Here's a picture of him a little bit earlier when he was, he was a wealthy person coming from a very distinguished family. He was already, a literary star as a young man. And he met this young woman here, Frederica Briand, and she fell hopelessly in love with him. And he apparently reciprocated. They were roughly the same age, and you have to imagine that we're talking about the 1770s now, when a young man, especially of means, comes and courts a middle-class rural young woman like this for some time over the course of a summer. We don't know exactly how intimate their relationship was, but certainly the expectation is, he has to ask her to marry him. Something. He has to go somewhere where he shouldn't be leading her on like this. Anyways, he just essentially dropped her, and she was heartbroken, and she never got over it. She had a nervous breakdown. She was near death, in fact, with how horribly he had ruined her reputation. She never married, and he went on, he had other relationships and all kinds of fame, and when he came back to her in his 40s, he happened to pass through that same town. He saw her again, and he says, "Oh, I'm so glad that she's over it. I can now put this episode behind me." And he was roundly criticized by others who felt that it was a really underhanded kind of way to behave. So that's why she, in her novel, in her poetry, she wrote about the story from Frederica's point of view, gave us a distinctly feminist voice, a distinctly female voice as to how that entire circumstance played out. Not the heroic and dashing vision of Goethe, the great poet, great thinker, and much lauded, but rather about the humanity of this young woman and her unfortunate circumstances. So you see that even as a young woman, as a young poet, her sense of compassion is really quite prominent. She was also very important as an early culture builder. She, once again, occupied a liminal space between the Jewish past and the American future, and she liked to take Jewish thinkers and place them in American context. She was a translator, of course she was fluent in several languages. She was a translator of Heinrich Heine, perhaps the greatest German poet of the 19th century, who is especially known historically for his false conversion to Lutheranism. As was very common in Germany in the 19th century, you have a lot of Jews who are experiencing legal emancipation at one degree or another, but they're finding that their social emancipation lies behind. And it's impossible for them to get, like Mahler to a position as a conductor of a symphony, or like Heine to get a position at a university and so on, unless they become Christians. And so, like many of his generation, Heine converted, and he called baptism his ticket to European culture. And as soon as he was baptized, he immediately regretted it, and he felt, what did I sell out my heritage for? 2,000 years of living in exile, and I just throw it away in order to get a paltry position at a college, which he never got right away. And so he spent the rest of his life kind of lamenting how ridiculous the situation was, that people of talent simply could not get ahead until they genuflected in this matter. He was known as the poet of, it's a beautiful German word, you can't translate it very easily into English, Judenschmerz. Juden, of course, means Jewish, and Schmerz means pain. So unique kind of, Jewish agony, Jewish angst. And you see it, by the way, in Jewish literature all the way up to Seinfeld, Woody Allen. They're all poets or comedians of Judenschmerz, that unique kind of Sarah Silverman, contemporary comics make a big deal out of Ruth Schmerz. But anyway, she translated Kramer with his biting, sarcastic wit into English, and she was a culture breaker for providing that kind of standing in two worlds modality to her peers. So too, for Jews in particular, she was articulating that way that Jews could exist in both worlds, just as Heine and in fact she herself. She was also impressed upon by Rabbi Rothschild to translate the great Sephardic poets, many of whom we've studied in this room, Ibn Gabiro, Yehuda Levi, and others, to translate them into English. This was a fantastic achievement, particularly because she did not read Arabic, that was the original language of the poems, but what she did was she worked through the translation into German that existed, and with the help of Rabbi Rothschild, who knew the Hebrew translations as well, she was able to eke out some actually quite readable translations of these Sephardic classics, many of which were actually incorporated into the Reformed prayer book as liturgical pieces. Quite a fascinating kind of culture broker, taking things all the way back from medieval Spain into modern American culture. But her life really changed and achieved its final trajectory towards glory when she encountered anti-Semitism in a big way. And this is what happens in the 1870s when she is going into her third and her fourth and final decade. She died unfortunately at age 38. The things that were happening at that time were primarily European, but also had some American consequences as well. In Europe, the resounding cry in German, Die Juden sind unser Unglück, the Jews are our misfortune, came from this man, Heinrich von Treitschke, who is a Prussian historian, non-Jewish, who roundly criticized the Jews for their assumption that they could possibly be equal, which of course was antithetical to the entire trajectory of her life and thought. The immediate occasion for Treitschke's condemnation, which was later picked up by none other than Hitler, who used that slogan frequently on big banners at his rallies, that the Jews are our misfortune, was occasioned by the authorship of the magisterial 10-volume history of the Jews by Heinrich Kretz, whose picture I did not think to show you here, but I really should have. Heinrich Kretz was the first encyclopedic historian of the Jewish people, who, using modern historical methods, of course they're quite dated now, almost 20 years later, but he wrote this monstrous volume, multiple volume series that described the huge arc of Jewish history. I have a copy of a 1906 printing in my office, beautiful leather-bound copy in English translation that has on the inside flap, it has two and then a person's name on the occasion of his bar mitzvah, 1906. And what is even better about this particular issue is because it's a first edition, and the bar mitzvah boy never yet read it. The pages are still sewn together. You have to use a knife to cut them apart. I mean, I suspect that Heinrich Kretz's works remains unread on any bar mitzvah boy and girl's homes for generations. But for those who had the temerity to read it, it was a life-altering experience, because Gretz articulated what would later be called the lachrymose perspective on Jewish history, in which the Jews are understood as these lachrymose, meaning full of tears, right? Tearful. That the Jews are misunderstood, that they're working hard for society, they do all the things they can for the world around them, and then nevertheless they're persecuted and put down and killed and murdered and so on. There is definitely more than a kernel of truth to the lachrymose view of Jewish history, but he wrote it in such an entertaining and powerful way that he articulated a narrative that could be captured and generated a tremendous amount of Jewish pride in the 19th century. And it ignited the heart of his last verse as well, along with who knows how many thousands upon thousands of Jews who read it. Von Treitschke, the Russian historian, read Gretz's work. Gretz was largely a self-taught individual, and he said, what is this, one-sided view of Jewish history? Jews never do anything wrong. Christians always are terrible. And, even though he was clearly motivated by more than real anti-Semitism, it's not that he was wrong in his criticism of Fritz. Fritz did write a kind of a narrative that was, to use a strong word, propagandistic in nature. He was trying to convey a particular reason to be Jewish, and that's all well and good, but it may not be really good history. So von Treitschker went way too far in his criticism, however, said not only is Fritz not an accurate portrayal of society, the Jews, in fact, are our misfortune. They invade our societies, they inflict on us their cultural values, they take over all of our institutions, our banks, our media, our music, our art, and they will ultimately destroy us as a society. This became the clarion call for all anti-Semites for the next 100 years, and of course had dire consequences for the Jews under Hitler. So she was enervated by von Treitschker's comments and viewed them with great fear because Europe, which up until this point sort of worked along this positivist trend that everyone thought that people were getting more civilized, people were getting more liberal, more advanced, more tolerant, and that was not at all the case. In fact, Europe was 50 years away, 70 years away from the greatest cataclysm that the world had known. We saw it also approach these shores, and in the same year that von Treitschker made his famous statement that was read around the world, Joseph Seligman, a very important American Jewish philanthropist, encountered a discrimination at a hotel, something which was actually a significant phenomenon in American society in the 20th century, where Jews were refused access to hotels, beaches, properties, which was known informally as the Gentleman's Agreement. Maybe you've seen the film by Elia Kazan, the director in 1947, won the Academy Award, with Gregory Peck playing Arthur Green, a journalist. I also like showing little videos of Gregory Peck because Charlton Heston and I thought I would go away with that again, but I can't. My wife wants to let me do that, by the way. Anyways, the Gentleman's Agreement was basically this agreement between Christians and gentlemen that they would not entertain Jews. But if there was a housing development, they would never sell a house to a Jew. A hotel, they would never have to stay in a room where a Jew was across the corridor. And this unstated Gentleman's Agreement was actually a sign of a deep infection that affected all of American society. When Seligman was actually refused to a space, a vacancy in a Hilton hotel, the Jews of the time decided to mount a boycott against Hilton's hotels, which eventually was successful. Here is, for example, a little bit later, but Miami Beach, where I spent about 20 years, this was a well-known phenomenon. They often used euphemisms like restricted clientele. Sometimes they had attempts at humor, like phrases like always a Jew, never a Jew, or sometimes much more vulgar statements like no blacks, no dogs, no Jews. Sometimes it would be in a different order. This is even today in New Jersey. There's a picture of me. I went to a funeral once, and there was a sign parking for Gentile funeral home only. And I was so blown away. How could they possibly do that? Until I realized that there's actually a funeral home that's called Gentile Funeral Home. And so it's not nearly as bad as it looks. Anyways, this kind of anti-Semitism, which by contrast to European anti-Semitism was obviously quite a bit milder, but nevertheless, it motivated Lazarus to spend even more time looking at her Jewish identity. And she composed poems like this long one, let's go back over here, The Dance to Death, a subtitle, The Song of a Semite, Songs of a Semite. She, of course, herself was a Semite, and this is an allusion to the term that was being popularized in this era of Semitism or anti-Semitism, the notion that there was a real Jewish conspiracy that Jews were engaged in. That was called Semitism. So here is a quote from the Dance to Death, and it is once again a rewriting and a retelling of a European classic called Der Tanz zum Tode by Richard Reinhardt, which was later written to an opera called La Jolie, the Jewish woman. The plot of the story is, and it's set in Germany in the 14th century, is a Jewish man takes into his family a foundling who is actually the daughter of a Christian nobleman. So he takes a Christian girl into his family, and they raise her, and she thinks she is Jewish. Later, her father is quite instrumental in mounting these anti-Semitic persecutions of Jews, including burnings at the stake, and the young girl, who is ironically the daughter of the very anti-Semite who is mounting these attacks on the Jewish community, is burned to death. In the original version, her identity as a Jewess is not revealed, and that kind of, keeps the tragic quality of the story alive. Because an ambiguity that the father doesn't know that he's actually burning his own daughter, God forbid. But in Lazarus's version, she is told, and she's given a choice. Do you want to abandon the religion in which you have been raised and seek safety as a Christian, or would you rather go to death with the rest of us? And the young girl says, this is Emma Lazarus' version, never. If I be offspring to that kite, I hereby deny my race, forsake my father. So does thy dream fall true. Let him save thee, whose hand has guided mine, whose lips have blessed, whose bread has nourished me. Thy God is mine, thy people are my people. The allusion, of course, there to the book of Ruth, right? Coming up, we're going to be reading it in a couple of weeks. The allusion there that she becomes, as it were, a convert in truth, knowing her true origins and nevertheless accepting Judaism. And it's an inversion of the original story, but it underscores the incredibly powerful gravitational pull of Jewish ethnicity and stands in stark contrast to the kind of attacks on Jews that were occurring with greater rapidity in the New World. But coming to the climax of her life and that for which she is most remembered, no question the association is with Russia and the pogroms of 1881 through 1884. This was a unique moment in world history. Basically, what happened was the Tsar liberator Alexander, a Tsar of Russia who had 20 years earlier liberated the peasants of Russia, very much like Lincoln and the Emancipation Proclamation in America. Also, he was widely regarded as a great hero by the peasantry for their liberation, for the emancipation of the serfs. But very much like Lincoln here in America, the serfs were not given anything for which they would be able to make a living. They weren't given their 40 acres and a mule. The same kind of criticism of the African American situation as well. And so there's a tremendous amount of social inequality in Russia in the 19th century, and a tremendous amount of social upheaval. One of the flashpoints was when a socialist group called Narodная Volia, the People's Will, lobbed a bomb at the carriage containing the Tsar and his wife, and immediately killed them. One of the conspirators in that crime was in fact a Jew, and the cry went out to Russia that the new Tsar, Alexander III, had given the population 3 days' space to beat the Jews. For a long time, it was believed that that was in fact the truth, and that the pogroms were somehow orchestrated by the Russian government. But later, archival research has shown that that is not in fact the case, even though the Tsars definitely had an anti-Semitic tendency, and there was lots of material that would support their anti-Jewish positions. They simply didn't have the wherewithal or the motivation to carry out such a sustained attack that ultimately was a revolutionary kind of movement that undercut the stability of society. But what definitely happened is those reported 3 days of freedom turned into 3 years as hundreds of attacks, sometimes multiple times, on small Jewish villages called Shtepla, dotted the Russian Empire, particularly in Ukraine, which is the southern region of the Pale of Settlement region where Jews were allowed to live. By contrast with the later pogrom waves, and especially the Holocaust, the violence was relatively small. The number of Jews killed forbidden these attacks was about 46. So 3 years of violence and only 46 dead. Very bloody 20 and not so promising 21st century. Those are actually not terrible statistics. But it was clear as a result of the hundreds of attacks that Russia was no longer a Rechtsstaat. It was no longer a country that was governed by law because the local police were unwilling or unable to actually defend the Jews from these pogroms. And as a result, combined with the many economic reasons for leaving, there was a huge exodus of Jews from Russia between the years 1881, when the pogroms first broke out, to the 1920s, when American immigration policies began to restrict the number of leaving. You can see that in those 3 or 4 decades, 1.7 million Jews came to America. About 70,000, including my own ancestors, went in search of universal health care in Canada, and very large numbers in Brazil, South America, South Africa, where many Lithuanian Jews specifically went here, 5,000 to Australia. A significant number decided to go to Israel in a very early stage in its modern development, and of course, 250,000 made their way to Western Europe. So huge exodus of Jews. The largest number, of course, came to these shores. And it represented a totally new type of Jewish immigration, because until this point we had basically 2 waves of Jewish immigration, and we're talking about very small numbers, first in the hundreds, and then in the single thousands, and all of a sudden now we're talking about tens of thousands, and hundreds of thousands of Jews making their way to America. The very first immigration of Jews to America were Sephardic Jews coming from Recife. We spoke about that a few weeks ago, from the fleeing Inquisition in South America, making a
Did your update finish? Excellent. Did your update finish? How much longer does it have? We're just watching some history lectures. Feel free to just chill. I'm always live, so I'm just coming here and check it out. We're happy to be chatting.
way up to New York and Newport. The second wave in the 1840s, which we haven't discussed in the series, were primarily German Jews who came to these shores for a host of reasons, including, for example, rather restrictive policies that did not allow Jewish men to marry unless they could.
Hey, there he is. Where you living, kid? What, dog? Welcome to my world. We are like yin and yang in it, man. Like with our sleep cycles. What's good in your neck of the woods? Oh, Joe. Exactly. Zoot and Riser were in here. We played some golf, and we got a new friend in here. Lito. Cool. Met him today. I wouldn't have normally slept as late as I did, but man, I was all this critical and to think of it. But people do. And this is just, I don't know what it is. But I'll go into this. I mean, I know what it is. People don't want me fucking just sitting in their server with the camera up. I get it. But there's nothing against the rules. And so it's very key to me that if you're going to have rules that are super specific, I'm going to read them and I'll find any loophole there is and I'm going to take advantage of it. That's just that's in my being. Like, I want as much freedom as I can have. So I went into this one of this store. And I met all these people that were really, really cool. They came into my YouTube and they were like, "Hey, Rabbi, you're always on. Like, can you please talk to us?" I came in right away and talked to them. We talked about everything from alien disclosure, all that stuff. And they really liked me. They thought I was really cool. Then all of a sudden, I see that like I had been muted in the server. Well, let me actually say this. Before those people asked me to come in, I muted for like 10 minutes. And I complained to the moderation team. I said, "Look, why did I get muted?" And one of the people with whom I took out the ticket, they told me, "Oh, hey, what's going on, Astor Black? How you living? Hope you're doing well." So I put in a ticket to just say, "Hey, I don't understand what I did wrong. So I feel like I'm getting kicked out because I'm a really easy target. Just imagine. Nobody wants me there, and so what do? I complained and I said, "Look, I don't know why, but I just came in and I got this mute, and it said it didn't give me a reason." So another moderator comes in like 12 hours later, and they look at my ticket. They're like, "Hey, we need a little bit of time to review why the other moderator muted you." I'm like, "That's fine. Take all the time that you need. But just know that I read through all of your rules, and I didn't violate a single one." So they came back to me like 6 hours later, which was like midday, and hey, whenever I'm having one of these fights with someone, I don't sleep well. In fact, I don't sleep at all. I'm still like thinking about it the whole time because I'm pissed. I'm like, what did I do wrong? So they came back and they were like, "Well, you didn't advertise, but what we're considering this is silent advertising." I said, "Oh, okay, silent advertising. Where is that against the rules?" And they're like, "Well, it's not in the rules, but it's silent advertising." I said, "Look, you are picking on it. The reason why you have rules is to put in there what you can and can't do. And now, because you are seemingly not liking me, you want to call my behavior silent advertising. Is it silent advertising? 100% I wouldn't be in any of these servers if that wasn't my strategy. But I don't have to let them know that." Yes, it is. No, that one definitely would be. Because that's actually weapon. Absolutely. And you're 100% right. That's an excellent point. Would you be considered silent advertising? 100%. In fact, arguably, that's not even silent advertising. That's like manipulating your name to be linked. Which, if we're allowed to do that, I will have my name be Rabbi Rothschild at blogspot.com on all of these or whatever. Discord.me/Rabbi. I'll take advantage of any situation, but I'm not doing it. And believe it or not, I've done that in the past. I have made my names follow Rabbi Rothschild on YouTube, and like obviously that one is like advertising, but in this case, I know the rules, and and I know I'm getting picked on. And so, what do I call this? I call it discriminatory behavior. Not for any reason. I don't say why I think it's discriminatory. I just say it's discriminatory because you're picking on me. I don't say for any reason. Not because I'm a dude, not because my profile picture is red. No. What do I consider discriminatory? Being uncool. You're discriminating against cool people. But basically, like, I don't know how else to describe it. When I get into a server, somebody sees my name, they go to my profile, and then they're like, "Well, you're not really advertising, but we're just going to consider that." Okay. So when I got in this big fight with them, like, I'm like, "Look, all you have to do for me to not consider you discriminating against me is just put in your rules. You already have no advertising. Right underneath it, you can say, this includes silent advertising. If you do that, I'm going to walk away. And honestly, I will respect you because you will have recognized that I found a loophole and you're closing it. But they don't do that. They just say, no posting advertising. It's like, I didn't post an advertisement. I'm not that dumb. I'm not posting links. I'm not telling anybody to go to my YouTube. So, a server can have like 50 different moderators. And if one of them doesn't like you, you're done. And so all I have to do is get off on the wrong foot with one of these people. So what ended up happening? I just told him to pound sand. And I was like, look, I'm not going to sit here and act like I am violating the rules because I know I'm not. I see them. So basically, pound sand. Then another one comes in. Oh, and I should say, I did meet some really nice people in there. And so, like, whatever. Then another one comes in, and they're like, I see that I was like, banned. I'm like, why was I banned? Or, yeah, I was banned. So why was I banned? They said, you're promoting your YouTube channel in your profile. I said, actually, I'm not. I promote my Discord in my profile. Exactly. That's what I said. I said, that's why they have these little things to verify your account, so that you can silently promote yourself or whatever. The thing is, I have found a very good loophole that most of these Discord people who are like 22 years old have not seen someone take advantage of, because nobody has so many accounts. Nobody has, like, the funny thing is they banned me. And so what did I do? I had another account. I came in just so I could tell this bitch who fucking banned me what was up. Like, basically, I don't want to be a part of your discriminatory server anyway. And do I really think they were discriminatory? Well, they did have a section that was called No Short People or something like that. So I'm like, well, I know they think that that's like a joke, but in reality, that's discriminatory. Like, if you're saying, if you're just taking it from a person doing that. So I just can't do Discord, but like, there are hundreds of Discords. Like, I'm at a point where, at least on Discord, I'm too powerful for them. Because, okay, so I can't go in your social hub or social heaven, whatever. I'll get in your chill hub or your chill heaven, which is still the same fucking people. And so long as I don't self-promote in there, they let me turn my camera on and just stream. But long story short, that happened. I don't like having an open ticket, and like, I always want to check it and see, like, hey, did they update it yet? So all day today I was just kind of doing that. And then I came up with I think the fucking definitely, you're gonna understand this from a philosophy standpoint, a sociological standpoint. You're gonna understand this. When people don't like what you do, they label you. So they'll say, not just you, they'll say, and I've used it before, you're a pseudoscientist. You are a quack doctor. They use a lot in the medical word. Exactly. So, and I can't stand this because it's like, you aren't attacking the argument, you're attacking the argument. And I don't like that. Attack the argument, not the person. This is de facto ad hominem attacks. And so I thought to myself, you know what, because I'm gonna get so much shit when this fucking goes viral, and people will be like, oh, he's an advocate for like eating seeds of an apple, and he's an advocate for, taking care of your body, and not just taking anything that a doctor gives you, and to read. He thinks you should read the instructions on your cell phone so you know how much radiation is getting into you. He's a quack. He's a pseudoscientist. I know I'm gonna get it. So no matter what I do, basically, there's so much content online, somebody's going to not like it. Generally, people do, but I'm going to get it. So I came up with a term. I think it's fucking great. I was thinking about this last night, or when I said last night, it was like, what is it? It's, okay, so it's an acronym. not only a war on people's minds, but it's a war on language. So I have to be able to control the language. And the best way for me to control the language is to control the terms. So what term did I come up with? It's called an A-hole. Not an A-hole, not an asshole, but an A-hole. What's an A-hole? It's an acronym for ad hominem, attack, user, loser. So it's in my own way an ad hominem attack against them. But since I'm taking the role of the ad hominem attack, it's like you can't come after me saying you're a name caller because I'm the one taking that role and I'm saying that you're a name caller. I'm saying you're the one using ad hominem attacks. Now I could normally say you're an ad hominem attacker, which doesn't really have, it's hard to say and it's complicated. But if I just say you're acting like an a-hole, it has that connotation like you're being an asshole, but also you are, what am I saying? You are literally just attacking me. You're trying to attack me, not my argument. So, what does this mean? If somebody comes in here and they're like, I don't know, for whatever reason, I say that I think bisphenol A, BPA, isn't good for you, and you should avoid like microplastics. Okay, that's not like to normal people, reasonable people. That's not that contentious of an issue. But someone in here who has stock in the plastics industry will come out and be like, that's pseudoscience, that's quackery. And I will say, attack my argument, don't attack me. You are essentially we're using ad hominem attacks to discredit me as a person, not my argument. That's too hard to say. And I do when I say that. So I just came up with my own term. You're an a-hole. You're ad hominem attack, user loser. Now, why do I use user loser? There's something to rhyme, like, well, there's something with rhyme that it enhances the footnote. So not only are you a user of it, but you're also a loser, which is my own absolute ad hominem attack. But it's like, if we're already playing this game where we're attacking each other, personally, I've got the best attack on you, basically. Anytime you use anything against me, I just have to say it's an ad hominem attack. And, like, it's almost like we're playing King of the Hill, and no one realizes that the very apex of the mountain is being able to control who's a name caller and who's not. So if you can get to the very top of that, you just start calling people, hey, you're a name caller, you're using ad hominem attacks. They can't really use that against you. They can come back and say, let's just say you're a quack. Okay, that's an ad hominem attack. You literally just reinforced my argument. You know what I'm saying, Pablito? Yeah. Catherine, so you understand what I'm saying? I do too. Okay, exactly. It's almost like, and this goes for everything in society. Like absolutely everything is. If I don't like you, I'm going to attack your argument. I'm going to attack you as a person. And no one realizes that if you can control the name calling terminology, if you control who can use names, you're very powerful individual. And it's a perfect defense. Call me whatever you want. My defense is that you're a name caller, basically. I thought of it when I said this. It's really, it's like, from a logical standpoint, it just doesn't have the people in music business mining, they know who I am, or some of them do, but throughout the day, nobody's really in that Discord. And if I put a these accounts and give them their word, but I did think about that. So if anybody, like if any of you guys are good at that, I'm not hoping you don't, but if they ever do, just know that if you control the term name caller or ad hominem attacker or whatever, like that's the thing that you have to control. That's the 50-yard line. Once you control that, you're king of the hill. Yeah. And I've never heard anybody who is able to call other people names and control that, you're very powerful. And then anything they use against you is basically you're impenetrable because it's like, call me anything you want. You literally can say whatever you want. And my response to you is that you're going to be a name. So quit talking to me and talk about my arguments. And that's what I really want to do. I don't necessarily want to create the most impenetrable argument for myself, though it is very good. I want it to be, I want to switch the conversation to the argument. That's really important. And then when people start to see, I would hope that when people generally this ever spreads, which I know it will, it would change how people write stories. Because there are so many ad hominem attacks in the media where people are like, use these phrases. And very quickly you could get some letters to the editor that say, I think that this publication should stop using ad hominem attacks against people. Instead of saying that this person is a quack MD, call them a licensed physician because that's what they are. Or whatever it could be. They'll say, oh, so and so is uses fringe theories for homeopathic medicine. Okay, you could say that, which that's an ad hominem attack. So how would you revise that? You could say this homeopathic practitioner or whatever, like that. And but the thing is, then we get into like words and everything considered an ad hominem attack at certain points, but that's fine. All I recognize is that controlling the narrative of who can call someone a name, who can't, is the key to winning the game, which is the key to winning the game. So, and especially with all the shit that I see on the internet, nobody is. It's like there's this huge battle going on the internet. And I just saw like there's this flag at the at the top of it, a very tiny hill. And if we can control that flag, we're going to be impenetrable. And that flag gets the ad hominem attack. Plus, it brings in black people. So half the people don't even know what the fuck you're saying. So then you have to explain to them. An ad hominem attack means against the person. So that's what you're doing. So now you can actually use a level of wisdom that they don't have. You have to, and then when you make something an acronym, it's like, oh, you're not in with the cool kids. Now I have to explain this. It's you're an ad hominem attack loser, and they can come back and say, you're calling me a loser. That's an ad hominem attack, and I can say, I have only used this phrase because you are me. It's really brilliant. So the acronym is AHOM, ad hominem attack user loser. Why don't you just call someone an ad hominem attacker? You absolutely can, but it's hard to say that ad hominem attacker is 7 syllables. Or I could call you an AHOM, which you don't even know what that means. I just made it up. So now I have to explain it to you. And now I'm going to tell you what it means. So I'm having to basically teach you things, which automatically gives me a superior advantage in our argument because we're not even on the same level. So what does this mean? What would this mean? If someone comes in Pablito and says, Pablito, I don't like you because I think that you are a person who is immature. I don't think you are. But they just come out and say, Pablito, you're an immature person. Okay, you're using an ad hominem attack. You're attacking me, Pablito, but not my argument. Maybe, Pablito, your argument is this. I think that everybody should be able to play video games, whatever. Let's just look an example. Okay, and someone may say, that's an immature way to think, Pablito. You're so immature. Well, Pablito, what you really want to do is not have an argument on whether you're immature or not. You want to have an argument on whether video games should be given to everyone. So you are switching the conversation by saying, don't attack me. Don't use ad hominem attacks on me. Attack my party. And people will still come at you with, you're immature, you need more X, Y, and Z. They'll say whatever they want. But basically, the defense that you have is you're attacking me, not attacking my argument. And because of that, you're an ad hominem attack of that. And that is seemingly a unwise position to take because you aren't attacking an argument, you're attacking it. Now, this one, too, do I think I'm going to just start calling people a-holes? No, because it'll take too long to explain to them. However, if somebody comes in here and, again, let's say my argument was, I think that you should drink water. Okay, it's like not really that contentious of an issue, but there will be someone out there who does not think that you should drink water for whatever reason. Maybe not as much water as I think. Maybe I think you should drink 7.5 glasses of water a day. But conventional medical world says you should drink 8 glasses of water a day. So what they're going to do is say, Rabbi Rothschild is a quack hydration expert. He has no idea about water, and his background is not in hydraulics. He probably doesn't even know how to swim or something like that. Like, these are all attacks against me. And what I do is say, we're not going to have the discussion about whether Rabbi is a water expert. Let's talk about my argument, which is I just think that 7.5 glasses of water is sufficient for someone, or whatever, for them. And when somebody comes with the argument that I don't think 7.5 glasses of water is what you should have, that's the argument I want to have. But if you come out and say, don't believe what Rabbi is saying because he doesn't have a degree in hydrology or nutrition or something like that, I'm able to counter that. And what I see online many times, people throwing name calling. It's just name calling at each other. And it doesn't get you anywhere. So by just basically saying that you're using ad hominem, which is Latin ad hominem, against the person, you are essentially, if you're showing that you don't want to argue the facts of my argument, you want to attack the person. Does that make sense, Pablito?
Yeah, I mean, I'm with there.
Okay. Well, sure. Okay, so let's say we just had a situation where kids want to play on the soccer field, and one of the kids who's, let's say, pretty good at playing soccer wants to be on the starting team, and the other kids don't want that kid to be on the starting team just because they think he's fat or they think that he's dumb, but it has nothing to do with whether he's a good soccer player. So what they'll do is say, I don't want to play on the field with fatty, or I don't want to play on the field with a chubby kid, or I don't want to play on the field with someone who's overweight, and they're attacking the person. And so the argument that you could make is these are just ad hominem attacks. Don't hate the player, hate the game. I mean, it's really what it is. Don't attack the person, attack the argument. And thus, in this situation, the kid can say, you're just attacking me as a person. You're not attacking my ability to play soccer. You never know. That kid who plays soccer might be the best kid on the field, whether they're overweight or not. I would say, a complicated subject because we are using some different languages yet, but it is, when it comes to arguments, if you can control the narrative, you can control the, so if you can control the words that are being used, you can control the let me, this is what will happen. Someone will come in just come in here and they say, hey, Rabbi, I heard that you think that a person would be fine if they drink 7.5 glasses of water a day. That's pseudoscience. That's you're a quack doctor. They come in here and just attack me. It's not really fair to attack me. Attack the argument. And so all I need to do to counter that is just say that's an ad hominem attack. You're attacking me. You're not attacking the argument. Attack the argument. They can come back and say, well, you're an anti-hydration person. You're anti-hydration. Okay, that's attacking me. Attack the argument. And by me just saying and controlling the narrative that you're using ad hominem attacks, it forces the other person to have to change their strategy and how they're going to debate. Don't debate the person, debate the argument. Have you ever heard the phrase, don't hate the player, hate the game?
Yes.
Excellent. So let's use that as an example. We're playing basketball on the court. And let's just say there's like a really fat guy who comes on the court and they are, it doesn't have to be a fat guy. It's just someone who knows the rules to basketball really well. If you know the rules to basketball really well, let's say you're taking a shot and you're bouncing it off the backboard and somebody's like, hey, that's not fair. You're cheating. Don't hate me. Don't hate me personally for what I did. Hate the fact that it's in the rules that you're allowed to do this. Don't hate the play. Don't hate me personally. Hate what I did. And in the same way, when it comes to debate, don't attack me as an individual. Attack the argument. Here's a good example, I think, probably from politics, so I can do my best to avoid it. Donald Trump just won the presidential election. Okay. So people immediately say, we have a fascist in power, we have a right-wing, alt-right. You've heard these things, right, Pablito, that they call Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Excellent. Well, are those true or not? I'm not the person to decide that. What I can tell you, though, is they're attacking the man. They're not attacking his policies. So if you came out and say, I think that your policies are fascist because X, Y, Z, and it reflects fascism, or I think that your policies are right-wing because X, Y, Z, or alt-right, or whatever. You're then attacking the policies because that's what you want to do. But you don't, what many times happens is people attack the person. And that's a weak argument. And a brilliant argument to counter that is just by saying, you're a name caller. That's basically all we're saying. You're just a name caller. And we can use that phrase, hey, you're a name caller. But that isn't that strong. Ad hominem attacker is stronger, but it's long to say. So eventually, I'm going to pick the word, the acronym AHOL. You're just giving an AHOL. You're being an ad hominem attack user. And in my own way, by being able to control what names you're allowed to call other people, I can control the way in which the opposing side will attack. So what I want to do is get the attack off of the person and onto the argument. I hope that makes it. It's complicated, but it's almost as if, like it's separate. Like there are like child debates that you have, like sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. So that's a really good defense. If somebody's saying, "Hey, you're a loser, you're dumb, you're ugly, you're fat, you're slow," what does some kid say as a little kid? Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words may never hurt me. Exactly. Exactly. It's a response to any kind of name calling that you want to send at someone. And so I'm just doing it in a more adult fashion. I feel by saying you're just using ad hominem attack. You're just name calling, which doesn't get us anywhere. Let's attack. Let's talk about the arguments, not the person. So anyway, long story short, that was something that I came up with over the course of the last 24 hours, which I hope I don't have to use. I'm sure I will, though. I'm sure somebody comes out and it's just like, they'll just tee off on you for some reason, and they'll say, that's fine. But you're attacking me as a person, not my argument. And, like, how do I hear it a lot? Okay, so I'll go into somebody's Discord, I'll turn on my camera, and people will be like, you're so fat, you're so ugly, you're so stupid, you're so dumb. I hear them all. Okay, you're attacking me. My argument is that the more data that I can provide to the world, perhaps the better the world will be. Attack that argument. The fact that I'm sharing my one with you, that it's a portal. No, they don't want to do it. They just want to attack me as a person. So what I can say to them is that you're just using ad hominem attacks, which frankly is perhaps an immature way, an immature strategy. A more mature strategy is to attack my argument. And when you could say like, hey, your live streaming isn't going to change the world or do all these other things, okay, I can get into that. Those are arguments that we can have, and we can have those debates. But if you just come in and attack me as a person, that's not going to get us anywhere. That's just name calling. And we can sit here and name call each other all day long, and it will just increase. In fact, I saw a debate between two people. I won't say who they were, but at the end, the person who did the less name calling came out better. And the person who did the name calling looked very desperate because they're always trying to make it seem worse. Like they'll start with you are dumb, then they'll move into that you are uneducated, then they'll move into you are anti-knowledge, then they'll move into you are a wisdom hater. It will just keep increasing, and it's like you're just using terms to attack me. You're not attacking the argument. That's all. Is it pure brilliance? In the right context. In the right context, the ability to control what you can call someone is the power of the mind. All right, that's enough of that. Anyway, so Pablito, what do I advise you? If anybody ever makes fun of you personally, you just say you're just something ad hominem attack. Your name. Attack my argument, don't attack me. Does that make sense?
Yeah, like when you say almost like
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Somebody calls you a pig. Okay, attack. That's an ad hominem attack. Attack why you think I'm a pig. Maybe because you think I'm lazy, or because from your perspective I don't do a lot, or whatever. We can have those arguments. That's fine. That's open discussion. But if you just try to label me with something, that's not going to fly. Because I'm going to label you first, and I'm just going to say you're a name caller. There you go. Be right back.
Amount of property, and so you have a significant migration of Jews to German Jews to these shores in the 1840s, and then in the 1880s, this massive wave of Russian Jews. They were regarded as the Ostjuden, the Eastern Jews, far more backward, far less literate. Literacy was far from universal. It was more like 60%, which was incredibly high when you compare it to peasantry and even to the nobility, but nevertheless, still 60% literacy. Overwhelmingly Yiddish speaking, not speaking any other European language, and desperately poor. So the American Jews of New York had to mobilize 100 people like Emma Lazarus to absorb this huge influx of privileges who looked quite strange and alien to their far more well-established English-speaking brethren and sisters in this country. But nevertheless, again, thinking about Emma Lazarus and the role she played, she articulated this vision that what America was all about was specifically the welcoming of these refugees. So this is a postcard from 1909, sort of encapsulates this sort of Western European Jewish attitude towards absorbing the refugees. Here's, of course, Lady Liberty herself, and the Yiddish on her crown or hat says the word America, and the American eagle floats above her in the front. And here is a poor Russian Jewish family arriving on a boat, but the key opens the lock and the gate opens. The Hebrew phrase underneath here is very beautiful. It's from the book of Psalms. Open for me the gates of justice, right? Not the gates of compassion, but the gates of justice. Open the gates, and the just people will enter, meaning that the people of righteousness shall enter. Beautiful kind of statement that encapsulates Lazarus' vision. Here's one more that I also like. This one is also a Rosh Hashanah card, a Happy New Year card, and this one has even more Russian imagery. Once again, on one side of the ocean, as it were, you have these impoverished, exhausted Russian Jewish refugees carrying their eager belongings. Here, the much wealthier, Europeanized, modern dressing, short-coated, he's wearing a kaftan, he's wearing a short jacket, bright colors, and so on. And with open arms, and a powerful metaphor of acceptance, they're welcoming over. The Russian eagle is first a bow to the American eagle, and once again, a biblical quotation here. And under the shadow of the wings, we will be sheltered. And of course, there is an allusion to God, but the idea is that America will shelter this beleaguered people. It is in this environment that the fundraising campaign for the new Colossus is underway, and the approach on Lazarus to compose a poem that could be used in the fundraising effort. And of course, she was the one who was able to bring that together in a pithy poem that could really take together all of these ideas and express in a way that would affect a century. So when we come to the conclusion of her life, she did not live much longer past that crowning moment in her literary achievement. She went on a trip to Europe. She had already been feeling quite badly. And in fact, it gives you kind of a strange sense of what society was like in the 1880s. She actually had to publish a little notice on society pages that she was not feeling well and she would not be entertaining visitors. So you would get like the New York Times and you'd open up and say, oh, look at that, unfortunately, Emma Lazarus is not feeling well and I can't drop by. It's very unusual kind of thing, like the literary world, the way people communicated. But anyway, she complained of a series of ailments, including, strangely, face aches, like headaches and face aches. We don't know exactly what it was that brought her down. I've read that it may have been Hodgkin's lymphoma, a form of cancer that unfortunately struck her at a young age. For a couple of years, her health waxed and waned. She ultimately went on a European trip, hoping to recover. They had to take a circuitous route because cholera was affecting certain parts of Europe at that time, and unfortunately, she succumbed to her illness while abroad and was brought back for a massive and significant funeral here on these shores. But when we think about her legacy, we can really reflect on a few salient points. First of all, as I've tried to say several times, she is the poetess of America. Her vision of what liberty means to America has informed the century, has informed the entire country, and in fact informed the entire globe, because when foreigners think of America, they think of the Statue of Liberty. And why do we have the Statue of Liberty? Because of the words that were enshrined on its pedestal by Emma Lazarus. That otherwise, just think for a second, if you separated the Statue of Liberty from the poetic meaning, what is it? It's just a woman holding up a torch. What does that torch mean? Why is she a woman? Why does she have that expression on her face? Nothing really makes sense. It's kind of an interesting statue, but it's only Emma Lazarus that gives voice to the Lady Liberty herself. Secondly, as a Jew, she really was able to define a type of posture towards her Americanness and her Jewishness, which is a tense posture. It's not the same kind of posture that we may choose for ourselves or for our children, but she essentially identified pride in her Jewish heritage, a chutzpah, a kind of a brazen attitude towards anti-Semites and non-tolerance of anti-Semitism. At the same time, not necessarily buying into a traditional Jewish religious observance. She felt that these things could be easily separated, and in fact, I would hazard that the vast majority of American Jews since her time have also found that kind of place to stake out their Jewish identity. Finally, she of course has an important legacy as a poet of America as a whole. The fact that her Sephardi Jewish background is intrinsic to the message that she articulated for America as a whole. And with that, I'd like to conclude this very brief presentation of some of the key elements of her life and work. And I want to thank you very much for your attention and your endurance. Next week, we'll return with a very fascinating story of the crypto Jews. What happened to those Jews who chose to hide their Jewish identity under a Christian mask, which they did with great success for several centuries. And as we shall see, the strange way in which they look upon their Jewish heritage is something of great fascination. Thank you very much for your attention. Tonight's topic is an extremely powerful one that I spent a lot of time agonizing over myself, and I wondered about how to relate to it in contemporary period. I think there are a lot of fascinating parallels which we may actually get into a little bit. But it's a little bit of a departure from our usual biographical approach. Like the lecture on the Holocaust, where we stepped back and took a macro historical position and looked a little bit, as they say, from the 30,000-foot view at the development of this phenomenon. Today we're going to focus on the so-called crypto Jews. I'll spend some time speaking about what that terminology means. But basically, the crypto Jews that refer to those Jews who chose to go underground during the Inquisition years to outwardly portray themselves as Christians in order to, get along in society. We'll talk about the motivation shortly. And slowly, over many generations, they desperately tried to hold on to their identity, but it slipped through their fingers. And today we have possibly an incredibly large number of these descendants of Jews, many of whom fit the strictest definition of who is a Jew by the most extreme Orthodox rabbi, and nevertheless completely unaware of his Jewish identity. So that's going to be the topic for tonight. We're not going to look at it. We will dip into a couple of biographies very briefly, but basically we're going to look at the overall phenomenon of the crypto Jews, and we'll take it all the way from the early 14th century to the present day. Well, first of all, thank you to our sponsors for tonight, my good friends Katie and Vic Crespin from Miami Beach. They were students of mine in my adult education there for several years, a very fond relationship with them, and they very thankfully sponsored both this lecture and next week's final lecture of the season, which is in memory of the Jews of the expulsion, the 6 million, and all those who just died for just being Jewish. Very powerful sentiment from the Crespins. Thank you very much. Just to clarify for what's going on next week, we have our final lecture of the spring season. We're going to look at the great Rabbi Yosef, who actually represents Mizrahi Jewry, because I want to spend some time speaking about the influence of Sephardi thought on the Eastern communities. Very important rabbi, extremely significant in Israeli politics, the leader of the Shas party, and so on. If you are out of town this weekend, those of you who are going to Boston, I'm very pleased that I'm invited. I will be back Monday, God willing, but on Friday, if you happen to be in Boston, for those of you in the engineering audience, I'm giving a lecture at Harvard University, which is sometimes called the Touro of Cambridge. And it's going to be on, I give two lectures. One is going to be on Friday morning And I'm really grateful to them because they invited me to speak on Saturday, and I said, it's not happening, and I'm sorry. And he said, okay, how about Friday? It worked out really well. It was really, really kind of them. The topic is Ukrainians and Jews since Huri. Huri refers to the Harvard Ukrainian Research Institute, with which I am affiliated, that is probably the premier institution of Ukrainian studies in the world, and they've done a lot of really creative work on the history of the Jews in Ukraine, so I'll be speaking about that. That's the last 50 years of Ukrainian and Jewish relations. Then afterwards, after Shabbos begins, I'm head over to Chabad, Harvard, where I'll give a lecture on my most recent book, which is on the Piaseczna Rabbi, the Rabbi of the Warsaw Ghetto. And I certainly encourage you, and especially those of you who are watching from Boston or Cambridge, come on by. It's going to be a great meal, and I think it's going to be nice. My wife will be there. Okay, let's go straight to now one last thing. In case I really apologize for those who came last week when I was not here, as I mentioned. Unfortunately, we had an illness in the family that I had to go up north. I did send out emails. If you follow me on Facebook or Twitter or even Instagram, you would see these things. But if you want to get emails, what you do is go to my website, which is Henry Abramson, or JewishHistoryLectures.com. And down here in the corner is this little button that says follow. And it gives you the option to enter your email address, and you'll get updates on the classes. Also, the links to the videos, things like that. So please do sign up. It's something that I can communicate with you over the summer as well, so you can prepare for the fall series. Topic is still TBA. Okay. So let us go to the material itself now. Let's see if we're good. The source for today, the primary source I'm really going to rely on heavily is this amazing book by David Gitlitz, who is an administrator like me and still has time to do amazing scholarship. I'm so impressed with this book. He and his wife, Sean Peter, have focused on all kinds of aspects of the social history of Spanish Jewry, and particularly the conversos that we'll be speaking about. And this work, Secrecy and Deceit, the Religion of the Crypto-Jews, is really an amazing piece of scholarship. I have to say, I got a tremendous amount of information from it. It's written with great sensitivity to the internal realities of the conversos, and I highly recommend it to anyone who wants to study this topic further. I'm going to, as is my way, be purely derivative in this class. It'll be an extended book review, but really it's a great source that I highly recommend. Let's get into the definition first of all. What are we talking about? This is, of course, one of the famous pieces of art relating to the conversos or the crypto-Jews. It's one of the Velázquez pieces, and it shows a Jew wearing the San Benito with the dunce's cap. This is, of course, a ritual humiliation that people accused of Judaizing would be forced to wear this, and they would face public opprobrium, and that was part of their penance. Sometimes they had to wear it for a month or a year, sometimes for their entire lives. And afterwards, these San Benitos, when they were allowed to remove them, they were permanently placed in the churches with names affixed to them, so that the memory of a converso's flirtation with their prior religion or even ancestral religion would be marked. All right, let's get our terminology right. So I've been using the term crypto-Jews, which seems to be kind of the scientific norm. Crypt in the sense of being hidden underground, right? They're actually Jewish. They think of themselves as Jews, but they are underground Jews, and they are externally presenting themselves as Christian. This is a term that does not carry a lot of moral opprobrium with it. It's a kind of term that is neutral in tone and so on. Another term would be conversos, which means converts, and this refers to the fact that the crypto-Jews were themselves Jews who had converted to Christianity, willingly or otherwise, or were the children of such people. One of the rather frightening aspects of the entire period that we're going to start studying tonight is the fact that this just slid so nicely into kind of early medieval racism, because it didn't matter if you or your spouse converted. your children would also be in that status. They could be raised in the church from the moment of their birth, but nevertheless, they would still be in that kind of status. And in several cases, these purity of blood statutes were published that specifically designated lineages. Once again, we're reminded, if we go back to some of the earlier lectures this season, we spoke about the Rabbi, the great Holocaust historian, who made tremendous amount of analysis of the Holocaust by looking specifically at the mechanics, the bureaucracy of the Spanish Inquisition, and that's certainly, I think, true in the way that these people were called conversos, or so-called converts. They're also called new Christians, and the emphasis here is on the word new. Meaning, as opposed to the rest of us who have been Christian since at least the 4th or 5th century, these are new Christians. They're not real Christians. They've just been attached to the body of the church, and we can't really trust them. These are new Christians, not quite, well within the fold. They're bona fides. Their good faith is not yet established. The Hebrew term that's preferred, and was preferred by the crypto Jews themselves and the Jewish community, was anusim. Anus in Hebrew means to force. It's sometimes used in the context, for example, of a sexual assault. It's a very strong word. It implies that their agency was completely removed from them, which is true in the vast majority of cases, that they were in fact forced to become Christians, and they had no choice about it whatsoever. Sometimes they're called mishumadim. I've been listed here. Mishumadim is not a complimentary term in Hebrew. It means that they chose to convert, and they were looked down upon. But primarily the term anusim, or forced, was used. And finally, a term that was very popular about 20 years ago, but it has now come appropriately into disfavor, verana. Verana is the Spanish word for swine. And so obviously this term was used by Christians as a derogatory term against the conversos or crypto Jews, and so it's really not the appropriate term to use in this kind of context. But all told, these are all referring to the same people, although as we shall see, many of those Jews came into their Christian identities, however tenuous, with very different motivations. Let's have a look at that on this identity spectrum, which is analyzed by Dr. Giffitz in actually far greater detail than I think we should go through today. I just want to give you just a sense of how the scope of identification with Christianity took place among the crypto Jews. And let us recall, by the way, that the period that we're speaking about is basically from the early 1300s until the present day. We're speaking about centuries of development of identification for these crypto Jews. So if we put Christianity over here on the left side of the spectrum and Judaism on the right side of the spectrum, some basic blocks that we could place these crypto Jews in would be as follows. You would have over here a certain number of converts who were in fact true believers. We should not obfuscate. There are definitely many Jews who felt, for reasons that we shall see shortly, in fact, Christianity was a preferred religion, and that Christianity was closer to the will of God than Judaism. And so many of them chose it openly and willingly, and later, in fact, dedicated their lives to convincing their erstwhile co-religionists to do the same. So you definitely have some. The term in Hebrew for these people would certainly be mishumadim, but they are definitely not in the majority. Then you have many who were converted, and especially their children, who grew up then in the church with a clear consciousness of their Jewish origin, but they kind of became resigned to it, and they regarded themselves as Christian reformers, or, this is my term, neo-Protestants, meaning they looked at themselves after, let's say, being Christian for 20, 30 years, or their children who grew up Christian, knowing that their parents were originally Jewish, and said, you know, it was terrible that they forced us to convert, but you know, we got along, and here we are, and life goes on. And the truth is, the church really should change. They should stop some of these egregious activities, and we can be the agent of this change. They are not like desperate to run back to Judaism, but they felt like their cultural superiority would lend to the advancement of Christianity as a more humanistic sort of faith. Let us not forget that the Jews had a far higher rate of universal, particularly male literacy, and as a result, these people tended to be quite upwardly mobile in social and economic services. So once they were converted to Christianity and they were able to shed all of the economic baggage, legislative baggage that held them back, they were actually able to rise up into the upper middle class and sometimes the towering upper classes of wealth and status, marrying into very high families and so on. So you tend to find those people sort of in this camp here where they're saying, all right, we're Christians, but we're going to try and make Christianity a nicer place. Then you have probably the largest group, and all of this is supposition based on Gibbons' research, but it stands to reason, who are low-profile Christians, who are terrified of the persecutions that met anyone who adopted any Jewish attitudes or behaviors. We'll explore the kind of punishments that would accrue to them if they were to demonstrate that they were identifying with Jews in any way, or Judaism. So, but they resented the fact that they were converted. They didn't see a way out, so they just kept a very low profile. And when the time was right, or when they felt they were safe and would perhaps share a little bit of information with their children, sometimes their children were raised not knowing at all that they were in fact Jewish, and then they became, you have the term Jews by choice. So they had a lot of people who were what they call Jews by surprise. And we have that, by the way, even in the 20th and 21st century, where you have in Poland, where many Jews hid their identity during the war, they became orphans, and afterwards they pointed out that they outed, so to speak, to be Jews. So this is probably the largest single demographic chunk are low-profile Christians. They are doing what Christians have to do. They're aware of their Jewish identity, and they just keep it on the down low. Then you have over here passive Judaizers. The term Judaizing, by the way, is preferred by the church, and this refers to Christians who are adopting Jewish ideas or taking on Jewish behaviors. They are, of course, Jews ethnically and according to Jewish halacha, but they're only Judaizers when they start to actually practice Judaism. So passive Judaizers, these are Jews who have converted to Christianity, resent it, identify themselves as Jews internally, but feel that they simply cannot do so in the outside world. So therefore, they observe Judaism passively whenever possible. So for example, they will not eat on Yom Kippur. They won't, obviously they're not going to put on a yarmulke or something like that, but they will not eat on Yom Kippur. Or they will refrain from wearing shoes on Tisha B'Av. They will try to keep some sense of the calendar, and they will step back from Judaism wherever possible. This was in itself quite a risky act, as we shall see, that one could be exposed to the rigors of the Inquisition, even for doing a passive, an act of omission. Finally, the last category were the active Judaizers, and these are Jews who are desperately trying to hang on to their Jewish identity through actual covert acts. They are actually engaging in prayer in a Jewish context. They are at tremendous risk of circumcising their sons. They are doing all kinds of things that are active demonstrations of their Jewish identity, despite the fact that this exposes them to phenomenal risk. Gathering in private homes for prayer prayers, or even if one of them were caught, the entire group would be sucked into the Inquisition. An absolutely terrifying kind of existence. But this gives you a sense of the very many ways that Jews could identify. That's an excellent and very sophisticated question. I will give a very short answer for the people in times who may not have gone all the way back to St. Augustine type lectures, 4th century type stuff. But here's the thing: the church has this irritating problem. What do you do theologically with the Jews? Right? If Judaism, it's kind of like, think about a computer, and you get like a great Windows XP. I really liked XP. XP was so solid, hardly ever crashed, right? And then all of a sudden, Windows comes out with a new model, and they roll out the new model, and they sell all their companies. Here's the new model. So what do you do if after 6 months with the new Windows out there, and people start saying, "Here, we want to go back to XP," or we'd rather not upgrade. You know, you might be able to eventually get 80% of Windows users with the new, whatever it is, Windows 2000. But the fact that there's some people who are holding out and saying we want to keep XP going, that makes the new Windows look bad, right? So the church has a difficult issue. How do you deal with that? On the one hand, what you could do is you could extirpate them completely. God forbid, genocide, or any other form of like simply removing their culture, which is a difficult thing to do in medieval and in the ancient world. They didn't really try it as a global society until the Holocaust, but let's say they did that. The theological problem with that is that there would be no surviving Jews around to testify or witness that the Messiah had come. It only really counts if the XP user sees the new Windows and says, yeah, that's actually better than XP. Otherwise, everyone's wondering, why don't just go back to XP? He's very happy with XP. That's what XP does. So the church developed this doctrine called the doctrine of witness. It was probably best articulated by St. Augustine in the 4th century, later by Pope Gregory the Great, that the Jews must be kept alive. They may not be forcibly converted. They may not be excessively harassed or punished. They think they're supposed to live in a second-class state, but we're not going to actually destroy them outright. So that's essentially church doctrine. The problem is, it's a very hard doctrine to explain to average people, and particularly when there is an updraft of popular resentment of the Jews that can be expressed in terms of violence, in terms of popular anger, then it sort of bubbles over into these massacres like the Crusades or like the massacres of the 14th century. And when that happens, what do you do with these Jews? What do you do if they have been forcibly converted? Then you're stuck with this idea, like we saw with Edgar and Mortara, that they are in fact Jewish and there's no Christian and there's no going back. So basically, the answer to your question is the church had a doctrine. There were things that happened, particularly from the lower clergy, the often illiterate lower clergy, that would stir up economic distress in the masses, and you would have these excesses, like forced conversions, which the popes generally said it's a bad thing, it's a doctrine, please don't do it. Nevertheless, once they're converted, now what do you do with these new Christians? So it represents an attempt to deal with a situation that got out of hand in the first place. I'll show you clearly in just a couple of slides. Thank you for that excellent question. Nobody else asks any hard questions like that, because it's going to take us way out there. Okay, so how many people are we talking about? How many crypto Jews are there? Here's some numbers. The numbers are astounding. So let's just do kind of a baseline. And by the way, these numbers, they're ranges because we don't have really good demographic data from the period. Gitlitz does a great job of surveying the major opinions. It takes a whole chapter to discuss what I'm going to put on one slide here. So I'm painting with broad strokes, but look at the sense. So in 1491, which is of course the year before the expulsion, we're talking about something like 7 to 9 million Spaniards, including Muslims and Jews. And in Portugal, you've got about 1 to 1.5 million people there. Of those, about 125 to 200,000 Jews were living in Spain, and about the same number, about 225 conversos from the various campaigns of the 14th century. So by the time we get to the expulsion, we discussed this in previous lectures, but by the time you get to the expulsion, you've got about 50% of the Jews who are still traditionally part of the Jewish community. You have 50% who are now nominally converted who find themselves somewhere on that spectrum that we saw earlier. It's a big chunk of the population. And one of the main reasons for the eventual expulsion is because the conversos were still associating with Jews, still marrying with Jews, still very much a part of the community, and the lines were blurred. In Portugal, quite a few less, about 10 to 20,000, and very few conversos. In 1492, somewhere between 100 and maybe as many as 160,000 Jews were expelled. Incredibly awful upheaval, a demographic change that's hard to imagine, and we've spoken about in previous lectures. About 50,000 of those went to Portugal. The Jews who decided to remain and converted not only right on the eve of expulsion, but into the following decade, because the Jews who went to North Africa, especially in Morocco, they were actually turned away by the local Jewish community, who was not willing to accept a large amount of refugees, even though they were co-religionists, and other Jews who turned back because of the fear of traveling across the Mediterranean, or even difficulty and expense of getting to Portugal, where only wealthy people got 8-month visas and so on. We're talking about 30 to 60,000 extra Jews converted in that decade, beginning with the expulsion. So we're speaking about somewhere just shy of 200,000 Jews who became crypto Jews of one form or another by 1502. And then if you take that forward, you look at what happened to the Inquisition, a treatment of those Jews. Well, the Inquisition, for all intents and purposes, extends from the 13th century to the 1820s. Lasted for centuries before it was finally shut down. We're thinking something like 25 to 50,000 Spanish Jews, 30,000 Portuguese Jews. The Portuguese Jews are originally Spanish when they moved into Portugal, and about 4,000 Jews who were tried by the Inquisition in the colonies, including Brazil, Mexico, the New World, and so on. So we're talking massive numbers of people over a very long period of time fall into this category of crypto Jews. Let me add one last thing. If we look at one of the so let's talk about the historical development. How exactly did all these people become crypto Jews? We've spoken in generalities. Let's just dig down a little bit deeper. So the truth is, here's another scene, by the way, in Auto da Fe. Not all of those tens of thousands of Jews that are mentioned in the prior slide were killed, but a very large number, certainly 5 digits, were actually executed in the flames that are called Auto da Fe or Auto de Fe in Portuguese. Means the acts of faith. The burning was an act of faith. So here's a public Auto da Fe. You can see all the Jews here and the San Benitos who are about to be executed. And there's a pageant-like environment where all of these Jews who receive absolution by being killed. So it really starts, ironically, in France in the early 14th century. Jews were expelled there, and many of them crossed the Pyrenees from Navarre into Spain. Many of them were forcibly converted, and so these were the first real conversos that made their way into Spain in any numbers. There were, and let us recall what happens with conversos on an economic level. We never really lose sight of how these decisions and persecutions affect the economy. I realized the Jews had tremendous mercantile skills for the era. They had literacy in 7 languages. They had international connections to be able to engage in long-distance trade. They had a strong internal legal system, the Talmud, that would regulate all of their interpersonal dealings. And so it was very easy for them, the Jews, to rely on a heavy infrastructure of trust that would enable them to engage in significant mercantile activities. So the only thing that really held them back were the many restrictions of anti-Semitic legislation, like forced them not to engage in certain trades, not to live in certain neighborhoods, not to sell certain items, or various kinds of aspects of social interchange. So once the Jews were converted, they technically kept all of the advantages of being Jewish and lost all of the disadvantages. And so they represented a very disruptive element in the economy. You can imagine, like, let's say, for example, we had, superheroes walking among us, like Marvel, X-Men, or something like that, mutants, right? And they've got super strength and they can fly, and things like that. And we try to keep them down by passing legislation, no flying in New York City, and all of a sudden we remove all those things and they're flying all over the place. Uber would be out of business in a minute, because you would just catch a lift with a superhero. So a lot of things changed when the Jews were released from the shackles of this legislation, and so there was economic unrest. A series of riots ensued in Aragon, which is a region of Spain where many of these Jews entered. And so after some duress, the local king allowed the papacy to bring in the Inquisition. The Inquisition had been established about 100 years prior, and the purpose of the Inquisition, originally in France, was to try and control heterodox Christians, the Cathars and so on, who were abandoning traditional Catholic ideology, and the Inquisition was designed to try and root out that heresy. But it could also be used for Jews who were converted to Christianity and then were Judaizing. So the king agreed. They invited the Inquisition into Aragon, and right away it started its nefarious work, which of course would continue for another 600 years. There are sporadic attacks on Jews throughout the century as the resistance to these conversos grew, and there was a significant amount of economic upheaval. And you have a major change in 1378 when an archdeacon, Ferran Martinez, and archdeacon is a fairly low-level position. Recall that the lower clergy is often illiterate, often can't even read the scripture that they are preaching, but if they get up and engage in demagoguery, stand up soapbox, make a lot of loud noises, and they inspire fear in the population, they can actually achieve a lot. This never happens in the 20th century or the 21st century, but I'm joking. I shouldn't even joke about those things. But anyway, Martinez specifically attacked the Jews of Seville, and he inspired a series of riots. The king, who was typically hesitant to engage in anti-Jewish persecutions, I don't want to go into great detail today, but for the most part, kings tended to be protectors of Jews because the Jews were a great source of income. And so the king doesn't want public disturbance, doesn't want neo-revolutionary activity, would rather keep everyone quiet. But under Martinez's rabble-rousing, he eventually agrees, and Martinez appeals to the Pope to try and impose even stricter legislation against the Jews and even greater activity of the Inquisition. In 1391, there is a wave of attacks that basically occupies the entire peninsula, and Jews are converted by the tens of thousands. In every community, there are attacks on Jews, sometimes multiple times, and this is where you get the bulk of the conversos, primarily from the massive upheaval in 1391. But the fact is, this is 100 years before expulsion. That's how we get to the number of about half of the Jews in Spain being conversos 100 years later. Let's try and let's also understand, besides the violence that I have described, we also have a few of these really prominent celebrity reversions that spur the movement along within the Jewish sphere. Perhaps the most famous of them is this individual, Shlomo Halevi of Burgos, who is known by his baptized name, Pablo de Santa Maria, who engaged in a correspondence that survived with a Jewish man named Yehoshua from the town of Rothschild. So he's called Yehoshua Halevi. And Yehoshua wrote to Santa Maria and said, I don't understand why you converted to Christianity. It's like such an amazing thing to me. You were a very learned person. You were a rabbi. You knew so much. How could you just convert? This is not someone who was forcibly converted as a result of violence and became Christian. So Halevi sort of proposes an answer to his own question. He says, the only reason why someone would want to convert to Christianity, he says, would be, one, for career mobility, social mobility, and career advancement, right? Because I've mentioned they have a tremendous amount of advantage if they become Christian. They lose all of the anti-Semitic baggage holding them back. So that's one reason why someone would want to become Christian, says Halevi. Or number two, perhaps it's related to Averroism, which is the name of a philosopher of the period and associated with the idea of stepping back from religion as the prime locus of verity and instead looking to things like science and reason and essentially a secularism. So maybe your religious ideas sort of hold on and figured, well, in this environment, Christianity is maybe more amenable to my new kind of broader thinking. It's possible. Third reason a person might convert is perhaps by looking at Jewish history and saying it's clear from the pattern of Jewish history, from the trajectory all the way from the destruction of the temples, through the exile, the revolution that failed, and so on. Maybe it's clear from all these things that God has abandoned the Jews. Or perhaps it is really believed that Christianity is true, that it represents the fulfillment of the prophecies of the Torah, and that's why a person can be Christian. Now, the Lord ended his correspondence by saying, well, since I know that you are a great rabbi, you are a very learned individual, and you chose Christianity, it cannot have been for the first three reasons, because you are such a great man. It must be you converted for the last reason, that you truly believe that Christianity was the fulfillment of Judaism, and therefore the Lord, he also converted. He took the name Aromo de Santa Fe, and he played a major role as the prime defender of Christianity in a forced disputation in Tortosa in 1414. So this is kind of like two celebrity conversions that had a huge impact on the Jews. You have to imagine now, over the course of nearly 200 years, they're losing confidence, they're losing strength, they're feeling dejected that, where is God? Where is Mashiach? Why is this happening to us? How can this just keep going on? And when you have these kinds of figures convert, it accelerates the entire motion altogether. People have less will to resist, and in many cases, people actually actively convert. Okay. Unfortunately for the conversos, the Inquisition proved to be absolutely horrific and deadly. I won't go into great detail about this because we have spoken about it in several other classes. But let us recall that the Inquisition was originally directed not at the Jews who remained Jewish, because they were not considered heretics, they were not considered backsliding Christians, they were just non-Christians, and they fell within the doctrine of witness. But once a Jew was baptized, obviously there was no going back. So any Jew who consorted, any converso who consorted with Jews would be subject to the dictates of the Inquisition. We shall see a little bit about how this operated in terms of the belief system of the crypto Jews. But let us recall that what would happen is the Jews would the conversos would be, accused by a neighbor, let's say, who saw them, let's say, lighting candles on Friday night, perhaps placing them under clay pots or something like that. And then that would be reported to the Inquisition. The person would be brought in. There would be horrific tortures. After the tortures, they would typically betray so many other people like you who did the same thing. They would be brought in. The Inquisition was paid for by confiscations from those accused and later killed by the Inquisition. So it proves to be quite in the interest of the Inquisition to accuse as many people as possible. And informants were also rewarded for their services, and therefore, if you liked your neighbor's cow, chances are an easy way to get it would be simply say that, they typically slaughter their cows moving left to right with a knife and things like that. So it's a terrifying kind of social phenomenon. This happened in my research, saw a couple of these images that were terrifying. This is, the types of tortures are mind-blowing. This is a hand crusher. What I find fascinating about this is that the cross is placed on the hand crusher to remind the torturers and the tortured that this is all done for the greater glory of God. That this is what is commanded by the church. And then this horrible thing called the pear of anguish, or the Pope's pear, is a device. There are thousands of these kinds of things. A device that can be inserted in one of any orifices of the human body, and it later could be expanded like this, causing crucial, agonizing pain. You have to imagine how these tools would have had such a horrific impact on the Jews of that time. Let us go back to these heroic crypto Jews and try to understand a little bit about what was their belief. I mean, let's say, you have to imagine how, we're looking at it, we're compressing several hundred years into less than an hour. But let's say you're living in, 1530 or 1560, and it's already 2, 3, 4 generations since anyone has been able to openly practice Judaism. The Jews who did not convert were exiled from Spain and Portugal. The Jews who converted on pain of the Inquisition to behave openly in a Jewish form. Here's a Jew wearing a San Benito. Of course, you can see the humiliating hat and the face that's drawn onto the San Benito as well. And you might have to wear this for literally months if you're lucky and not be burned with the stake. So if you're like in the 1530s, the 1560s, there's no teachers. Who can you go to learn something about Judaism? There's no books. A Hebrew book would itself be a death sentence. No Hebrew books. The only exception would be medical texts. And so therefore Maimonides sometimes survived because he wrote so many medical tracts that were rendered sometimes to Hebrew, and also the ones originally in Hebrew, like Rifadeo and so on. So you don't have anything to study except Christian materials, and you have to try and imagine what Judaism would do with, let's say, Christian translations of the Old Testament. If you recall, you were with us last year, we spoke about Uriel da Costa, a Portuguese Jew who was raised in this environment. His mother came out as Jewish and said to him when he was about bar mitzvah, listen, I have to tell you, you're actually Jewish. And he was so enthused with this. He was so, inspired by the fact that he was Jewish that when they finally escaped Portugal and made it to Amsterdam, he so openly embraced Judaism, so happy to be there. He felt crushing disappointment when he saw that regular Jews in Amsterdam didn't always behave at the high standards of the prophets. And he actually ate him up. He probably had significant mental illness. Ultimately, he was exiled from the synagogue 3 times. And the third and final time, he was actually forced by the community to lie down on the ground in front of the synagogue, and the entire community was walked over his back as an act of ritual humiliation to indicate that really he can't behave this way. Immediately after that, he went home and he shot himself. He left behind a 12-page suicide note that is just one of the most chilling documents in Jewish history. But he was like one of these people who wanted to be Jewish so badly, but he grew up with a very twisted idea of what is Judaism because there was no rabbis there. There's no evidence. I'm not going to give him that information. The crypto-Judaism typically included a few key prayers, like the one line, Shema Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu, Hashem Echad. These kinds of things would be whispered and handed down generation to generation. But there's no way that they did not have prayer books. They might have something like the contraband Portuguese work, The Constellations for the Tribulations of Israel by Shlomo Usquare that we talked about a few weeks ago. But they would have no source material, so their prayers were just basically, gibberish that was handed down, often incorrect. And as I mentioned earlier, the kinds of observances that crypto tended to take on were things that were openly visible. One of the most popular fasts, for example, surprisingly, is the fast of Esther. Why would the fast of Esther, you think, somehow retain more memory for crypto Jews than, let's say, the 17th of Tammuz or something like that? That's right, because Esther herself was a crypto Jew in Ahasuerus's court. And it was available in the Christian Bible. The book of Esther is there. So crypto Jews could read this and could really identify with her plight. And by the way, when she said she fasted 3 days, crypto Jews, not knowing anything else, sometimes they fasted 3 days as well. And they really went to tremendous lengths to try and do what it says in the Bible. Well, they had to guesstimate by the Christian holidays. So they knew that Purim is 1 month before Passover. Passover falls in April with Easter, more or less. So they kind of backdated, sometimes go by the Julian calendar and use date to date, but they often really have no idea. They obviously initially was Shabbat, and that was a big deal. We'll see in the second edicts of what that meant. Gender differences, overwhelmingly more women than men. We definitely have lots of sociological research that indicates that women are a far more reliable repository of tradition than men. You can look at a lot of different markers for this. For example, the age of intermarriage in America is that men intermarry about 3 years before women do. And women will wait 3 more years trying to find a Jewish mate before Jewish men will. That's just kind of like an American example. But the practices in the home, all practices that are associated with the kitchen, the bedroom, things like that, tend to be in women's domains, and they tend to preserve it far more likely than men do. They have similar statistics in the crypto Jews, at least in the 15th century. Ironically, this even applies to rituals that were associated with men alone. Circumcision is incredibly dangerous because it's a permanent mark, of course. Once you can't take it back. But women crypto-Jews who wished to somehow identify, sometimes would actually, and this is a noted tradition, they would have themselves ritually scarified, usually on the shoulder. A small piece of skin would be removed as a token act of female circumcision to show their desire to cleave to the Jewish people. I think it's amazing. It has no source whatsoever in the Jewish tradition, but nevertheless, the idea that a woman would want so badly to identify with her people that she would engage in this, it's a phenomenon. Now, ironically, one of the places where crypto Jews learned the most about Judaism and adapted to it was in these things called the Edicts of Faith. I'm going to read to you a little bit of one. The Inquisition, in order to root out people who are engaged in Judaism activity, would typically come into a town, or they were announced that they're going to have an investigation, and they would attach in public places a long list of potential crimes, and they would publish this. They said it was essentially the same. It was called the Edicts of Faith, also called the Edicts of Grace, and they would say, if you have seen any of your neighbors doing any of these things, report them immediately to the Inquisition. And if you were a crypto Jew and you read this list, you would, by seeing what they said, learn what you thought was something about Judaism. Doing this must be what Jews in other countries do. So ironically, even while the Inquisition was trying to extirpate Judaism, it was also encouraging it, although in a twisted kind of way. So I'm not going to read you the whole thing. This is like it's a 4-page document here in Gittlitz's book, but let me give you a couple of examples. If any of you have seen or heard say that any person or persons have kept any Sabbaths in honor of the observance of the law of Moses, putting on clean personal linen and their best and festival clothing, placing clean linen on their tables or throwing clean sheets on their beds in honor of the Sabbath, not kindling a fire or doing any other work in those days, beginning on Friday afternoon. So right away, people get a sense of, so that's what you do for Shabbos, is you put on a fresh tablecloth, change linens, wear nice clothes. But you can see also how intrusive this was, that if you did these things, change the tablecloth on a Friday afternoon, you could be killed for it. And it's an amazingly frightening thing. You think about that next time you change the tablecloth. Or who have forged or deveined the meat they are preparing to eat, soaking in water to remove the blood, or who have removed the sciatic vein from the leg of mutton or from any other animal. Like these are laws in Shkita, if you make animals kosher, you have to remove certain veins and so on. Or who have cut the throat from one side to the other of any animals or birds which you are going to eat, saying, blessed be the Lord who has commanded us to slaughter in this fashion. First, testing a knife on a fingernail to see if it has a sharp edge, and then covering the blood with earth. And by the way, much of this material was revealed to the church by people who were tortured by the Inquisition. And they would ask them detailed questions, and they would codify them in potential crimes if they would be used against future victims. Or who have eaten meat during Lent or on other days forbidden by the Holy Mother Church, or who have fasted on the Great Fast, which is called the Fast of Pardon, going barefoot on that day. The Fast of Pardon is, of course, Yom Kippur, right? Or will pray Jewish prayers, and in the evening have to ask forgiveness of each other. The parents putting their hands on their children's heads without crossing them or saying anything, or saying, may you be blessed by God and me, which is, of course, that's what I do every Friday night with my kids. But, and you can imagine that would put you at risk of death. Or who fast of Pinvesta or the fast of Rabbi, so I don't know what that is. Which they call the loss of the Holy Temple, maybe Tisha B'Av, but I don't know what Rebeos means in Spanish. Yeah, something like that. Or other fast weeks, such as Mondays to Thursdays. Let's see what else. Cutting nails and cutting hair, keeping or burning the cuttings, if you practice the halacha, your fingernails, you have to dispose of them in certain ways. Praying Jewish prayers while raising and lowering their heads, which are turned face towards the wall. Right, shackling, we daven by the Mizrach line. Before they pray, washing their hands with water or with dirt, wearing garments of serge, terry cloth adorned with certain clothes, or little strings hanging down. This here, little strings hanging down from the corners, tied into certain knots. After they are baptized, they wash off the oil in person. Right? Like when they're baptized, they make sure they get rid of whatever they used to baptize them. Or on the seventh night after the birth of their child, they put it in a basin of water, into which they place gold, silver, pearls, wheat, barley, and other things, washing the child in that water, saying, "May you be as well supplied with the goods of this world as in this basin." That looks like some kind of indigenous Sephardic tradition. I don't know if it's survived. It's a Sephardic custom. I put you in a bed? Yeah, okay. With water and stuff like that, a barley? Yeah. Okay, that's interesting. So there's a lot of things here. And so there's so many of these types of things. And the transcripts of the Inquisition trials list in painful detail these specific tiny quotidian activities that the Jews may have been involved in. But that's ultimately the source of how these crypto-Jews were able to receive any kind of information about their faith, however distorted it often was. So, we're coming to the end of this. What happened to all of these Jews? Simple mathematical calculation indicates there are about 100 million descendants of those crypto-Jews. If you want to take the strictest definition of who is a Jew, and you say it's all through the matrilineal line, you're still talking about double digits of millions of Jews who are just as Jewish as I am and have no conception of whatsoever. This has ironically resulted, well, actually, what has been happening in the last few years with the advent of DNA testing services like Ancestry.com and 23andMe. Many people have discovered that they actually have Jewish Sephardic roots. And in fact, they can do some distinctions, whether it's the mitochondrial DNA, whether it's the Y type, haplotypes, things like that, whether it flows through the matrilineal or the patrilineal line. And all of a sudden, you have hundreds of thousands of people who are claiming Jewish ancestry with almost no understanding of what that actually means. From the 19th into the 20th century, there were various travelers who would go way into the back villages, including, if any of you are going to come on that trip with me in Madeira this year, including villages off the Douro River in Portugal, whole communities who say, yeah, we're all descended from the crypto-Jews. They're completely Christian, just about everything they do, but they have a consciousness of being essentially descended from converts. What do you do with these people? Many of them are so enthusiastic about coming back to Judaism that an organization called the Reconectar, which is very active in Israel, is reaching out to such people when they find that they have Sephardic Jewish identity somewhere in their genetic history, and they're inviting them back into the Jewish body politic and saying, you know, we'll explain what you need to know, and you can make your decisions. According to DNA testing, it appears that 1 in 20 males in Spain is of crypto-Jewish stock, and 1 in 15 American Hispanics in this country. The Northwest, actually, let's just say Southwest, sorry. I don't know who types these things up. So just ignore that. Right? I wasn't good at Russia's one. But it's a phenomenal thing that so many crypto-Jews are, because of science, and science obviously does not make a Jew. There are many Jewish, there's a lot of things that go into it. But nevertheless, it does point to a renaissance of Sephardic Jewish identity from the most unlikely of sources. Those are my comments on this topic. I hope you found this as meaningful as I did. Next week, God willing, I'll have our concluding lecture on how Rabbi goes safe. Back to the biographies, I think you'll find his life absolutely fantastic and inspirational. Thank you very much for your attention. Hello, everyone. I hope you found that lecture interesting. I know that the material and it was just overwhelming and absolutely fascinating. And just want to share one last concluding thought. I find it so tremendously ironic on a historical level that the identity of these crypto Jews so tenuous under such tremendously challenging environmental circumstances, and nevertheless, so many of them made often the ultimate sacrifice to try and preserve whatever scraps of Jewish theology or practice or belief they could preserve for themselves and for future generations. And we contrast that with the way we live here in contemporary North America with incredible and unprecedented freedom and the ability to explore our Jewish background, our Jewish heritage, Jewish thought, Jewish ideas. There's such a range of possibilities for Jews today, and yet the vast majority of American Jews remain completely disconnected from their Jewish heritage. That's it's one of those shocking realities that it's hard to pass over. If you had a chance to watch the Jewish History Manifesto video that I recorded a long time ago, it crystallizes my thinking in putting together this Jewish history series, and I'm hoping that people will get some kind of motivation to explore the greater aspects of Jewish identity and thought, the tremendous wealth that's present there, and that massive contribution to human civilization. And people will share this video, share other videos, or go look at other videos by other people. The whole point is to try and expand awareness of the tremendous beauty of this civilization and heritage. Okay, thank you very much for your attention, and the final lecture of this spring 2018 season will be coming up. I hope you have a great lecture. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for coming back week after week for these great lectures on the history of Sephardic Jewry. We've been studying them for an entire year. I myself have grown tremendously from the experience, and I'm really grateful for the therapeutic effect you have had on my own scholarship by listening to me talk about the things that I find really fascinating. Tonight is the final lecture of the series of the semester. God willing, will return in the fall. I've already decided what the topic will be, but I haven't yet decided how to release it. But it is going to be circular. It's going to be a totally new approach to the way that we've done these things. I think using all of the feedback that I've received from you in these classes, we're going to make something really amazing. At any rate, just a quick thank yous for tonight. Tonight's lecture on Hacham Ovadia Yosef is sponsored by my friends Katie and Vic Crespin of Miami Beach. As last week, we sponsored the lecture as well. It's in honor of the 16 and all who were killed just for being Jewish. A couple of interesting notes wrapping up the semester. I like to have a look at the metrics online just to let you know that we're not alone in this room. This is what the daily viewership was back in 2013 when I started giving these lectures, and back when I lived in Florida. This is what they looked like when I came to Brooklyn in 2015. And thank God they're going up pretty steadily. These little when it dips, that means I was telling jokes, and it goes down the joke. And this is when the Sephardic Jewish History series began. So thank God we're enjoying continued popularity on the web, and I'm glad that so many people find these lectures meaningful. Also, because I really want to raise money for our students, we are ongoing with our long-range goal to reach $100,000 in scholarships. And now we want to reach way more than that. But right now we have $13,596, including the occasional donation from the pushka on my desk. So if you are so motivated, if you enjoy the lectures, I love having to do your participation, sufficient sponsorship. But if you want to support our students, because they're really why this all happens, here's the website, and you can donate online. Okay. The topic for tonight, of course, is a fascinating figure, Maran Ovadia Yosef. Maran, as we shall see soon, is a uniquely Sephardic way of referring to our master. It's actually an Aramaic form that you see occasionally in the Talmud, like Rabban, or Rabbi. Maran would be our master. He's also known as a Chacham, as a wise person, which is a uniquely Sephardic term for a well-known rabbi. I will probably bounce back and forth between these various titles. My main source for tonight is a rather large work, about 600 odd pages, but I have to say I read it with so much interest. Every single page was a delight, by a scholar named Yehuda Azulai, who's actually not a professional scholar, but is quite gifted in collecting materials and in relaying them in a very appealing fashion. So I highly recommend this work if you want to go deeper into the life of Rabbi Yosef, and it is where I take most of my material for tonight. So who was Rabbi Yosef? The short version is he was a famous Sephardic rabbi originally from Baghdad, who spent most of his life in Israel. He eventually rose to the position of chief rabbi until he passed away in 2013. He is, however, a uniquely gifted individual. In my humble opinion, I would think he is the most important Sephardic person of the 20th century. Remarkable contributions specifically to Sephardic culture and to world culture. I myself, long before I gave these lectures, I was a big fan of Rabbi Yosef. I own a set of his Yahya Omer, just to give you a sense of his output. This is one of 8 volumes, and if I can balance it while I'm holding the microphone, you can see it's like really small double column print on every page. Phenomenal memory. Even his critics love to say that his memory was not verging on supernatural. The incredible eidetic or photographic memory that allowed him to retain incredible amounts of material. And a very creative scholar. He was able to bring together that material in quite innovative ways to solve difficult problems. He was not a scholar who lived alone in an attic somewhere. He was very much a man of the people, very involved with the daily struggles of Jews all over the world, particularly in Israel, and particularly Sephardim, for whom he felt a unique and powerful drive to return them to their earlier state of glory. And in a large way, that is in fact what he achieved. So what I'd like to do over the next 50 minutes or so is go through his biography, highlighting a few elements of his life and work, and hopefully we will leave at the end of this series with a better appreciation of what he did for Jews in general, for Sephardim in particular, and for the world at large. Here's a picture of him. I should mention, by the way, he's also known for his rather amazing fashion sense. I can tell you, I myself am Lithuanian, so I don't qualify, but if I had half a chance, if they let me dress like this, I would be Sephardic in a heartbeat. You know, I just think that the turban looks so cool with this kind of Nike swoosh on the side, and the Elvis style embroidery is just amazing. He also, when he was in his 50s, he suffered from eye ailment that nearly left him blind, but for the rest of his life, he was sensitive to light. So he was always appearing with these shades. He put together the turban, the shades, the embroidered gown, and oh my gosh, what a guy. Now, I should mention, he himself detested the robe. He referred to it as his work clothing, and he refused to wear it on Shabbat, which is, when you would think you would dress up. He would refuse to wear it on Shabbat unless he had to make some kind of official appearance as the chief rabbi. He preferred to wear just simple black robes. But nevertheless, this was a garment of office that indicated he was a Rabbi Rashi, the Rishon Lezion, the first one in Zion, and he donned it when necessary for the purpose of fulfilling that exalted role. But that's his classic, really iconic look that characterized much of the rabbinate in the 20th century. So let's go to his background. He was born in Baghdad in 1920. Here he is with some of his younger siblings and his parents. You can zoom in on him there. This is without the beard and the glasses and everything. His father was a simple grocer, and they struggled desperately to make ends meet. While he was really a very young child, I believe it was 1924, 1925, they emigrated to Israel from Baghdad, and they strove to make a living there. The family, while traditionally and very religious, nevertheless harbored strong political sentiment that Rabbi himself was not politically inclined, but his brothers were very much associated with the Hetzal movement, which is on more towards the right wing of the political spectrum, associated with, if you recall last year, we talked about Jabotinsky, Beethoven, things like that. And in fact, on one notable occasion, his political activity consisted of helping his brothers hide their weapons from the British mandate soldiers by putting them behind the many books that he collected in his bookcases. At any rate, he was noted in his childhood as a gifted matmid. Matmid, or masmid, if you want to pronunciation, means someone who is permanent, whose frequency is constant. And the word tamid in Arabic, that he was always studying. And his teachers and his parents and even his siblings noted that he was just simply not interested in playing. The whole idea of recess to him was, oh, I get to open a different book that I started before we learn this current book that we're in. And he was just constantly in his books. He really enjoyed studying to an unusual degree. He didn't show like exceptional promise beyond that, with the exception of one very special moment that occurred a little bit later when he was about 10 years old. The family was having an incredibly difficult time making ends meet. This is the Depression era. Depression, of course, was worldwide and affected Israel. And the father decided that his eldest son had simply had enough education. It was sad, he had to come into the family business and he had to clerk in the grocery store. And so he took his son out of Kiryat Yosef Yeshiva and had him studying there. And then one day, a couple of days after young Ovadia was missing from class, the Rosh Yeshiva, Ezra Atiyah, Chacham Ezra Atiyah, came to the father's door and said, "What's going on? How come Yosef hasn't come back to school?" And the father said, "What can I do? We're so impoverished, we can't make ends meet." And so the Rosh Yeshiva took out his robe, rolled up his sleeves and says, "I will work for you. Send your son to school. It is far more important to the Jewish people that your son continues to learn than I continue to perform my function as Rosh Yeshiva." And the father felt, oh my gosh, how are we going to do it? So he managed to scrape together some more support and in fact sent his son, the young Ovadia, to school where he continued to flourish. In his early teens, he was active in writing. And in fact, one of his very first writings bears the title of his most famous collection that I just showed you, Rabbi Omer. It's actually a verse from the Book of Psalms, and it is a little bit of a play on words because it means, it will certainly be said. The word Yapia and the word Omer are related to each other. They're related to the idea of expression of speech. And Yapia is a reverse acronym of his name. Ovadia, Yosef, and Yaakov, spelled backwards, is Yapia. So he kind of wrote that as like the reverse acronym of his own name, speaking. He actually composed some of his own original thoughts at age 16, and eventually he came out with a book called Chazon Ovadia, the Vision of Ovadia, that towards the end was like there were many, many volumes of it. But as we shall see, when it first came out, he wrote a thin volume on the customs and rituals of Passover, and it was actually burned by other Orthodox Jews. How many times do we see this, that Jews write great books, they get bad or burned, and then they soar in popularity? In his approach, which is going to relate to the issue wide open, he took an unusual approach that separated him from his Baghdadi origins. Remember, he's living in Israel right now, and he's also thinking about what it means to be Sfaradi. Perhaps I should mention to you something that hasn't come up yet. what exactly is Sephardi? What does it mean to be Sephardi? He came from Baghdad. He did not come from Spain. 500 years after the Spanish exile. But what does it mean to be Sephardi? Does it mean that you have to have some kind of genetic heritage that goes back to Spain? Because he certainly never claimed that. In fact, there are many communities, say Greek Jews, Turkish Jews, Bukharian Jews who are Sephardi, but do not say that we are descended from the Spanish. Syrian Jews in this community, a lot of Syrian Jews, clearly they're Sephardi, but they identify as Syrians. Who would say that they are directly descended from Spanish Jews? Now, to be sure, there's going to be some mixture. When you have the expulsion of the Jews from Spain, and you travel to these areas, they intermarry with them, and there will be some sort of, illusion of categories. But it's certainly not a kind of Sephardi tahor, like a pure Sephardic lineage. So one of the key ideas that he came up with early in his youth, and he stuck to this principle throughout his career, was the idea that a Sephardi is someone who follows the path of the Shulchan Aruch, the path of Rabbi Yosef Karo, who is also known for his status as Maran. The Sephardim call him Maran, our master, and adhering to the Shulchan Aruch and its style of approaching the rituals and so on. That is what makes a person a Sephardi. The ethnic things are all very nice and so on, but they're not as relevant. And in this regard, we relied on a very early Jewish tradition that defined Jewish status primarily through its relation to the Torah. We are a people, says Saad Yakaon, we are a people by virtue of our connection to the Torah. Yes, there is a biological element, yes, there is an ethnic element, but the fundamental element is connection to the Torah. Of course, we've got converts coming into the Jewish people, and we have such a wide array of converts from all over the world who just kind of blend into the Jewish people. The idea of an ethnic component alone is silly. So it is fundamentally the ideological attachment to the Torah, the way that we understand it, that makes us Jewish, according to this line of thought, which we see best expressed in the 9th century Sadia Talmud. So Rabbi Yosef used the same idea to say that Sephardim are those people who fall within the umbrella of the thought of Rabbi Yosef Karo, distinguished from those who follow, for example, his contemporary Moshe Isserlis, which would be the Ashkenazic community. So if you follow the Rabbi Yosef Karo and not necessarily Ramat, you follow in the category of Sparta. Whether you're from North Africa or from the Middle East, from Baghdad, Cairo, from Aleppo, we're all Sephardi. So that's all fine and good. And by the way, he said it's also very important because halachically, according to Jewish law, every place has to have its own local tradition. The major rabbi, who is the fundamental authority for that region, which can last for hundreds and hundreds of years, and in Eretz Israel, the land of Israel, who else would be the fundamental authority other than Rabbi Yosef Karo, who lived there towards the end of his life, who lived at Tzfat in particular. So Rabbi Moshe Isserlis, who lived in Poland, was not the local authority. Rabbi Yosef Karo was. So therefore, for two reasons, A, because Sephardim fall within the umbrella of Rabbi Yosef Karo, and B, because Rabbi Yosef Karo, 500 years prior, runs the local authority of Israel, and he felt that in Israel, Jews should have Sephardic ritual unless they have a specific connection elsewhere. So that was all fine, except for all these Baghdadi Jews who said to him when he's a young man, "What are you talking about? We follow the Ben Ishchak. We follow the great Baghdadi thinker who himself, although he was clearly Sephardi, he also took on a lot of Kabbalistic ideas that were not necessarily in Rabbi Yosef Karo's main work, the Shulchan Aruch. He took on a lot of stringencies that were clearly of European derivation, things that look more like Ashkenazic customs than Sephardic customs. And so in a few key places in the Passover rituals, he wrote in Chazon Avante Israel, and we're following Shulchan Aruch, and we're not following those Baghdadi traditions. And so the Baghdadi community, from which he himself derived, was infuriated that a scion of their community should express a normative statement such as that, and some of the highlights of whom actually burned his books. Someone who would become the greatest of the generation, they burned his books. It is rather an amazing statement. But he didn't stay unpopular for very long because he was a gifted teacher. Here's a great picture. This is more like what I would imagine he must have been like as a young man. And he was known for bringing together large gatherings of young people, and young people who are not part of the traditional Torah community, meaning like he gathered together just people who wanted to hear a shiur that was entertaining. He was known for telling hilarious jokes. He always began his classes with a joke, which was kind of mustard to me. I should really go back to telling jokes. But he told them well. That was the difference. But he would tell jokes, he would tell stories. He was a very strong believer that even simple people, as we shall see, simple people want to learn Torah. And it is the responsibility of the educator to make it palatable for people who are not necessarily steeped in all the fine details of Jewish thought. He married early. This is his wife, Margalit Fatal, who was equally dedicated to the idea of raising a family with a husband who was completely involved in studying Torah, and she supported him to an incredible degree. While before they moved to Cairo, and we had just a few kids more than this, they lived in tremendous poverty. Even though he was a very popular lecturer, he also was a bit of a controversial figure. That was part of the reason, by the way, he left Israel was because of the controversy over Rabbi's first wife. He says that they used to put the kids to sleep in an empty tomato box covered with rags. And they only had a 2-room apartment. One room which was used as a synagogue, the other room was for everything else. And so when he would study during the day, when in the synagogue part, she would keep them quiet by sitting them underneath the kitchen table and playing with the fringes on the tabletop. I mean, amazing kinds of stories of Henry that we don't understand. He also spoke about it much later in life as well. At any rate, we had a very strong, close bond, and I'd like to close the lecture tonight with an amazing story about his wife. But we'll move on. But anyway, they lived the typical Kogal family kind of existence, especially when the fathers-in-law were not so well with themselves. And combining that with the controversy over his work, he eventually decided to take a position in Cairo. He was offered a rabbinic position there, and actually he received mixed reviews from his work in Cairo. Here you can see him surrounded by his students at the yeshiva in Cairo. They're all with these distinctly Egyptian hats. That was actually something that the government wanted them to wear, the fezes, yeah. So he was tremendously valued as a teacher. Stories, by the way, I forgot to mention in the previous class, stories about when he was trying to leave Israel to go teach in Cairo, his students were literally laying down in front of his automobile. You know, the automobile was taking him to the border, that they did not want him to leave. It's also I'm going to tell you that story. But he was a great success, brilliant success as a teacher. As a rabbi, not so much. He encountered a tremendous degree of entrenched resistance to a more strict observance of Jewish law. He had notable conflicts and repeated conflicts with the communal authorities in place over basic standards of Sabbath observance and in particular kashrut. He was especially disturbed that they had a home there for older people, and it was communally run, and the kitchen promised to keep kosher, but there was no Jewish supervisor of the Arab cooks, that they simply washed the dishes in water between milk and meat, and he was aghast with the low standards. Ultimately, he had to leave. He could not change the standards of the community, and therefore he left to leave. But while he was there, he gained a particular experience with one of many distinctly Sephardic issues that later would be very important for him as work in Israel. He ended up working very heavily on Gittin, which are divorces in Egypt, a task which is part of the regular rabbinic repertoire. And as I'm sure you're aware, divorces are extremely serious things because when a woman is married, she is forbidden to any other man in Jewish law. If she were to be with another man, grave consequences not only for the partners but for any children that would be produced. So if a marriage is dissolved, it must be dissolved completely in order for the woman to go and marry a second husband if she so desires. And therefore, the documents that attest to divorce are written with tremendous precision. They have to be supervised to a very high degree. All of this goes without saying. Why is this specifically Sephardic? Because they were very lazy in Egypt and in Israel, as it happened, with the pronunciation of Sephardic names. Since the names have to be recorded in Hebrew letters, it was crucial that they had to be recorded phonetically and not orthographically, meaning you had to write it down the way it sounded. And Rothschild had names which were borrowed from many other languages, and the Ashkenazi rabbis would just sort of guess at it. And Rabbi Yosef said, no, that would make the entire get asur, would make it invalid. And if she were to remarry, then it would be a tragedy. You have to make sure it's done right. So, for example, what if a Sephardic guy has the French name Georges, right? We say in English George. So in French, Georges. So we don't have the letter je at the beginning or je at the end of Georges. How do you actually write that? So you've got to write it. All these letters, you can add little marks and things like that. But if you were to use Gimel just for bird, no one would call it like bird. You wouldn't know who he was. So he got very deeply involved in the precise writing of Sephardic names as they were pronounced. Something that also he was involved in very heavily. In 1973, he was immediately, with the Yom Kippur War, entrenched in a very deep and agonizing attempt to free Adumot. I don't want to take too much time for this, but it is important. There are 970 women in Israel whose husbands went missing in action during the 1973 war. You recall the Yom Kippur War. It was a surprise attack. Israel was caught off guard. They suffered punishing blows until they were eventually able to reassert themselves. So 970 women who were left in an uncertain state. If the bodies of the husbands were claimed or identified, then they would be widows. But if they were not identified, then they would technically still be married to these men who were MIA, and they would be classified as, like we know, as chained women and unable to remarry. There are several measures that Israel takes currently to try and avoid such circumstances in the future. And by the way, in America, particularly, there's a real problem with husbands who aren't missing in action, but they refuse to give their wives a bed. A whole other discussion. Rabbi Yosef felt this responsibility weighed on him very heavily, and he literally went sleepless for many nights, agonizing over each one of these women until every single one of 970 women had found a way to be released from their marriage. This was part of his thought as well. He was what they call a naked, someone who was able to find leniencies. And he found all kinds of them. I'll give you one example. In Halakha, in Jewish law, let's say a guy falls overboard from a boat, and they see him fall overboard, but they don't know if he swam to shore or what happened to him. They don't know if he's alive, dead, or whatever. But they're not even sure who he is. But they find his personalized wallet has his name on it. So it looks on the surface like this is the guy that died. Although, we don't have 100% certainty. So that's not considered acceptable proof in normative Jewish law. What about if you have dog tags? Your dog tags are also designed to identify the type. If a person is, God forbid, burned beyond recognition, and you still have the dog tags and you identify that someone wearing this chain was in fact killed, would you say that the person is in fact dead and that they would like to be married? Rabbi Yosef said this is not at all like a personalized wallet. The personalized wallet, a man could give his wallet to someone else and say, "Can you go to the store and buy something from you? Could you watch the wallet while you're in the shower or whatever he's going to do?" A dog tag, the surgeon never takes it off. That's specifically his, and it's not given to someone else. So on these kinds of logical inferences, whatever he could find to release these women was part of his task. And he spent a tremendous amount of hours with remarkable success in so doing. He returned from Cairo and took a few jobs in Central Israel until finally he ended up being promoted to be chief rabbi of Tel Aviv. And it is here primarily that we have his magnum opus, the Dia Omer, which is a collection of halachic legal decisions that shaped how Sephardim in particular observe Jewish law. I'm going to show you some of the most creative ones shortly. He was also at this time caught up in yet another war in Israel. We discussed the 1973 war. This is, of course, the 1967 war, which is still very much in the news even today with protests going on in the Gaza Strip. But the Six-Day War, we should recall, I'm sure everyone in this room is aware of what those events of June 1967 meant. When it looked like all of these Arab armies surrounding Israel were going to push the fledgling state into the sea, and then with a remarkable, uncanny, supernatural miracle, within 6 days, the Jews had not only defended the strip of land, they had actually expanded it beyond belief. This was the era when the 1967 border between East and West Jerusalem was removed. This is an iconic photograph showing the soldiers first approaching the Temple Mount, which was behind Jordanian lines until 1967. But perhaps even more significant for many Jews was this moment when Chief Rabbi Shlomo Goren blew the shofar opening the Torah scroll at the Temple Mount. Truly a moment when many Jews were shivering with the idea that perhaps the Messianic redemption really is at hand. To imagine a rabbi of great stature blowing the shofar. It turned out that both Rabbi Goren and Rabbi Yosef were both appointed to be chief rabbis of Tel Aviv together. And so he, the Ashkenazic chief rabbi, and Rabbi Yosef, of course, the Sephardic chief rabbi of Tel Aviv, the city. And it was an uneasy kind of partnership because they had very divergent views on many, many things, not just, what would be eat on Passover. They held, for example, tremendously divergent views on politics. Shlomo Goren tended to be more of a hawkish individual, very much in favor of, annexing the West Bank and Gaza, not holding it for some kind of negotiation, whereas Rabbi Yosef was much more dovish. He felt that Israel could, if it so desired, trade land for peace. He was incidentally very familiar with Shimon Peres. He felt that no amount of land, even the holiest land in the world, is the same value as a human life. And so he held a much more, peaceful kind of position vis-a-vis the situation in the Middle East. At the same time, however, especially towards the end of his life, he lost his confidence that the Arab interlocutors were acting in good faith and that the exchange of land for peace would actually be effective. He did, however, believe it in principle. He began to doubt it in this specific practice. But the two of them nevertheless managed to eke out a modus vivendi on a host of issues, even though they held quite divergent political views. So let's look at some of the rulings that he made that were specific to Sephardim and had a really huge impact on bolstering the central idea of Sephardim as having a distinctive family tradition. For example, weddings during the 3 weeks. The Ashkenazic custom is between the 17th of Tammuz through the 9th of Av, which are, falls in July and August months, no weddings may be held. The Sephardim have a different calculation of when that period of mourning is, and they say, come on, you're wiping out half of this time. And so even the wedding halls, which were, all kind of dominated by the Ashkenaz mafia, Sephardim couldn't marry during those times. So he insisted that they in fact should be open. I should also mention, by the way, that while he was ordering the wedding halls to perform, to allow weddings at this time, he was taking away weddings on Saturday night, which was a really popular time, because Saturday night weddings are almost impossible to manage while observing the Sabbath during the day. And it was just like a charade. Yeah, we're not going to hold the wedding until 30 minutes after Shabbos is over, but try and prepare your food and your bride 30 minutes before Shabbos. Not going to happen. I know that my daughters took at least 3 weeks to get ready for it. So that was one example. Another, Halak. The Ashkenazim, including in places as stronghold for Ashkenazi Jewry as B'nai Brak, held a much lower standard of what makes an animal kosher. Specifically, there are these small imperfections that develop on the lungs of a cow called sirchas, and they're like little punctures, little ruptures in the lung. That's especially true, by the way, if they're fed all kinds of antibiotics and all kinds of artificial things rather than being grass-fed. So the Ashkenazim say, when they slaughter the animal, they feel the roots of the lungs, and as long as the lungs would hold enough air that you could put them underwater and you would see bubbles, that's close enough. That's called kosher. And it is totally kosher. The Sephardim, on the other hand, say, no, we don't want to even rely on that. We want to feel the ribs of the lungs and make sure that they're totally smooth, which is the Yiddish word flat. They're totally smooth, and they have not developed those circles, whether or not they're empty. And so the Sephardim said, we want it to be halak, or flat kosher, using the Yiddish term, and they set the standard. Ashkenazim ever since have risen to that. It's very hard to find butchers that don't serve flat kosher meat. It was ironic to go to places like dairy and you see the word flat kosher, which is absurd, but nevertheless. So he kind of forced the Ashkenazim to kind of live up to that game. A whole host of things on Passover observance, because that's where you see a lot of differences. Matzah share, for example, which is matzah baked with many liquids other than water, like fruit juice and things like that. That was one of my favorites. The Tel Aviv Passover guide, they would do this every year, and they would bring this guide, and that's kosher and that's not kosher. They would bring it to the chief rabbi to sign. And he looked at it, and he said, no, this is not right. It said in the original, rice and beans are forbidden. That's Sephardim allowed it, which is in fact the tradition. Rice and beans are called kitniot, Ashkenazim don't eat them, Sephardim too. So he said, no, you got to change the language to me. Rice and beans are permitted, but Ashkenazim forbidden. So they turned it around. This is a lot of his way of thinking of like, hey, the Sephardim have a point, and it's not like we're deviant from the Ashkenazim. But anyways, the Ashkenazim are deviant. He did generate controversy with so many rulings. We're talking really about a man who made thousands of rulings in his life, many of which were very consequential. So, for example, he was in favor of the Heter Mechira, a very controversial law or psak that had been in place since the beginning of the century, that during the 7-year sabbatical cycle, the land belonging to Jews could be sold to non-Jews, which would render the produce permissible, even if it was actively farmed. Many of the Ashkenazi rabbis thought that it was not a valid sale for many reasons, and therefore they did not want to rely on the permission of sale, which is what Heter Mechira means. And so there's a lot of back and forth between Ashkenazi and Sephardi rabbis. Rabbi Yosef, however, really believe not only in the power of a logical argument, even if it turns out to be lenient, he also believed in the suffering that would ensue to the farmers if they did not allow these leniencies. And he also felt that, if we do not tell them that, if we we don't not make this permissible, they're going to do it anyways, because most of the farmers in Israel were secular Jews. They would do it anyways, and then we would have really non-kosher food flooding the markets. So on that calculation, his opinion was dominant in the state. He also was more permissive when it came to sharut or meat for women. In Israel, in the 1950s, one of the what's called the status quo agreements was reached between the great Ashkenazi people, the Chazon Ish and David Ben Gurion, that men who were learning in yeshiva full-time would not be exposed to the draft. A very contentious issue even in contemporary Israel. And religious women would also not be required to be drafted. They simply had to declare that they were religious and they were exempt from military service. If they wished, however, said the state, they could enlist in what was called sharut le'umi, which means national service. And they would do all kinds of non-military kind of assignments for a few years, like wrapping bandages or maintaining way stations or whatever was needed logistically behind the enemy, on our side of the enemy lines. The Ashkenazi rabbis forbade this as well. It was too much like conscription for women. And Rabbi Yosef was lenient. He said, no, there's nothing permitting women, there's nothing prohibiting women from engaging in sharut le'umi if they wish to do so in a appropriate manner. He also, just to give you one that's perhaps more pragmatic, you may even have seen, the dominant mode of one of the most common Jewish rituals is in Friday night candlelighting. The procedure is women, Ashkenazi women, will light the candles, will kind of wave their hands over them, and then cover their eyes while they say the blessing. The reason for this is kind of a contradiction in circumstances. The rule is you say a blessing before you perform the action. You say a blessing on the apple before you bite into it. You don't say the blessing after, unless there's some reason specifically to do it afterwards. But if you say the bracha and you have made it Shabbat, and the first thing you do is transgress it by lighting the match. So therefore, the Ashkenazi custom is you light while you still consider it Friday, and then you close your eyes as if to say, and pretending the lights are not there, saying the blessing, and then you see them for the first time. That's the idea. The Moran Rabbi Yosef Karo, the Shemar, says no. Just light the candles and then say the bracha. And that's in fact the ritual for Sephardic women. And Rabbi Yosef made a big deal of saying, why is it the Sephardic women have ignored this very normative halacha that is clearly stated so in the Shulchan Aruch. So he advocated that women should in fact follow the Sephardic custom if they were Sephardic. Let me give you some examples of his rulings that are outside of specific Sephardic, but nevertheless demonstrate his leniencies in very creative ways. He recognized brain death. He was one of the first rabbis in Israel to recognize that there was such a thing as being placed in a situation where life is artificially sustained by contemporary technology. And this was a tremendous leniency because the Talmudic definitions of death are all cardiopulmonary, heartbeat and breathing. But as we all know, people can, unfortunately, be placed on heart-lung machines that can be kept breathing and their heart beating indefinitely. So he was the first to pioneer the concept of what's popularly called brain death. It is not a simple test. There are a lot more stages to it than we would have in North American hospitals, but nevertheless, he did say that there are grounds for considering a person who is on life support to nevertheless be deceased. Cosmetic surgery, one of my favorite exchanges. His study partner was Rav Tzitz Eliezer, Tzitz Eliezer, and they both were very much involved in medical halacha, because medical technology has advanced so far in the 20th century that they're constantly dealing with questions. And one of the questions that was sent to Tzitz Eliezer was, may a woman have cosmetic surgery performed on her face? She wanted rhinoplasty, she wanted to have a nose job. And the Tzitz Eliezer, I don't know, he just kind of like takes off his jacket and rolls up his sleeves and starts berating the questioner, saying, Why are you dissatisfied with the way God made you? You know, you're a creature of God, image of God, and for whatever reason you have this nose, you should deal with your nose, whatever. And he essentially, put it up. And Rabbi Yosef, on the other hand, he said, why not? He said, there's no law in the Torah. If it is safe, there would be a law in the Torah if it's not safe. If anesthetic is dangerous, the operation is dangerous, then it would be forbidden. But if it's a common procedure that's done all the time, or it's flavorless, it'll make you feel better about yourself, and maybe it'll make your husband like you better. Who knows what it is? Why not? Even if you're not married and you want to improve your appearance for dating or whatever, also why not? It's very, very lenient, great contrast to the Tzitzariah. Similarly, also in women's halachos, not mitzvah. The rabbis, especially in America, the Rothschild, they got very upset about the idea of having a bat mitzvah, because after all, it's something that was really pioneered by the non-Orthodox movements. I think the first bat mitzvah in history, like the celebration of bat mitzvah when a girl turns 12 days old, 12 years and a day old, was, I think, Mordechai Kaplan's daughter. I think she was the first bat mitzvah. That would be like in 1940 or something. And in America, it just, it took off because, we have a bar mitzvah for the sons, the big hurrah, and we do something for our daughters. And the rabbis here in America, we drew a line in the sand. It's me or the bar mitzvah. You can't have both. Rabbi Rabbi said, why not? Celebrate. She's now, obligated with the mitzvah as well. Have a party, And so he was very lenient with these kind of things. At the same time, I don't want to color this too broadly. He was very strict. He forbade animal experimentation for cosmetic purposes. He said you could not cause pain to an animal to develop cosmetics. For other health-related medicines, things like that, it's a different story. But simply for cosmetics, he said you can't torture an animal. And here, in a most amazing discussion, he wrote that if you are a match for someone who needs a kidney, you must give the kidney. Not you may, you must give it to him. He's specific. The way that the response will work is the rabbi will ask a specific question in a specific situation, and the rabbi will answer that specific situation. And so he was asked about siblings, and one sibling needed a kidney transplant. The other one had it. He was a little nervous about doing it. He asked Rabbi, what do you say? He says, what do you tell me? You must give your kidney to yourself. There's no, you don't feel like it. You're scared of it. You must. And that was much further than any other rabbi was willing to go at the time. So he could definitely be very strict as well, but we know him primarily as a very creative individual who found leniencies when people needed it. So and I think one of the things that made him so beloved as a chief rabbi was his remarkable tolerance of diversity. Even though he has the whole kind of Elvis getup, he was really very, very relaxed around non-observant Jews. He was welcoming to them. He was warm to them, all kinds of things, because he felt that they were part of one people, and he did not want to alienate them under any circumstances. So he was elected with the support of many Ashkenazi rabbis, including Rabbi Rothschild, to be Rishon Yetzion, that means the first in Zion, or the Sephardic chief rabbi, in 1973. And one of the first things he did was he defended the Sephardic practice of Yibum, which is very critical. Levirate marriage, the law is if a man dies childless, then his brother is expected to marry the widow. And when you read the passage in Deuteronomy that talks about it, it's very clear that this is considered a duty to support a young woman who otherwise is alone in society, particularly within the context of a Middle Eastern culture, where women always are existing within the shadow of some male figure, father, husband, son, and son, that kind of thing. To leave a woman alone in the world would be considered in that society very, wrong and immoral. You can see by the fact that if a husband refuses to marry his brother's widow, then there's a whole nasty ritual where you spit on the ground, you call them names. It's clear from the context that the preferred thing to do, at least in that society at that time, is Yibum. That he should marry her and take her into his family, perhaps as a second wife. Ashkenazi culture, living among Christians who are monogamous, at least nominally so, the Ashkenazi, we lost the sort of cultural norm of polygamy. And so therefore, in the year 1000, more or less, the great Italian Rabbi Meir conversion there, more or less, like that said, there's a ban, no more polygamy. Ashkenazi men can only marry one wife. And therefore, that meant that Yibum may no longer be performed, that is the lever of marriage. The alternative, chalitza, which means sending away the widow, must be performed. And that is, in fact, the Ashkenazi norm. But Sephardim never picked that up. Sephardim lived in many Arab countries where polygamy was accepted. And so, therefore, if both parties are amenable to Yibum, what is the point of standing in the way, essentially, is what the Rabbi said. This was very controversial because Israel adopted the Ashkenazic standard, which was more European in nature, but nevertheless, exceptions were then made, as Rabbi Yosef said. Ultimately, this is well within the Sephardic tradition. He also was a great defender of Ethiopian Jewry, which at this time was yearning to return to Israel. Ethiopian Jewry, by the way, we're going to talk about them during the next semester in the fall. I have to do a full lecture on their history, which is fascinating because all the way back to the ancient kingdom, the Aksum. It's amazing how far back they go. But there was a lot of question in Israeli society: are they really Jewish? And if they are Jewish, are they perhaps illegitimate? Because among other things, the divorce law was not the same. So a lot of kind of arguments. But Rabbi Yosef was a staunch defender of admitting them to the country as Jews. There's a lot more to say about the story. We'll have to leave it for next week. But he was definitely very much in favor of it. He wrote. I'm gonna pause on that because it'll take us a long distance here. He also argued that, with regards to other Jews, there's kind of this stereotype, which is based on some rough reality.
How'd you like it? You're amazing, Bob. Did you like it?
Yeah,
I appreciate it. Thank you. What's doing your next one? I got you. Well, we're just chilling, watching history lectures, chatting on Discord, with peeps, and just living the dream, man. I think it's a wonderful thing.
I don't know why that happened. I think it was good.
Well, I don't know. Could be just because they think that there's a chance at global peace, perhaps. Because he's what's more, right? He's paying for Lord for wars.
I don't know if the status is like I don't think I think I don't think they had a could be a possibility. But
it was perfectly consistent for a Sephardic Jew to, like, go to shul in the morning and get the shmak out of davening and listen to the drasha, and then, go pick up a bag of parinim and drive to a soccer game. And that was all part of, kind of like the traditional sense of what is normative in this party. But as one Rabbi Yaakov said, the traditional Jew desecrated Shabbat more than once, but never did he desecrate the name of God. I mean, these young Sephardic men in particular would feel that, well, these things are just not as important. There's a much greater value of respecting God, respecting the rabbi, and so on. They're less orthodox nationalism. And so we see that he shows over and over again kindness and tolerance for non-observant Jews that really is remarkable for someone of such great rank. Dress codes even allowed, non-normative dress for women. That got them in a lot of trouble with Haredim. But let's just look at one last thing that I find especially fascinating. This is a picture of Cardinal Lustiger, Jean-Marie Lustiger, who was a French Jew who, as a child, was taken into a monastery and saved from the Holocaust. He ended up growing up in the church, and he was elevated to the post of cardinal. In fact, he was in the running for the position of the papacy at one point. An amazing thing. He never denied his Jewishness. In fact, he had it inscribed on his tombstone. He said he was born a Jew and he never left it, just like the apostles. Very interesting kind of thing. But at any rate, he died in 2007, and some family members wanted to say Kaddish for him. And the chief rabbi of France was asked to say Kaddish for Lustiger, and was a cardinal of the Catholic Church, and he didn't know what to do, so he went to Rabbi Yosef. He said, "What should I do?" So Rabbi Yosef apparently he broke down into tears, and he said that of course he should say Kaddish for him. Absolutely, he is a Jew. Why would you not think we should say Kaddish for him? So in fact, they did. He had the ceremony, the funeral in the church. The body outside, and they said Kaddish in the street. And that's just a sense of Rabbi Yosef's sense that there's every Jew is part of the Jewish community. Even the cardinal of the Catholic Church is part of the community. He was known as a very popular teacher to the masses. He had a Saturday night radio show long after he had finished his term as chief. Tremendously popular, and he again, bringing his stories, his lessons with a joke and stories. He was very much in favor of teaching as a public demand for scholars. He wrote once on solitary scholars, meaning kind of like the Lithuanian ideal of a guy who sits in yeshiva for 30 years and doesn't, stick his head outside the four walls of the study hall. He writes, "This is infuriating to me, for such teachers and students are closing their eyes so they see only themselves. They don't see the Jewish people and their distress and thirst for Torah. Yeshiva X, Yeshiva Normal, that all students may not teach. This is wickedness without parallel." Very strong statement. And here's one of my favorites. After 120 years, God will ask, he wrote, "What have you done for my honor?" You have to be able to answer, "I ceased my Torah study for your sake and went to teach others. Now I closed my Gemara and went out and taught." Now we got to talk about his politics a little bit. Obviously, this was not his main area of activity, but he was drawn into politics, and he was the figurehead of an extremely successful movement in Israel called Shas. Shas stands for Shomrei Sfaradim, the guardians of the Sephardim, or the guardians of the Sephardic tradition. It also, ironically, is the common acronym for the Talmud. Shas is Shisha Sidrei, the 6 orders of the Talmud. So it has both an ethnic and a religious connotation simultaneously. Up until the late 1970s, Sephardim were definitely second class in Israel. There was a very strong Ashkenazi dominance to society because all of the early pioneering Zionists, particularly in the leadership, came from Russia, Austria, Germany, England, France, and they all came, let's say they all, the vast majority of them came with very Western European secular ideas of what Israel should be. Shortly after Israel was established, all of these Arab countries evicting the Jews. You had a massive onslaught of Sephardim, but they were coming into a society that was already well entrenched in European ways of thought, European ways of doing things, and they took them a generation and a half to really begin to find their footing in Israeli society. And that was expressed primarily through the election of Menachem Begin and Likud in 1977. Labor, more socialist-oriented, European-dominated party, was ousted for the first time since 1948 by a coalition of more right-wing parties, like Jabotinsky-oriented parties, and the Sephardim, who said enough is enough already. We want to vote for a more conservative party, a more religious-friendly party, not a religious antagonistic party. And this was the beginning of when the Sephardim began to find their political. It was finally expressed in 1984 with this organization called Shas, and Ovadia Yosef was the natural person to be the spiritual leader of the movement. He was not the political director, he was the figurehead that stood at the top of all of it. Unfortunately, that meant that he was also drawn into some of the political morass that involved in Israeli politics, specifically because in Israel, with the exception of the few times that it's had a national unity government to deal with the immediate threats, no majority party has ever ruled the country. It's always been a minority party, first trading with other small parties and forming a coalition, a very fragile coalition. So Shas, even though at one point they garnered 19 out of 120 seats, a very large chunk of the Knesset, they never were the majority, and so they had to align themselves with parties that did not necessarily share their values. Ovadia Yosef was especially pained when the Israel Power Company had to move a large piece of equipment, and they could only travel 9 miles an hour down the highways, and they figured they'd better do it on Shabbat because that's when the roads are, the least traffic. He felt that was just intolerable. In an Israeli country, with a Jewish government, and decide to do something specifically on Shabbat. They had non-Jewish drivers and things like that, but he was confident that a lot of Jews would nevertheless be involved in decimating the Sabbath. But that was the difficulty of being involved in politics when you're essentially a religious figure. So to turn to his legacy and conclusion. And at this point, one of the things that I have not talked about pointedly is the many, many miraculous stories associated with Ovadia Yosef. We're talking about a very holy person, and there are dozens published, very authentic sounding stories about miraculous cures associated with him. I'd just like to share two of them just to give a sense of, it's beyond our purpose to speak about spooky things like this. But nevertheless, just to get a sense of how people regard others. Nobody says these things happen for me, right? So that's for a reason, because Ovadia Yosef is someone who's so great. One spooky story, apparently when he was a little bit older, he was giving a public lecture, and there were like hundreds of people in the room. A couple of young ruffians came in and started loudly disturbing the lecture in a very chutzpahdik and inappropriate manner. And apparently what Rabbi said to them 2 words. He said, "You are in Shanta," which is we don't have an exact translation for it in English, but it means you're excommunicated. You're outside. And, that's kind of weird. They did actually take those 2 guys outside of the hall. Many years later, a dozen years later, when they came back to Rabbi Yosef and begged his forgiveness, because he and his friend had been married for many years under childless. And he attributed it to those 2 words. So Rabbi Yosef told him to get his friend, and they had to both come, and he sat them and told them they had to sit on the ground, and he ignored them for about 5 minutes, and then he said, "All is forgiven, all is released, all is permitted." And then they left. In fact, they both had children afterwards. Spooky story. One more spooky story, which is one that affects me a lot. I was reading this on the 2 train, and I started blubbering. It was bad. I got too emotional. People look like, what's wrong with this guy? but it's a story about his Rebbitzin. You don't normally hear stories about Rabbi, as she was known, but it's an amazing one. In 2004, a man came to Rabbi Yosef with a 6-year-old child and asked the Chacham to give him a blessing. And he told him that the 6-year-old child was here because of his wife, who had died many years prior to his birth. And the story went like this: that the man was a rabbi who was hired by the absorption ministry to run a seder for a whole Passover seder for a large number of Soviet immigrants, 300 people. And the night of the seder, his wife went into labor. So they went to the nearby hospital, and the hospital, and I actually experienced this myself in Israel, the hospital was basically vacated. Everybody was gone for the holiday. There was just one married nurse who was running between a few people who were in the maternity ward. And the nurse said, "Look, I'll do the best I can, but I can't possibly help you when I have another woman in labor just down the hall." But the Rebbitzin said, you have 300 people who are new to Judaism, who are waiting for you to run a Seder. It is so important that you go. Don't worry, that'll be fine. You go to take care of the Seder. An amazing thing that she would say. And then she went, and he was difficult when he went to the Seder, to run the Seder. And when he came back, his wife was hoping to set a boy, and she told him that she went into labor and she was suffering. It was difficult. And he let the woman came into the room and, and choked up a little bit. And the woman came into the room and said, I am Rabbi Yosef. I am the Rabbi Russian's wife, and by the way, I'll help you. And the story goes, the woman says that the Rebbe actually really prayed, and of course she was gone. So, what are you going to do with these kind of stories? You can't exactly put them in a standard scholarly work, but it's the kind of thing that I find very moving and powerful. That the Rebbe, who was not known for thousands of volumes of response, nevertheless could carry such spiritual weight to affect such a miracle. But anyway, back to the secular stuff. 800,000 people attended his funeral in 2013. It was an amazing thing. It was the largest funeral in Jewish history. 800,000 people came. You can see just a second. It took 4 hours to move the coffin just a few blocks from the yeshiva to the waiting room, and because people simply would not allow it to move. So if we come back to our initial statement, and I apologize, I've run over time. I'll cut it down on the internet. However, Rabbi Yosef, I spoke to you earlier, that he was in many ways, I think, the most important scholar of the 20th century, not only because of his tremendous genius and his contribution to Jewish culture and Jewish thought, he is the Rothschild monarchs, but also because of his very early decision to define the concept of Sfaradi as associated with one particular approach to Torah. And in this way, he actually broadened the tent for who could sit within those boundaries and be considered Sfaradi, and at the same time, he constricted the tent because he said it has to do with these laws as expressed by this particular thinker, Aram Yosef Karo. And so in many ways, he gave Sephardi Jews borders around which to define their identity, and in such a way, he guaranteed the legacy of the Sephardi tradition for generations to come. Thank you very much for your attention and your endurance. I'll see you down there in the fall. Hello, everyone. I hope you're doing well. I'd like to speak to you for a few minutes about the Guido in Jewish history. The Guido is one of the most gorgeous rivers I've ever seen in my life. It's absolutely fantastic. It travels between Spain and Portugal, And I'm really hoping that I'll be able to get there again this year as the pandemic, thank God, subsides in many parts of the world. Portugal is doing really well right now, and the vaccinations are proceeding apace. So I'm really hopeful that we'll get back to the touring schedule of Costa Rica cruises. So let's talk just for a few minutes about the Douro River, and specifically its connection with Jewish history. So first of all, let's have a look at the geography. Here's a beautiful shot of the Douro. You can see the deep valley that the river creates, and it goes through these amazing meandering paths through mountains, but it's not always like that. It actually has some beautiful terraced farmland and agriculture. It's actually very famous for its wine region, and of course the name port, the drink port, comes from Oporto, which is at the very end of the Douro River. But here's where it is located in the Iberian Peninsula. You can see it travels from north central Spain out to the Atlantic Ocean through Portugal. We're going to focus on the part of the Douro that is in Portugal primarily because that's the most navigable by smaller river boats as we'll be taking Costa Rica cruises. And most of it is filled with these gorgeous kind of like terraced landscapes where you get to see the vineyards on either side. And there's actually very little urban development along the river, so it's really quite scenic and really fantastic. The earliest presence of Jews in Portugal is recorded in 4th century church documents. By the time we get to the 12th century, there are communities located around the Douro, the Porto in particular, and it becomes a very important center for Jewish settlement. Jews are especially involved in the extensive maritime economy of Portugal. Of course, it was one of the great seafaring nations of the medieval period, and Jews are involved in everything from the mercantile activities to navigation, in particular, very strong in navigation, to calculating, the scientific basis for the star charts and all kinds of fascinating things like that. They're especially active in Lisbon, which is a little south of the Douro River. Now, Jews basically did very well in Portugal. There was some tension in the 14th century after the Black Death, when Portugal was hit very hard, not surprisingly, that's because it is a maritime nation. But even with the tensions that didn't subside towards the end of that period, there's still a strong sense in Iberian Jewish culture that Portugal is a great place of refuge. And in fact, when Spain became much less hospitable after some riots in the 1390s, none other than the ancestor of Don Isaac Alcaravana fled to Portugal, where he found some refuge. And there's a long connection there with, obviously, the neighbors in the peninsula to the east. After the Spanish Inquisition, the Douro River in particular is flooded with Jewish migrants who are struggling to get out of Spain. And with the expulsion in 1492, it was one of the most popular land routes for Jews to follow. They would end up finding very brief respite in Portugal, however, because of the massive forced conversion of 1497, and then just a few decades later, followed by the incredibly difficult Portuguese Inquisition. This effectively ended the Jewish presence as Jews per se in Portugal, but these Jews who are now called New Christians, because they were forcibly converted to Christianity, suddenly had newfound freedoms as a result of their liberation from Jewish disabilities. And although many of them struggled to hold on to their Jewish identity, they were actually able to travel throughout the Mediterranean basin, up into the North Atlantic, to England, to Amsterdam in particular, and to begin to make their presence felt on a much larger scale. Of course, there were Portuguese Jews at this point, there were crypto Jews who fled to the New World, where they established communities in Brazil in particular, of Portuguese origin, and ultimately made their way up to New Amsterdam, which was, of course, Manhattan. The Douro River and its environs was, as we mentioned, a major conduit for Jewish migration. It also ended up harboring a lot of crypto-Jewish communities, Portuguese Jews who decided to stay in Portugal and maintain a Christian exterior while still practicing Jewish habits secretly on their own. And so you have these amazing communities which have like these possibilities of mezuzah scars in doorways. Like this is my colleague from Costa Rica, this is David Krauss pointing out possible mezuzah scar. You have the remarkable community of Belmonte, which was only discovered in the 20th century as a crypto-Jewish town. Here, by the way, is a picture of a magnificent reconstructed ark and the mikveh there, which is significantly more modern than the medieval mikveh discovered at Coimbra, also to the south, a really important university town that educated a lot of these crypto Jews. This is the town square, which looks very cheerful now, but it was actually the site of public burnings of Jews in the Portuguese Inquisition. Here's some of the students from Coimbra, so they still dressed in the long Harry Potter type of things like that, which is really fascinating. It's such a gorgeous river and an amazing trip. The boat is so fantastic. I hope that many of you can join me on this because we have such an amazing time. It's Jewish optimized, right? We can have 3 minyanim a day with the lounge area of the boat, and it's just fantastic to enjoy this return to Portugal for Jews 500 years later after the Inquisition. Absolutely fantastic. Anyways, I hope you'll be able to join me. Check out the website and have an excellent day. Today is our third in our series looking at the history of Ashkenaz and the shaping of Jewish life. Right at the time in the first lecture, we looked at Ashkenaz, and then the second class we looked at the Sephardim, and in both of those classes we spent time thinking about kind of seminal moments, if there are any, that shape kind of massive geological level changes that really force the Ashkenazim to sort of think in a certain way and force the Sephardim to think in a slightly different way. And it may be something to prove to paint with such a broad brush stroke, but nevertheless, we argued in the first lecture that the Crusades were a scar on the Ashkenazim. It was such a brutal and sudden and unexpected attack, not unlike the experience the last October. It's too soon to say how that will shape the Israeli movement. But nevertheless, for the Ashkenazim, that played a kind of centripetal force where the culture began to look inwards and guard the outside world as dangerous, toxic. The Sephardim, on the other hand, they had a much slower lead up to the same kind of crisis. They had essentially the first conversion of 1491 gave the Jews of the Iberian Peninsula 100 years to prepare for living with a dual identity, living as Christians outwardly, and initially for the first 80, 90 years without any consequences whatsoever for returning back to their Jewish practices at home. But after the Inquisition was brought to the peninsula in the late 15th century, then it became extremely dangerous to do so. And ultimately, the Jews who had not been baptized were forcibly evicted from Spain in 1492, and then under slightly different circumstances, forced to go underground and disappeared in 1497 from Portugal. And that created a kind of a different mindset and tropism, if thought, for the Sephardim, because they had developed for a century the ability to exist as Christians tonight's topic is going to look at the 500 years after that great crisis when Sephardic Jewry was expelled from the peninsula. And this created a huge mixing of Ashkenazim and Sephardim and other peoples, in particular the Abites of Ezra, the Eastern communities, who have not figured very much in our story so far, but they will become extremely important as we get to the end of tonight's lecture. But the goal for today is to try to understand, once they were kind of reduced from their regions, Ashkenazim and Sephardim affected each other. Of course, they had contact, largely literary contact, learned scholars and so on, but Ashkenazim and Sephardim lived side by side. Was significantly large. So that's what we're going to do first. Now, I'm going to show you some maps. These are a little bit complicated, but so here's the most, and I tried to indicate with these the other circles, not to scale. They do that with bigger scales. But where were Jews living at the turn of the millennium, around year 1000? So if you look down towards the central right, you see, of course, there's still Jews living in Israel. In fact, Jews would be very much involved in Jerusalem from neighbors fighting side by side with the Muslims at that time, unsuccessfully. But you still have Jews living in Israel, although it's a very small number, especially after the 7th century invasion of Muslims. To the right, in the confluence of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers as they come into the Persian Gulf, you have the very significant Mesopotamian Jewish community in Babylon, which would later, become Islamicized, and the main central gravity of that ancient Jewish community, dating back to the 6th century before the Common Era. I mean, by the time we get up to the year 1000, they have been living there 1600 years. The oldest community. The center of gravity shifted to the north. That's where the great yeshivas of Sura and Pumbedita eventually migrated, and this is basically the high point of their activity. They will begin to go into decline after the year 1000. They will get smaller and smaller and less significant as the Spanish Jewish community, way on the other side of the Mediterranean, going all the way to the left now, that becomes the dominant region. And there are small Jewish communities that dot the North African coast, but it is Spain that really takes off after Baghdad begins to go into slow decline. One of the great examples of this sort of shift in the center of gravity is when poets Baghdad and eventually all the way over to Spain, where he gets our tradition challenging the local poets, we didn't favorite areas. We will do a history of the fact that Dunash, he was kind of like the eldest of medieval Hebrew poetry, his take on how to rhyme things and how to create meter was so radically different than the traditional Hebrew with the elders at the time that Jews literally had riots in the streets. Fist fights over which mode of poetry was superior. Dunash's specific innovation was to take the Shema vowel of the Hebrew Hebrew. It's the vowel that has, so it looks like a coda, it's placed under a letter, and if you're familiar with this, it has two different sounds, Shema or Shema, and a very small different sound characteristics if you look at the letter E present upside down, you get sometimes in a dictionary. But he suggested that you should take that Shema vowel, you see it has to be in meter, just like the Arabs do with Arabic. And this just opened up Hebrew to a whole new realm of poetry, which of course is celebrated today with songs that are sung around Shabbos, even today, like today, you crowd, for example. So that's exactly like the kind of a cultural weight from Baghdad all the way over to Spain. Moving to the northern part of the Mediterranean, we've got lots of Jews living in Turkey today, in the Greek peninsula, a very large number in Rome, and sort of sideways a little bit along the south of France. And way up at the top, there's a very small population much smaller than Spain or even France. Also, the Ashkenazim living kind of way up there. Hurricanes, pretty further south, Rashi was around this but it's really quite significant. So this is basically a picture of where Jews are living around the world. Smaller communities that and out here, the Jews, Central Asia, the Khazars that we spoke about before. Now, if we look at the next few years, first of all, most the population of Ashkenaz just explodes. The Ashkenazi population explodes great from the year 1000 to about the year 1500. So a lot of questions about how that came to be. Certainly, there's a significant amount of migration from the south. This is part of a much larger general population explosion in Europe. These historians feel that the reason for the population explosion in the year 1000 is related to climatic factors that the ground became much more habitable as a result of temperature shifts. This population explosion provided happen, but nevertheless, for our purposes, we have a really big population growing, which is the great medieval scholar Robert Jason points out, sort of cuts against the grain of what the high school influence historiography. It says that, suffering in Western Europe at this time was so brutal and so hard to make a living. But in reality, we see that Jews, at least demographically, expand significantly over these centuries. But it is offset by frequent expulsions. That's what I'm trying to point out with these lines to have expulsions in 1182 from Paris up to France. France at that time was actually a very small territory, but it expanded a much larger expulsion in 1306. The smaller ones right through the 14th century. The Jews of Provence to the south of France were now part of the French kingdom. At the time, they also endure expulsions. They find their way into the Italian peninsula in particular, also from the east. The Jews of England are expelled in 1290, and there are much smaller expulsions from smaller principalities throughout time and so on. Overwhelmingly, the Jews moved east. And the reason for that movement is twofold. On the one hand, there are the expulsions, which are motivated by several factors. There's a certain degree of anti-Semitism involved. This is the era of the Blood Libel first appears in 1144, followed closely by the horrific host desecration, which is a story which we need to get through. And that's combined by much more importantly with economic factors. Jews are, for a variety of reasons, one of the most important, the church ban on money lending between Christians. Some people provided credit in Latin Europe at this time, and it's a dangerous profession. If they extend loans unwisely to larger population, they risk either uprising, which they could have in the 17th century in particular, and if they loan money to someone more powerful nobody, the government might feel that a certain point it's easier to simply wipe out their debt by expelling the Jews than to try and repay what they have borrowed from various regimes. There's a lot of economic and social factors that drive Jews out of Western Europe, and at the same time, Central and Eastern Europe is experiencing a vacuum of economic talent. They don't have, for is way ahead of that, developing the credit systems and working with lots of currency and so on. So the Jews are quite literally invited to Poland, which is much larger than this at the time. It was part of a large master company with a later that extended from the Baltic Sea to the Sea. So the Jews are being invited into Eastern Europe, and so the Jews make their way there in communities, waves, all the way up to the 17th century. This is what will result in massive population. Many Jews were originating in the Rhinelands, really populating Eastern Europe, Russia, now we get to the Great Expulsion. So the map is getting crowded. It's going to get even more crowded on the next slide, but hopefully we'll stay. Now we're looking at the red lines. And this is the colossal experience during expulsion. As we recall, Spain was a towering citadel of Jewish culture. It had long eclipsed the world. Baghdad as really a religious, literary center of the Jewish world. To expel the Jews from Spain was absolutely mind-boggling. It would begin to expel the Jews from New York, New Jersey, and Canada. Unthinkable, massive amount of people so to the economy and culture. As you can see inside that red circle, the first wave of Jews who went to Portugal, that was the most convenient land to cross. Many of them went to the northern region along through the river February. Visit, they probably took a cruise there in May. Also many made the short distance across the Mediterranean into North Africa, over the mountains to Bordeaux, France. And some of them made a much larger trip all the way out to New York, which is covered precisely this time, hoping to reestablish themselves in places like Brazil. But a lot of them made their way to the north to more accommodating climes, particularly of the religious wars, where the Protestant Reformation and now more liberal environments, where the Jews, the church in particular, the Netherlands and Amsterdam, especially not place, because this is a culture that depends heavily on population that cooperates with each other. The Netherlands, of course, were reclaimed land for the British Netherlands is incredibly flat. And that's because they developed these dikes and the windmills and to pull water out of the soil, the soil soaks from the ocean, and dried out enough that they could actually plant them. And inch by inch, they actually expand the territory. What that society needs is everybody has to do their part. You can't ignore the dike on your property and think your neighbors aren't going to be ticked off about it because it will eventually flood theirs as well. This interesting kind of cooperative culture was exceptionally welcoming to the Jews because as long as they did their part, they were perfectly well accepted. It was not a society that had the luxury of discriminating. And then you've got you spanning out throughout the Mediterranean. Some of them making their way to the Italian peninsula. But the most important for our purposes at the end of this class is that many of them made their way completely out of Christian Europe, out of Europe and the Peninsula Europe, and made their way to the Ottoman Empire, which is under the Muslims thinking. They actually done fairly well. It was the Muslims compared to the Catholics in particular. So they went to places like Constantinople, that was now, of course, the modern name of Istanbul, and to Asia Minor, and to Sfat, in Jerusalem, in Israel in particular, which I'd like to talk about. Okay. I hope everybody is following this map. I'm going to give you one more complicated map, and we'll be done with the discussion. this one, I know it's so confusing because I've left overlaid. If you look at the light blue lines, this essentially gives you a sense of what the Jews in the largest population of Jews by far is now in Eastern Europe. Ashkenazi Jews, quite a few Sephardim, the European Jewry, and of course European Jewry is still the dominant majority. But after 1882, when the Russian Empire, there was a series of pogroms that lasted 3 years, and it was evident that the Russian Empire was either unable or even unwilling to try to control this particular virus threat against Jews. The Jews as a whole opted to migrate to huge numbers. About 2 million Jews made their way to the United States. 100,000 made their way to Canada, a similar number made their way to South America, and about 250,000 made their way into Western Europe, which by now, already in the 19th century, all of those areas which had previously banned the Jews now made their territories available to Jews, especially which had emancipated all Jews in 1790. So Jews are moving in very large numbers to the New World. Smaller numbers, about 50,000, made their way down to South Africa, and the same number made their way to Israel because Zionism was becoming a thing at this time as well. And a very small number, less than 10,000, made their way to Australia. So it's basically a huge 20-minute overview of major Jewish population movements. I just want to point out one thing which should be obvious from the aesthetics of this map, is that Ashkenazim and Sephardim are definitely coming to conflict in a very big way. Especially after the 14th expulsion was penetrating deep into traditional Ashkenazi cultures in large numbers, either as Jews, not being converted, the so-called Sephardim convert, or Spanish Jews, or as Jews who had the privileges of Christians because they were descended from those converts. Those are the so-called Portuguese Jews, who once they were free, were this gives you an overview of how Jews began to interact with each other, and you have Jews discovering each other with very different reasons. Let's look now at this party. And I'll do a little bit of a case study with the Jews of Tzfat. So, as you will recall, the Sephardim had this working thesis that we have been walking along with, is this notion that the Sephardim had developed the ability to interact with secular society, with Christian society. We also have to add the fact that the Sephardim are technologically far more advanced than Ashkenazim. This is a picture, it's a commemorative stamp of the great scholar Rothschild, Rothschild, who was a 13th century Jew from the region of Provence. Among his many inventions was this thing that the figure of the stamp is holding, which is called a Jacob's staff. It was a genius device that used physics to determine the distance from everything from heavenly bodies like the sun, from the earth, or navigation, like how far away is that boat. And this kind of device was extremely important for people to make their way across the Atlantic Ocean. We have so many Jews who are deeply involved in the science of Spain in the first half of the second millennium. They are importing all kinds of Arabic sciences because they are the culture breakers between Arabic North Africa and Christian Europe. A lot of the translation efforts from Arabic, which are themselves translated Greek classics, to make it into Latin, they frequently had to go through Hebrew, or at least go through a Jew who could render the Arabic into a local vernacular, which could then be rendered into Latin. The Jews are and the duties of the heart, these things are taken available in Hebrew for Ashkenazi readers as well. And this will become extremely important. Let me just put a little tag in this or a pin in this for later. The printing press, which may have actually developed in a Jewish shop in Provence, but a decade before Gutenberg printed his. It's not impossible. There's suggestions to prove this and for a discussion here. But the printing press was certainly something Jews, even if they didn't invent it, they fell in love with it. That had a great impact in spreading Sephardic culture because it represented the height of literary culture of the day, tended to crowd out a lot of the let's just put a pin in that for now because we're not going to. One other thing that's really brought us an openness to the outside world, which could prove to be quite corrosive to traditional Judaism as well. Witness in Amsterdam, where people like Baruch knows really had no problem engaging with non-Jewish ideas, and ultimately, very different communication method by the Jews of that community in trying to control the spread of this philosophy, which was, of course, deeply unsuccessful. But if you go to, for example, the city of Tzfat, you see a very different phenomenon than the Sephardic one with them in the same instance. So here's a map of the Ottoman Empire, right at its peak, really. Ultimately, this would be an extremely important consider the formation of Israel because this is basically what the Ottoman Empire looked like, what Israel looked like at the eve of the First World War and before the British took over. And this was all Muslim territory. And it was quite a bit freer territory for Jews, especially the Inquisition. Jews proceeded at their own risk to live in other parts of Europe under Catholic domination. For example, Italy was a horrific example of persecution in the 16th century. A group of crypto Jews, that is, Jews who had been converted to Catholicism, had made their way as a community to a place called Ancona on the Adriatic coast of Italy. Once they were there, because conditions to be acceptable and the Pope at the time didn't seem to mind, they essentially went back and started observing Judaism. They had, it was just a group, there was a group of Jews living in Ancona who were actually all of them Christian, but they were Jews and they practiced Jewish rituals, married amongst each other, and so on. Unfortunately, as we see in the book of Exodus as well, a group arose who knew not the Jews, and he was infuriated that there should be these backsliding Judaizers right there on the entire peninsula, and so he arrested a large number of them and ultimately burned 25 Jews the stake in 1555. This is an example of how it could still be dangerous to live as a Jew anywhere in Europe. And the Inquisition was active right up until the 19th century, so they were really not still. But moving to the Ottoman Empire, to the Muslim Empire, it's a totally different thing because the Islamic religion has a sort of a model for the existence of Jews in Islamic territories. It's called the Qur'an, which is something like Christian doctrine, which essentially says that Jews are allowed to live in a religious protected in Muslim lands as long as they submit to largely symbolic and financial discipline. It's definitely a second class thing where they're not allowed to carry weapons or horses. They don't have to wear particular color, even yellow, to distinguish themselves from others. A lot of these things were ignored in many places. They couldn't build their synagogues new. They had to just renovate the old ones. This is why some of the synagogues in the Ottoman Empire were actually built with several sub-basements because they couldn't make them taller, they couldn't make them deeper. many Jews said, "Oh, forget about living in Christian Europe. It's a loss." And they went, in particular, to Istanbul, and created a tremendous amount of culture. The Sultan of Istanbul was actually quite delighted with these Jewish subjects because they brought with them a tremendous amount of economic activity. He was very happy to expand those possibilities for the Jews. He considered Spain's loss his gain. And that's what connects us specifically to the town of Sfat. What you can see it labeled here on Sfat in the blue letters, it's kind of in the north of Jerusalem. It's not a very well-known place. It doesn't appear in Tanakh at all. The word Sfat probably comes from the word Sofat, which means to look out because it is 1,000 feet above sea level. You can see it here in the Sea of Galilee. It's a very beautiful and picturesque area. It was a backwards town with very little safety. But the Ottoman Empire extended tax breaks to textile merchants living in Sfat. Textiles are a field that Jews historically had very early. My own father, Rothschild, was a Schmuck dealer. And so all of a sudden, Sfat became a center of Jewish commerce, rivaling even Jerusalem. That was joined with a fascinating phenomenon of spiritual tourism. A certain number of very important Jews made their way from the Spanish exile to Sfat. By the time he got about 70 years out, which is kind of similar to the way we are related to the Americans now in terms of time, there was this amazing effervescence of Jewish spiritual activity in Sfat. But part of a great number of figures of colossal proportions, really, all living in this tiny little village of creator efforts of Judaism, particularly in Lurianic medical mysticism. Which you can see here, it's very common to use this particular shade of blue as a way of warding off the evil eye, and especially to particular graves. The kinds of people who lived in Sfat in the 16th century included, if you read some of these grave sites, one of them is the Holy Rabbi, the Moshe Cordovero, who was one of the greatest systematizers of Kabbalah. He took a series of really bizarre, very difficult to read, complex cryptic books, and he condensed them and he made them accessible in a book called The Pardes from Heaven, the Orchard of Pomegranates, which became an instant classic in his lifetime. By the way, let's remember that this is during the heyday of reprinting. All of a sudden, books are in circulation with printing. The price of a manuscript dropped dramatically, lowering radically the threshold for people to actually access some of these great ideas. And so it was like the internet was invented in the 16th century, and everyone was powered. There were not a father-in-law, or excuse me, I think it was his brother-in-law. You can see on the right, his name is Shlomo Malkovich, who was also a great Kabbalist, and the composer of the Facto D poem that we recite on Friday nights, as long as it's fun experience. And sort of at the center, you see the student of the Rabbi, who was actually from Egypt. His name was the Holy Ari, Isaac William, also known as Ashkenazi, although he was born and raised in Egypt. And he came to Tzfat in order to learn with the Rabbi. He learned with it for less than a year, and the Rabbi died. The Ari died a few years later. But these men created the revolution in Kabbalah, which had tremendous ramifications for the rest of the world. Sure, your shoulders that you find is virtually universal and inspiring so many Jewish people. This largely is a result of the, if forgive the comparison, the post-Holocaust experience of these Sephardic and Portuguese Jews. All of these figures, with the exception of the Ari, were from Spain or Portugal, and they were uprooted, they were refugees. The greatest was with Yosef Karo, who was himself spot as well. They came with a dream and vision of a completely changed world in which there was a dramatic moment that allowed for the bringing of the Messiah. And so their Kabbalistic studies were infused with an urgency, drama that really propelled Judaism for the next 500 years, especially through the city. This is largely from the Sephardic Portuguese Jews who created this Kabbalah that later spun off into the Ashkenazi. Have a look at this map here, which gives you just a sense of the demographic spread of the Ashkenazi. This is in the first half of the 19th century. You can see how Western Europe just has a few tiny dots of Jews. France, which once had a large army, is now very small, and Jews, 60 Jews at all. Germany, a little bit more, but then when we get to Eastern Europe, Poland, Ukraine, Hungary, Russia, those regions are deeply stated. There are three main flavors of Jews that emerge from this period of time. Here, I've sort of put it in a Venn diagram as more or less they move it. You have towards the east and the south, the Hasidic movement, heavily influenced by the Kabbalah of the Rabbi, which was in turn heavily influenced by these Sephardic Portuguese refugees and Spartans. You have the Mitzvah. These are the so-called opponents, largely to the north, to Lithuania, Russia, who are the traditionalists who oppose the innovation of the Hasidim. Both groups ended up perpetuating themselves to the modern era, so there was, as I say, opposition to controversy for the sake of having as a result of that. The third group, a little bit more to the west, particularly in the northern lands, were the Hasidim, the followers of the Hasidim. Let's have a very brief look at all three of these to understand how it was largely their culture with the Sephardim that affected each other. Okay, so we see that we have the research of my senior colleague, Rabbi Moshe Rothschild, who pointed out that so much of the modern period really doubts did the Baal Shem Tov, the founder of Hasidism, even exist. Because all we have of his life was a collection of stories called Shifnei in praise of the Baal Shem Tov. And a lot of them are really quite amazing stories that people didn't know what to make of them historically. But with the fall of the Soviet Union, the opening of the archives behind it, Dr. Ross was able to go and actually find the tax records of the Baal Shem. See here, it's enlarged where you actually see very little how much paid taxes and so on. He was able to write an amazing book that talked about how these. The name of the Baal Shem Tov was Israel Yezer. He was deeply affected by the Kabbalah that was brought up from the region of Sfarad. But the kind of movement that spread under the third generation in particular, that's the generation of the students of Rabbi and Mizrich. You can see here, Mizrich is towards the south, where Kasset is about its largest impact, spread throughout the entire region. Of course, spread to the Americans as well, to work there to see the world, literally work. But they were deeply opposed to a lot of the traditionalists led by this man, who felt that there was simply too much static and fundamentalist religion with too much lack of discipline by Lithuanian standards, and actually quite significant fights that went on until they realized by the middle of the 19th century that they had a much more serious enemy in the Haskalah. Stand by the movement, or Russian movement, be some type of questions. The Haskalah was also of the culture between Ashkenazim and Sephardim, because the Ashkenazim were kind of like a wound up top. That's how to wound up a very tightly coiled spring with very little access to the outside world. The penetration of these Portuguese Jews in particular, Spinoza, those who are listed in the past, Portuguese Jews who came conversation saying, you know what, the Christians aren't so bad, and I kind of like their opera and fond of their science. That's great science. So Jews, Ashkenazi Jews, slowly began to counter the outside world and the initial stance that was developed from the Crusades and it lasted for about 750 years. Maybe it's not so bad to get involved with secular culture. One of the greatest proponents of this was Moses Mendelssohn here, who was personally an observant Jew, but he argued for greater integration of Jews with civil culture. That Jews, for example, should learn the vernacular. They should not be relying on the internal Jewish languages like Yiddish. They should be learning proper German, communicating in German and so on. He was a very popular figure, particularly among the German liberals and among a certain sector of Jews as well. But at the same time, his ideas were so controversial that in some parts of Europe, his books were actually burned by Jews because he was too bad. There were others, like Solomon Lyman, who were his rough contemporary, who simply abandoned Judaism altogether. He wrote a fantastic autobiography in which he was growing up in a Hasidic family, or actually a Lithuanian family, but he was Hasidism as a youth. And ultimately, he just discovers that the outside culture is great to attractive, and he throws his Judaism overboard. He writes, I jumped over the convent wall book to go on. Just take a moment to discuss this. In 1772, northern Germany, a region called Mecklenburg-Schwerin, there was a false area scare where people suddenly developed this a wide-ranging phobia that people would bury before they're actually dead. And this caused really quite an uproar, as one might imagine. So much so that people were doing things like building these kinds of coffins where there's a little bladder in the coffin. If you suddenly discover that people had buried me when I was not dead, you could just squeeze the bladder and a flag would pop up or a bell would ring, all kinds of things like that to let people know that you're not actually dead. And why this is relevant to Jews is because the Duke of the era was convinced that it made sense for burials to be banned before 7 hours. Declaration. Meaning the coroner, this is 1772, it's already quite late on the period. The colonial era in America, it's much more modern. The coroner would decree a person dead, and they would wait 3 days just to make sure they were buried. The problem is, Jewish burials require rapid. Again, the Kabbalistic concept that the disintegration of the body through decomposition is actually beneficial to the soul. It represents a sloughing off of this world. They want to accelerate as much as possible. In Israel, of course, it's customary to bury within 24 hours. Not even to use a coffin to bury a person shroud alone to accelerate that decomposition. So this meant that the Duke's decree would actually contravene Jewish practice. So people turned to Mendelssohn and said, hey, please, can you argue a way out of this so that we don't have to observe this decree because, it's against Jewish law. Now, Mendelssohn himself, personally, he was not inclined to oppose it. He felt it was a reasonable public health measure. After all, if people are being buried prematurely, we should certainly take steps to ensure that doesn't happen. Furthermore, he pointed out that historically, Jews did not necessarily bury at a ground. This, for example, is a crypt in Beit Shah in northern Israel, where Jews were regularly buried in these kind of shells called kofim. And there's a lot of discussion and talking about how this is done. In fact, there are even very bizarre rituals that we no longer practice today, where you would bury your loved one and let the body decompose, and after a year, you would go back, retrieve the bones, and bring them to the family crypt. So it was an co-religionists. He wrote a letter to the Duke. He himself probably gave to Maybe. Other Jews said, you know what, we should just go full on, so to speak. David Friedlander, the students of medicine, said, you know, we can't possibly negotiate this narrow, threading the needle between engagement with Jewish culture and blocking out non-Jewish culture. Why don't we just pretend to be baptized? History calls it the dry baptism proposal, 1799. And it would be fine. It was not especially popular, but nevertheless, there were a lot of us people argued for outright assimilation, and then simply disappeared. Others, like Samson Hirsch, shown here, also from Germany in the mid 19th century, argued for a very careful parsing of what is actually required in Jewish law and what is likely customary, then just following out. Finally, we get to Eastern Europe. That's where you have the masses of Jews, and the Ashkelon penetrates in that region as well. We have the oldest population of Ashkenazim, closer to the kind of mindset of the Crusades. But by the time Ashkelon gets over to Eastern Europe, it overlaps. They are deeply involved in all kinds of modulations of Jewish identity. Yiddishism, Yiddish becomes a literary language at this time. Zionism becomes a new idea, political Zionism, so to speak. Jewish socialism. There are critics of the way of critics, such as Joseph Pearl, who brutally criticized the Hasidic works. These are all kinds of things that are happening as these Sephardic ideas, a result of the conversion of mixed over its creation. Now, we should spend just a few minutes talking about that big composition that we have ignored largely today, the so-called Eastern Jews organized Rabbi. They have been largely quiet for much of the period, not engaged with a few very significant exceptions of the time. They are not producing the same kind of scholars that you see coming out of the Sephardic diaspora or the Ashkenazic world as well. But there is a very significant difference because the Sephardic bringing their very advanced book culture into the Ottoman Empire overwhelmed a lot of the local cultures. It's kind of a sad element to all this because you recall much of the popularity of printing. So one of the things that tends to happen in the 16th century in particular is that whoever publishes the first most popular book tends to destroy all kinds of small things. Like they say, this is what's going on in contemporary publishing today, partly as a result of the loss on the local bookstores. That when people don't browse for books anymore, they go and they buy the dozen or so popular authors over and over again. But it's very hard for the authors to make their way to the field because there's just no exposure for it. So when the Shulchan Aruch was written by a Sephardi rabbi, Yosef Karo, it was published, and I guess the imprimatur or commentary of the Ashkenazi Ramah that shuts down all kinds of other activities. The same thing, for example, with the Siddur that we have. So many other local modifications to prayers that we see in local towns in France and in Germany and Italy. These different liturgies, these different literary gems, they simply become lost because of the overwhelming steamroll effect, particularly of the survivor. So most of the Hebrew Israel, the Eastern communities, some of them extremely old, places like Aleppo and Damascus and elsewhere, they are overwhelmed by the Sephardic influence, begin to adopt Sephardic ritual, so such that they are ironically called Sephardic, even though they have no sort of tribal biological connection to Spain. They are really the end of Israel when they have been overwhelmed by Spanish culture. They will, however, come to the fore when we get to the 20th century, particularly after the establishment of the state of Israel, because then you'll have the so-called Jewish thought, where many of the Muslim countries of the Northern Africa and Middle East expelled their Jews as a kind of a revenge for the establishment of the state of Israel. And the number, which is ironically pretty much the same as the number that the Palestinians claim from their from around Israel, you have roughly the same amount of Jews who are either expelled or coerced or fleeing here from their countries to the land of Israel. These are essentially the Mizrahi who made a huge impact in Israeli culture. If you look at the demographic population of Israel today, you'll see that Ashkenazim constitute about a third. Right? The Ashkenazim were the pioneers in the early part of our story, from the 1880s to the early 1950s. And by the way, that's not considering the Yishuv, the old Jewish community that was like the descendants of the centuries Jews who had lived there, along with smaller numbers of migrants and Ashkenazim migrants. Mizrahi Jews constitute another third, but as you'll notice, no one here is Sephardic on this chart. It doesn't say Sephardic Jews, largely because Sephardic Jews, when they left Spain, they actually dropped in numbers significantly. Many of the Jews who call themselves Sephardic today are really coming from places like Turkey or Syria or Morocco, where they definitely absorbed Sephardic culture. This becomes a political significance when Menachem Begin was shown here when he was in disguise because he was on the run from the British mandate authorities, and so he disguised himself very cleverly as a rabbi. He actually wasn't quite the right person to love like Elisa, who was his political advisor, everything or something. He was able to, even though he was himself Ashkenazi, to tap into the voices of the Mizrahi community and bring them to the fore in political movements that resulted in 1977 turned over the traditional the elite that really allowed Sephardim, aka Mizrahi Jews, to have their say in Israel. They had their own heroes too, people like Rabbi, who was himself from Baghdad, nevertheless was the chief Sephardi rabbi. Israel was actually a genius when it came to his interpretation of Torah. And his formulation of what is a Sephardi is anyone who follows the halacha of the Shulchan Aruch, as opposed to the Yad Ra'ah, which is an allusion to Rabbi Moshe Isserles and his commentary on the Sephardi Shulchan Aruch. So defined that way, Sephardi is actually a very large text that includes all kinds of people who may not necessarily be connected directly to Spain, but have a share in Sephardi. So that brings me to the conclusion of the three series of lectures, and I hope I've given you some insight into the factors that shape the Jewish minds, specifically the Ashkenazim, the Sephardic, and obviously the Ancient Israel. There are many, many other smaller Jewish sub-ethnicities. God willing, I will in another lecture series will be able to explore those as well. But until then, I want to thank you very much for your endurance and your attention to these three lectures. I think we have time for a few questions. Okay, yeah, we'll take the one the names. Let's get straight to the drill. They were afterwards got interested in the other things, art history, history of time, and really right now my big concept of this first of all, I'm sorry, I'll just share I have a big portion to study about there's a volume like material culture, ancient, and that's kind of like my very critical on elsewhere.
Welcome.
So first of all, I already got our knowing you're supposed to be in the same way. Inspiration to go cover the from my history from being what in city because my family course, but I know I feel I'm in a generation that takes service. Yes, green, yellow, red, white, blue. You can use AI with ideation. Also, based on material that's but you can also look at the other ones. And they got it right there. But it has to be in practice. Not what you do, what is not your right. Paragraph based on this. And not excited is AI generated content. You do this and you will experiment. Here's an example of why this is ChatGPT 3.5. So I'm going to go a little later for the friends. That's what I'm using. We're good. I want to know what one thing. I want to know what archaeological evidence comes to the use of I said, tell me more about the photos. He said, there is a specific manuscript by Rothschild. And something like, and it says here, thank you for thinking of me from another way. We're really interested. I knew it was like that. Half a dozen all of a sudden, people, yes, if I were So here's actually how we can operate a rating for these courses. It should be fun, efficacy, interesting for all of us. First of all, September 11th, you might use a early date on this. Here's the question, who are the subordinates of I would generate an answer, and then basically copy and paste that answer into a Word document that would have people accurate, false, misleading, what you think, what the actual is. If you tell me what I want you to make a critical approach to generate a I guarantee you, something like 90% of it, you can come back to the if I lost, you're not going to read many times. The point is, you're exploring AI. The main thing is the objective of this assignment is to get you counter AI to power, make a situation, and we will upload all the cameras to this file. Then we're going to do the same thing for the concept of choose. And like this one, where I gave you much more to choose a video or deals with chaos. Like, something the Wikipedia is difficult. It's not good by Wikipedia is everybody can add the Wikipedia creation has and sometimes there's actually pretty good research. It varies everywhere. So, what we're doing and so yeah, you guys feel about it. We have Now you have to decide, okay, am I going to spend 2 hours on this research to write it down, 8 hours, 10 hours writing that? Am I going to go to AI, it to write it down? Then I will, right? That's the whole idea. You will not be replaced by AI, but you will be replaced by AI. It's scary, right? Because, yeah, but that's the world that research. It works. It makes sense. Use it. You're not going to be satisfied with just turning out a good and you look at the AI products, I mean, there are other questions. You can use some AI, use some AI questions. That is something like that. Now it's out of the direction. But ultimately, AI is kind of a massive encyclopedia. All the and it is so fast, it is zero in on two and one. Just working with it is very different from what I'm looking at. I think it's going to be done. By the way, John, if it's not generalized our experiments, we're all trying to figure out how to use this technology and use it effectively. That's the way that we teach you to also. But you can't talk to your instructor. It's your piece. is on the campus. The assignments to the couple are the assignments to the so here's the dates. Thursday, next week we go to the food or in Oslo, taking some video. I don't know why it's the right place, but basically what happens is first media, Christianity called parents, then that's what the right is. Christian, that is called by the Inquisition. The last act of 100 years. Look at that's the overview of the first story is something like a building without the we are going to do it in this one, but we will be more like yes, this person say a broad circle. So we'll probably just continue around the trend. That's what we're talking about. The answer is no. But I really like that. Really like that. Okay, so let's do a little bit around here.
Are you all right? Pardon me? Good morning to you. I hope you're doing well. What's new in your neck of the woods? Amazing. We're just watching some history lectures and enjoying life in the open night hours. 100%. Yeah. Basically, absorption. Absorption. And when you don't pick up the first time, maybe you get the second or third time, but yeah. And basically, there's so much content that I can keep it pretty varied and it doesn't get boring. Yeah. Yeah, I understand. When people use those types of words, they counter them by saying that's an ad hominem attack. Basically, you're trying to discredit me as a person and not my argument. My argument is that we've had Jimmy Carter talk about aliens. We had Donald Trump recently on the Joe Rogan Experience talk about aliens, and there is different evidence that you can see on a daily basis throughout the world. You can go on the Rothschild website and see a map that mutual UFO knows. You can see a map of where anybody sees any kind of anomalous aerial phenomena or anything unidentified. We have like I mean, we really want to go into it. We just look at the evidence, and so it's like, okay, Rabbi, show me an alien. Everybody wants to see an alien. Okay, let's just get down to it. Just one moment. I'll show you what it is. Now, let's actually go to structure just for one moment, because I want the history. Please provide me with the history of the skinny bottom video. Essentially, allegedly, it was a Reddit post or reward that offered $10,000 for anyone who could discredit it, and it had to be discredited. Can you please show me everything you know about it? The Skinny Bob video is a purportedly leaked video that surfaced online in the early 2010s that allegedly shows extraterrestrial being in the person. The video gained attention due to the grainy footage of a thin humanoid figure, hence the skinny reference, and its connection to ufology about UFOs and government hardware. The video is often cited by UFO enthusiasts as evidence of existence of extraterrestrials. video, the Steve video first appeared online. Rabbi was uploaded to YouTube by using Rothschild, who claimed that the footage had been sourced from the top secret Soviet government outside. The video supposedly depicted the weather situation being interacting with Russian scientists in a laboratory in Argentina. The video appears to be a humanoid with the features such as a head, large head, dark eyes, and really in particular. The video is quite short, about 1 minute long. The greatest humanoid alien being often referred to as Steve, sitting and standing in front of the camera. The creature shown both its eyes and its hands and signals communicate with humans. Though the language is not clear. Okay, the Reddit post and the $10,000 reward. In the years following the videos of this, the Reddit post claiming that the $10,000 reward would be given to anyone that would explicitly disprove the authenticity of Steve Rogers. This claim stirred further intrigue as the author seemed to suggest. There is something significant about the footage that warrants a possible discrediting. However, despite the reward being offered, no one has been able to conclusively debunk or the authenticity of the video. Skeptics have pointed out that the video could be a well-executed scam, but the lack of solid evidence against it has left many open possibilities of it. Okay, so what does that mean? Let me just show you what it looks like. So basically what I'm saying is that according to ChatGPT, and I'm not saying that's the law, I'm just saying that it's I don't have someone else here to help reinforce me, so I'm going to use AI. And basically there's a $10,000 reward if you debunk it, and here's what it looks like. Welcome to me, Dr. Building. Yeah. So it's pretty new in terms of internet being available for the last, like, let's say, 35 years or so. They just didn't come up in 2011. It's still new. And what's important is that someone didn't come out and say, oh no, this is part of a, like what many times happens, this is part of my school project, or this was done for CGI for this new XYZ movie. This basically came out of nowhere. Now, is this the best evidence that I have? Absolutely not. Here's. Go ahead. That's correct. It's a strategy known as slow disclosure. Absolutely, yeah. Absolutely. No. That's a very alien civilization. So I don't want to say like a slave civilization, but perhaps there's a superior race out there that has informed this group, the alien race, of what they are to do. Arguably, a lot of people say that that's the truth. That maybe doing that is true. Whether it's true or not, that I don't know. I'm not there. I can't say. Um, but uh, but to your point, that that may be done. That these are basically cryogenic beings. So they're like hard biology, hard technology that are used basically as the um, troops of the intergalactic army. Now, what I'm about to show you is the best evidence. Let me believe this. I used to publicly debate people as a UFO skeptic. So I used to think that the entire idea of the UFO topic was out of the realm of possibility. If anything, I figured that yes, aliens could exist here, but the fact is, aliens could exist, but they'd be so far away that they could never travel here just because of the speed of light, and they can really recognize advanced physics and the ability to bend space time, perhaps using elements like California, anti-gravity, um, anti-gravitics. Um, and then I watched something called The Disclosure Project by Dr. Stephen Gray. It took place May 9th, 2001. Okay. You know what I'm reading? Oh, okay. Yeah, I understand. And a lot of people felt this way. Absolutely. Yes. His name is Robert. His name is Robert. Yes. Jeremy Corbell. He was on the Joe Rogan Experience along with Bob Lazar. Did you ever see Bob Lazar and Joe Rogan? voice of God weapon. So there are ways without communicating through a sound to communicate information to people in multiple ways. So just one moment, let's get all the specifics on it and how this can perhaps be done. So again, I know the words brain computer interface, Neuralink, but I'd like a really nice outline for it. So can you please provide us with a list of potential ways to communicate telepathically? Some ways that can be done are through vibration or voice of God weapons and brain computer interfaces, things like that. Can you please provide us with a list of 15 different ways along with descriptions? So I can say, I don't know, like 3 or 4 or 5 of them, but this is going to give us 15, and then we'll be able to just get them along. So here we go. Exactly. I know. It can, but not always. It's certainly not always. But, yeah. Well, look, are they real English words that you just weren't familiar with, or are they made up words that make sense? talk about what you're hearing, okay, before we move forward. I don't hear voices. I have an internal monologue that I have that's like my conscience. That like when I say like I should make that decision mentally, I have an internal dialogue that I have, but it's my own self. It's not anyone outside. Okay. So do you have that internal dialogue first and foremost? Okay. Who's they? Whatever's creating the voice. What's been there the whole time? Like since you've been a child? Okay. Okay. that's like where the strong master control. So I don't want you to think like we don't know anything about you. Now let me ask you something. Okay? You've said a lot, and we have to figure it out. Okay. So, as a child, did you ever have any deep voices or anything like that? Nothing until the last 2 years, right?
Yeah, nothing directly, like, that's nothing directly written.
So, okay. Absolutely. Okay. Have you had any missing time? Any instance of missing time? Whether, especially if you were like around the time you go to bed, where you go to bed, or maybe you're just driving the car, and all of a sudden 2 hours go by. And you're still driving, but you still feel anything like that, where you cannot place where you were for any amount of time. That's fine. Okay, so let's dig into that a little bit. Let's dig into that. Okay, so you'll go to bed, you'll close your eyes, and when you awake, you're just like, wow, 8 hours went by. What happened, right? That's like how it yeah, okay, that's perfect. And will you find like you may think that you slept for 2 hours, but 6 hours, 8 hours go by? Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Okay. So it could be a lot of things. One thing I don't think you do is get religious, a very base person. You know, you sound like a very good person trying to figure it out. If it were like, hey, no, this has been happening my whole life, so it's like, okay, maybe this is not easy. I don't think it's that. So I think the best thing that you can do is if you live in an area where you can find someone who is trained in hypnosis. What you do is you schedule an appointment. Specifically, it's hypnosis. And this will really give you an idea if you're an hypnosis. So if you don't know this process, hypnosis is a real thing, and it works exceptionally well for the right circumstances. So what could it perhaps do for you? You go under hypnosis, take some time to down, and then a hypnotist would ask you questions about what is going on, what's causing these voices, and why did they start 2 years ago, what else have they been telling you, et cetera, et cetera. And you may find, and when they snap you out of it, you're going to have this entire archive of stuff that you just had no idea. And then you're going to come back and they're going to go, yeah, you're going to come to me, and this is what they come to you, and this is what they say, and this is how you do it. Or there could be other reasons. So, let's be some of the ways that someone, either a person or an alien, can communicate with you without using. Okay, so the first one is brain computer communication. So that's like neuralink. This could be sensors placed on your scalp. Another is vibration-based communication, which is vibrotactile or sound. There are like new headphones that are doing this now, so that you can work in a really like an environment where you have to hear, and yet you can still listen to music at the same time. You can actually vibrating your jaw in a certain way that you can hear sound. That doesn't seem like what it is. Now this is an interesting one. Voice of God or auditory hallucination via direct brain stimulation. This involves using targeted electromagnetic fields and other forms of direct brain stimulation to induce specific auditory experiences, such as hearing voices or sounds that are perceived as coming from an external source. Basically, what you were saying with the Bluetooth device. You went to the point where you were trying to figure out if your neighbor had put a Bluetooth speaker near your right, like that is very much an external thing that's there. And so, techniques like transcranial magnetic stimulation, which is CMS, or focused ultrasound could potentially be used to stimulate specific areas of the brain, creating dislocation of hearing speech or other sound without the need for external sound sources. Example: the voice of God effect, which has been speculated to involve electromagnetic manipulation, is controversial and has ethical concerns. Now, there is a type of people that are known as targeted individuals for whatever reason. Essentially, perhaps the government doesn't like them, perhaps another government doesn't like them, and these people get picked on. And so sometimes these weapons are used on them, and that could certainly mean that perhaps a clandestine organization was just trying this out. They have to test it somehow. So they were just in your neighborhood or whatever, and they're like, hey, here's a guy who's living at 123 Main Street, just like a normal person. This was 2 years ago, right after the pandemic. Let's use some of these weapons on this person just to test it and make sure they work. We already know that they work in laboratory settings. Now we want to test it with all kinds of other interference that we may get, whether it's your television or your Bluetooth or your Wi-Fi or the walls of your house. We just want to make sure this works because we want to use it in the future for a military standpoint or for societal standpoint. So there are those reasons as well. Now, there's also electromagnetic manipulation. This is direct neural encoding. This involves using extra electromagnetic fields such as radio waves, microwaves, or other frequencies to stimulate neural circuits directly, potentially encoding thoughts or emotions for transmission to others. There's quantum entanglement and quantum communication. This is speculative, but essentially quantum entanglement involves the phenomenon of particles become linked in such a way that the state of one instantly influences the state of another due to matter the distance. Some theories suggest this could eventually be used for instantaneous communication. There's also neural encoding and decoding via advanced AI. Advanced artificial intelligence can potentially decode the brain's neural signals and reconstruct thoughts or intentions with such accuracy that the AI could relay those thoughts directly to another person's brain. There's electromagnetic brain-to-brain communication, which is known as EEG and transcranial direct current stimulation. This technique involves using electrical stimulation of the brain to influence brain activity in a way that one person's thoughts or intentions can be transferred to another. There's also chemical or hormonal communication. This is neurotransmitter manipulation. This is a speculative form of telepathy that involves using chemical signals such as neurotransmitters or hormones to influence the brain and transmit information or emotions from one individual to another. Now, this one's really interesting too. Voice to skull technology. This is a controversial and speculative technology that allegedly uses microwave or other directed energy to send sounds or voices directly to the brain bypassing the ears. This is what it is. So I can actually show you this working, and pretty amazing. need about 2 minutes. I have to use the restroom, and I'll be right back. Stay right here, okay? Thank you. Excellent. I'll be right back.
Yeah, listen, God, I was telling my first thought. I've heard what everything. I mean, I'll just preface this with that way. If you're getting an answer, God, I mean, I could agree with that too. If you didn't have to finish it, but actually, it's like, we're supposed to get most of the things. It's very everybody else knows that person. And you know, people know that that's what it's for. It's for whatever it wants to be. But I think that I'll probably the same thing. But you know, that way, it's good. It's just like that. Function is supposed to say what you're supposed to say. It's true that I've heard of a group of guys. That's my question. What you pray, it's good crowd. It's good. I don't think it's survival. Oh, yeah. I was saying that I mean, I give it a 2 years, this year, and start asking like, I think we got people that working out here, that's really what it makes sense. So, that's what I mean, what you say, what you learn is this is real better. That's just what I have to say. So, I don't know. I've heard the word that what's that? What that was? It was the one that I don't think you want to go back. I don't know. I don't think it's fine. I don't know. All of that is that the issues of mental function. The consequences of business, but I get sure. Like, I can't cut down, but I cut down. But it's
Let's just. I think we could just ask AI and let's see what it thinks. So just for a moment.
perfect. I like that.
I have a friend of mine who do not think has any schizophrenic tendencies, who has within the last 2 years been experiencing some unusual voices that seem almost nocturnal. And some of the things that we research are potentially voice to skull technology and perhaps voice of God technology, perhaps brain computer interface, advanced brain computer interface technology, perhaps a targeted individual. Can you please provide us with a list of potential causes? Okay. It could be it could be psychiatric disorder, but you don't think it is. It could be a neurological condition. You, you would have said you didn't hit your head or anything like that, did you? Okay. Um, how was your sleeping?
Around that
Okay. So it's interesting that it could just be related to that. we should. There's voice to skull technology directed into weapons. If you ask anybody who, I would say not a lot of people are going to show you much empathy to say that this could be a clandestine organization that could have targeted you, or perhaps just testing out their weapons. I mean, I'm not saying that that can't be a thing either. There's advanced brain computer interfaces. One thing is that there's targeting individuals. Let me ask, have you done anything controversial? Um, had any political views that are really controversial or made your enemies?
Not really. Very first time shot about
Absolutely. Okay, sure. But like you haven't been attending rallies or anything like that to really make yourself like a leader in an organization. Okay. Then chemical exposure, environmental factors. Well, I don't think this is it at all. I just want to make sure that we're just checking off the list. But nothing changed in your environment where we're exposed to some chemical, the drugs, or anything like that. Okay. If I may ask you, do you drink? Okay, beautiful. Um, let me ask, when you enjoy cannabis, do the voices get louder or are they the same?
They're the same. It actually they're not so proud of that. But they do so that you're production. We really enjoy it.
Okay. Have you ever asked them? Have you ever asked them, who are you? Where are you coming from?
Oh yeah.
And what do they say? What, they say the creator.
Okay, good. I think they. Eventually, I would say, how to big better to shape. After that point, that's all shape. They will be modified the expression of the title. So this is a big thing create the person of every time matter what. That's the more up to the answer. It's like, hey, this is the answer I did is that. And what we're talking about is that we're one of the things that we can all to come up with justification. In English, but you have to strategy, we're about this. What you do is connect reality and everything. Because we're saying, this is an artist. So, this is the ability to create it. And then, after everything that's created, that's really important. That's it. So, you know, the difference is next. There's another, there's this law. But also, so that's with the technology. So,
Have you, have you, have you asked them, is it alien civilization? What do you like? parts of your life where it doesn't seem like it's necessarily sad to you or negative. It's just kind of something that has arisen and it's something you're dealing with, but not necessarily like these voices are causing you this kind of thing.
Well, you know, yeah, so,
Although 2 years ago, they were going through a period of some serious sleep deprivation. What incident in particular do you think caused this to start happening?
I think that's what I would think, like my favorite person. Whoever, that maybe could really is good, if you're still back to the
no, I mean, it's. Yeah, sometimes it is, yeah. I mean, try to figure out what's going on. Like, I just recently learned this myself that at least much of the world that we live in and interact with, like mentally. But what we think is the external world, the objects we're seeing, colors, the sounds we're experiencing. Um, that it's essentially a model of the world that the brain puts together because there's actually not enough energy to bring power biologically to reconstruct this virtual environment we live in every day in our brains. Fully from all the data on it. So it's like most of it's constructed from what the brain expects. And then there's parts and pieces and portions that are updated when the brain detects that there's a difference. And I've noticed it's like, optical illusions. Sometimes I could be paying attention to something I'm putting on in front of me, and then say an LED with, light clock is my peripheral vision. So it's like, it just turns on. But it made no sense because the power was always on, so it wasn't present my brain's model until it noticed it wasn't there in physical space and updated it, right? So I can think of a lot of ways that this loop could potentially fail with this underlying biological condition. It could be something like maybe a slow liver failure and you have to check out for other issues. Yeah, we go to the hospital.
Olga, I have to just but I'm going to be listening. But I'm going to answer this question. You live in an area where you could perhaps hit this.
Oh, no, yeah.
Okay, in my opinion, that's unique. A hypnotist is specifically one who has any kind of experience with or experience with abduction. They're going to give you a lot more. They're going to give you, I would say, a lot more opportunities to find out maybe if this is something non-psychological. And if you go to a psychiatrist, they're just going to give you lithium and say that it's different. You know, you don't really have those normal tendencies from what it seems. And so I think it's really in your best interest to schedule an appointment. Okay, let's see exactly what happened. Just one moment. I have a friend of mine who may be alien abducted. We don't know, but maybe. And so this person is going to see a hypnotist. Can you please tell me the experiencing while under hypnosis? Usually, there's a test to see if they can even be put under hypnosis, but if they are, usually after like a 10-second countdown or something like that, they will be asked to about some repressed memories. And can you please tell us about that process and how long all this will take? All right, hypnosis, especially for when used for uncovering repressed memories or exploring potential experiences such as inner abductions, can be fascinating and an often misunderstood process. While it's important to approach any hypnosis session with caution, particularly when it comes to complex topics like repressed memories, I can walk you through what typically happens during a hypnosis session, especially in cases where the goal is to access hidden or forgotten memories. So there's a pre-hypnosis test induction. Initial evaluation before beginning the hypnosis. The hypnotist will typically conduct an assessment to ensure that a person is a good candidate for hypnosis. Not everyone is equally susceptible to hypnosis, and people with certain mental health conditions might not be suitable. Induction. Hypnosis begins with an induction process where a hypnotist guides the person into a relaxed state. This can involve a countdown, focusing on breathing, or asking the person to focus on an object or image. Some people are highly suggestible and may enter a relaxed altered state quickly, while others may take longer. Common induction techniques. A common technique involves guiding the person to focus on their breathing or visualizing a peaceful scene. The hypnotist may then use a countdown. For instance, you are feeling more relaxed, down, or other verbal suggestions to deepen the state of relaxation. Depth of hypnosis. Some individuals enter a light state of relaxation, while others can enter a deep trance, in which they are highly suggestible and more able to access memories of unconscious material. Exploration of memories, regression. Memory retrieval. After achieving a deepened hypnotic state, the hypnotist will guide the person to access memories, sometimes following or sometimes focusing on specific experiences, events, or periods of their life that they may have forgotten or repressed. This process is known as regression. In cases involving dreams of healing, the hypnotist might direct the person to recall details of specific experiences they believe may have been forgotten or suppressed. And we're not saying that's what it is, but I'm saying that people with these types of experience will give you much more of the benefit of the doubt. They've seen whack jobs come up, and then they've seen normal people who had some really interesting experiences. But it does say common phrases that hypnotists may say something like, "I want you to go back to the first moment you remember this event and tell me everything you see, hear, and feel." The goal is to explore the subject's unconscious mind, and some people report vivid memories or sensations that they believe are linked to hypnotic encounters. These memories might involve seeing non-human beings, hearing non-human voices, being taken to work, a crime, or other related experiences. The hypnotist will often ask the subject to be intimate or give their account, describing the person to encouraging the person to spend sights, sounds, and emotions in the hypnotic concept. The hypnotic trance is altered state, consciousness level. During hypnosis, the person is usually not unconscious, but is in an altered state of consciousness. They may feel deeply relaxed and focused inward, but They are typically able to hear the hypnotist's voice and respond to questions and suggestions. They may not remember the session afterward, or they may retain some or all the details. Suggestions and reinforcement. The hypnotist may offer suggestions or guidance to help the person explore the memories or experiences. Some hypnotists use guided imagery, for instance, asking the person to imagine a scene or scenario to help retrieve memories, while others may rely on free association, letting the person talk and report whatever comes to mind. Repressed or recovered memories. Recovered memories. People sometimes report remembering events or experiences that they did not consciously recall before, including childhood memories, traumatic events, or unexplained experiences. It's important to note that memory is highly malleable, and that if hypnosis conveys or reinforced thoughts in memory with suggestions of imagination, this is why recovered memories with hypnosis should be interpreted cautiously and not taken as absolute truth without corroborating evidence. There's the false memory phenomenon. This is a controversy around use of hypnosis memory retrieval. Some psychologists caution that hypnosis can sometimes lead to the creation of false memories, especially if the subject is highly susceptible or the hypnotist is intentionally leading the person to fill in the blanks. And then there's the post-hypnosis process. After the session, the hypnotist will gradually bring the person out of the trance, often using common suggestions or a complex process, and I count from 1 to 5 to begin with the opening rate, which will relax and reflect. Once they are fully awake, the hypnotist may encourage the person to write down or discuss the memories that emerged during the session. Memory recall after hypnosis. Some individuals experience a vivid recollection of hypnosis, while others may feel confused or unsure of what occurred during the session. For some, memories may be integrated into the image of their life, while others may continue to feel it. Duration of hypnosis session, typically 60 number of sessions. If the first session isn't fully revealed, the exact numbers of these additional sessions may be needed, but usually it's the first time. And so I feel like you're not being taken seriously, particularly in the world of therapy or psychology, and hypnosis is something we haven't explored. But I think for $100 for a hypnosis session with someone who has some experience in this is worth it, just to perhaps check off the list that none of these other repressed memories or anything like that. You never know. This may be the absolute reason why you're not going to may be able to get all kinds of information for a session. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I did that. I worked at that. The thing I learned from that was
I absolutely can. I'm right here. I'm just adjusting 3 computers. I'll be right there. Okay.